30 seconds to battle.
When the horn blows, the blood flows. Little tower's in trouble. Which one, Dire again? Dire Dire's middle tower looks to be disintegrating. Dire's structures are fortified. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Middle tower is under attack. Three, two, one, let's go!
Never give up. Well played.
Scanning for enemies. Dire is scanning for enemies. Dire's middle tower looks to be disintegrating. Radiant's top tower ain't looking too steady.
A gift from the tempest of
Dire's middle tower looks to be disintegrating. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower's taking a dirt nap. Dire's bottom tower's getting pushed around. Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
A story written in blood.
Dire's top tower might be going down. Dire's structures are fortified. Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is about to be Radiant's top brother. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top tower ain't a tower no more.
haste.
Radiant are scanning for enemies. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire are scanning. That Dire bottom tower just got denied. Dire's putting a hurt on Radiant's middle tower.
Who can say what I will do with this power?
Don't look good.
Torn meat torn from blood and bone.
Dire's bottom tower. Don't look good.
Bounty with Ultra Crash.
I saw that ending from miles away.
Radiant are scanning. How does that even work?
Double damage.
Radiant's bottom tower's still there, but Dire is scanning for enemies. Radiant's middle tower's not feeling the love. Okay, where were we? Heads up, we're back! Radiant's bottom tower needs a hand! Radiant's bottom tower is under attack! attack.
The woods will always want.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire is scanning for enemies. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's structures are fortified. Radiant are scanning for enemies. Radiant's bottom tower needs a
Mission
hand.
middle.
Radiant's bottom tower is falling. Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's putting up a barricade. Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is about to be Radiant's top rubble. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
This one goes towards
Radiant's bottom tower needs a hand. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower has fallen. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower looks to be disintegrating. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower looks to be disintegrating. Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Missing bottom.
Radiant's bottom tower, Radiant's bottom tower has fallen. Radiant are scanning for enemies. Dire is scanning for enemies. Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified. Dire is scaring for enemies. Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is about to be Radiant's top rubble. Dire's top tower has fallen. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant are scanning for enemies. Radiant's middle tower is not feeling the love. Radiant's middle tower has fallen. Here comes Dire's plucky little courier. Oops! Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
This one walks towards the dark.
A gift from the tempest of battle.
Radiant's middle tower is not feeling the love.
Well played.
Dire is scanning for enemies.
Take it.
Dire's top tower is about to be Radiant's top rubble. Dire is scared for enemies.
Three kills as foretold by
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Roshan has fallen to the Dire.
Kept forever. Blessings.
Invisibility.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower has fallen. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant fortified their structures. Pretty good move if you ask me. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower had a run-in with the Dire. Radiant's middle barracks are under attack. Radiant's middle barracks has fallen. I always like seeing Radiant's middle barracks take a beat. Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's middle barracks are still there. Radiant's bottom tower must have been dizzy. Radiant's bottom barracks has fallen. Radiant's bottom barracks has fallen.
such mad song.
Well played. Elves are orphans now.
Humans have blessed me.
Fortunes change.
Dire is scanning for enemies.
I'll take it.
Healing magic. Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire is stretching the fortified. Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower has fallen. Radiant's showing no mercy to Dire's top barracks. Hey, it ain't fun if we ain't all here. Radiant's middle tower's not feeling the love. I'm all for looking down. Dire is scanning for enemies. Him and that ages. Glad I never messed up that bad.
Double damage. Gold and sweet.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire is scanning for enemies.
Take it.
This will do just fine.
Dire's top barracks are feeling the pressure. Dire's top barracks has fallen. Dire's structures are fortified. Dire's top barracks are under attack. Dire's top barracks is fallen. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is fallen. Dire's middle barracks are under attack. Dire's middle barracks is fallen. Dire's bottom barracks has fallen. Dire's bottom barracks has fallen. Dire's middle tower is taking a dead nap. Dire's middle tower looks to be disintegrating. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is not on the ground. Radiant smashed the engine. This one is getting the looks.
Halo Afik. Maafkan aku baru lihat Afik chatnya lagi setting tadi tuh. Oh my boy. Tahu. Nah. Ada baru mulai semua. Perannya hilang nggak? Anyway guys, thank you for watching. Thank you for the like. This is gonna be a short stream because after 3 we're gonna watch the international day 2 menu. Testing microphone. Gives Juggernaut a chance to deal critical damage on each attack. So chance 35%, critical damage 130, 150, 170, 190. Bike check one more time gives Juggernaut a chance to deal critical damage on each attack. Critical chance 35%, critical damage 130, 150, 170, 190.
Dire's putting a hurt on Radiant's middle tower.
Check one more time the last checking of microphone. Blade Dance gives Juggernaut a chance to deal critical damage on each attack. Critical chance 35%, critical damage 130, 150, 170, 190. Thank you for listening. Go back, go. Thanks. Check microphone test. Hello, what's up? We're back again with Bob's here. Checking microphone here. There's a construction happening in my place right now. Not actually my place, but the neighbor place. Check, check, check. Go back, go. Test. Okay, I'm gonna go take a big bath because today is gonna be a long day. I'm gonna watch the international. Hope you guys enjoy watching here. Juggernaut Grandmaster T. I hope it's not disappointing you guys. Changing factors, yes.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is getting pushed around.
Never give up. For the
This one walks towards the dark.
Dire's middle tower's in trouble. Which one Dire again? Dire's bottom tower don't look good. Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
denied.
Radiant's middle tower's not feeling the love. Radiant's middle tower's not feeling the love.
As was owed.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's scanning for enemies.
Looks like it's just
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower has fallen. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant fortification. Pretty good moves here. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
you'll be forever.
Radiant's top tower ain't looking too steady. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower ain't looking too steady. Dire's middle tower looks to be disintegrating.
I like how this one feels.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is about to be Radiant's top rubble. Dire's top tower has fallen. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's putting up a barricade.
Well, that's one way to do it.
Never give up.
Dire's middle tower looks to be disintegrating. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is falling.
Explode.
Dire is scaring for enemies. Radiant are scanning for enemies. Radiant are scanning for enemies.
precious bounty.
Radiant are scanning for enemies. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Hey, where's Dire's bottom tower?
Moon sings.
Invisibility.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower. Don't look good. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire is scanning for enemies. Dire's bottom tower. Don't look good. Radiant's top tower is about to topple. One's dead. Man, him and that ages. Glad I never messed up that bad. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower looks to be disintegrating. Dire's middle tower has fallen. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
They run and stomp over glass
Radiant's
of
bottom
bone.
tower needs a hand. Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified. Radiant's bottom tower needs a hand. Dire's top tower is about to be Radiant's top rubble. Dire's top tower is fallen.
What have we here?
Dire's top tower is under attack.
There is no disagreement. That's even.
are scanning for enemies.
Illusion.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower looks to be disintegrating.
Haste.
Bounce. Dire is scanning for enemies. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Precious bounty.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is fallen. Dire's bottom tower. Don't look good. Dire is scanning for enemies.
Well played.
Arcanery. Precious bounty.
Halo, Mas Hasto Bening. Mantap, ada bening di dalam Mas Hasto Bening. Nuansa bening, anjay. Kerjasama kah dengan Alvidi Aldiano? Saya lagi ini baru selesai mandi, keramas sebentar. Kita nonton Juggernaut Grandmaster. Ranking 1500, MMR sekitar 8.000-an.
Dire is scanning for enemies. Dire is scanning for enemies.
Terus Sprout tier 4. Hah? Hebat betul. Mande. Cari. Nah, kali ini berat. Mana nih jam 3:30 anjing. Aduh. Waduh. Selamat pagi, Bang. OTW sore nih, bentar lagi kita mau mulai TI. Kumpul Bang, lumayan Bang.
Precious bounty.
Radiant are scanning for enemies.
Woi, iya.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Ini ada ulti Bang. Kan mantap nih ulti ini nih.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Nah, ini lebih tahun nih.
Radiant's middle
Wih,
tower is under attack.
tentang demo mekanik. Gak beli aganim ya, orang suka banget ya gak beli aganim ya.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen. Radiant's ancient is under attack. But I made a pretty penny off this one.
Mati deh. Nah.
Monkey King, and number two, you need to be able to have a spell to push out waves to farm. Also Monkey King. That's why he's one of probably the best heroes to be able to do this on a supporting role.
Yeah, this is what I like to see. You know, coming into TI, not many people probably expected that Helm of the Dominator is gonna be maybe a week ago, but let's rewind a month ago. Nobody would be talking about this item maybe on Marcy, but now you have this upgraded Helm of the Dominator with the things that the 9 class did. So this is the beauty of the game, you know, just taking an idea and making it even better.
I remember seeing a Reddit post that was the top 3 heroes that were going Helm Dom, and it was like Beast, Lycan, and Marcy. And the post was like, this item needs to be reworked. Like, it's so bad. And now it's legit, like every hero. Like any hero we can find to use Dom, we're going to use it.
Yeah, now we're branching it into supports, finding different ways to use it. That was Purge, you know, he was digging through all of the footage, he found that for us, and it was just so amazing. You want to bring it up again, you kind of got to keep talking about it. Everyone's trying to min-max here, and sometimes that's happening in the draft as well. We're looking towards standout heroes that are, you know, on the extreme ends of win rates or potentially even uncontested altogether. Yesterday, it was so much fun to have two brand new heroes at the International, Clinks and Crystal Maiden, and you know, emphasizing uncontested, that means not even banned. Teams won't even worry about banning it, and then they come out and we get them picked in the first two series.
And I think Crystal Maiden was an attempted answer to the Dominator meta that we were talking about, but honestly, the Frostbite just didn't seem like enough. I think it would get the Dom to like 50% HP, and then it would just run off.
Setup. I mean, she's kind of like a good setup for your core to come in to kill it, because sometimes the core doesn't really want to commit the TP until he's certain that the creep is going to be locked down, right? So CM kind of provides that. And the other thing I feel why CM could be good right now is a lot of the carry heroes are melee heroes because of Helm of Dawn. So CM needs a melee hero in the lane to help her get to the later stages of the game, because CM is really good.
You guys are talking about the wrong hero. This is Troll Warlord, 10 out of 10 games won. I don't think this ever I don't think there was ever a meta or a tournament where the Troll Warlord did have this amount of games played and did win a single one, because this was always like a mean hero, especially with his ulti. It's one of the funniest things to see when he's getting kited. We saw some of it yesterday as well. Even though they did win that game, it's still a very strong laner. It gives you ability to farm extremely fast, join some of the fights as well. There are multiple items that you could go for that feel really nice in this meta carry to carry matchup. Troll's going to be winning most of them as well.
I think also just delayed death is like an inherently broken concept. It's just that with Troll, you need a lot of items to like delay the death and actually do something with it, because you're like literally running in there while you're delaying the death. But we've seen, you know, like Dazzle was part of the meta for a long time.
Helm of the Undying, part of the meta.
Helm of the Undying. This is one of the most broken neutral item. We saw Abaddon getting picked up yesterday. This is like one of the top tier meta heroes. Like, there's just so much overwhelming damage right now that literally delaying your death is very imba. And I think the meta, Troll is allowed to get to that point currently. And like every game that it's played, he gets to the 40-minute plus part of the game, and then he eventually wins. Even if we see like goofy feeding happening early game, eventually he gets to the point where it feels like he's unstoppable.
Yeah, games just having a longer average length at this International. We're going that distance that you're talking about, him being able to find the farm, the space to get those items. The inverse of that, though, that we saw on the graphic, Winter, was Timbersaw. Completely opposite, right? 8 games, but a 0% win rate now. Like, what has happened to this hero for it to now feel like it's not working for any team, because a lot of teams have picked it up?
I mean, I think the hero kind of has like a weird phase in the game where he's really strong. I mean, he's weak early, then suddenly he's strong in the mid game, but after that he kind of falls off very, very hard when people get the dispel for your Aghanims.
Yeah.
But also it could be something to do with the recent change, because people that played Timbersaw a long time have this muscle memory where you actually move your chain so it could actually reach further, and now that it got removed from the game or fixed, and people are like kind of going to take some time to get used to it, so players are maybe losing more on the hero because of that.
All right, so the mobility isn't as big, and your get out of jail free card isn't really there like it used to be.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. Does that feel the same for you, Lacoste, when we look at Timbersaw?
Yeah, probably. Timbersaw is just, you know, some of the teams here that are still in the tournament do like to play Timbersaw, and if they're not picking it, especially Team Falcon.
You're talking about Falcon.
Yeah, this is then there's something wrong with the
this
hero
was
that
my
they did not want to touch it.
I had the exact same thoughts. Like, if Amara doesn't want to play Timber, he will literally call this hero like hot garbage. He will say in interviews, "I think it's a garbage hero. I'm just going to pick it." He does the same thing with Bristleback right now. They're winning. And it's like, if he is not picking it, then it's really bad. And I totally agree with the muscle memory. Like, every time Timbersaw's range on his W gets increased, the win rate goes up. Huge. Like, it becomes meta. Every time it goes down, the win rate goes down significantly. Like, there are just some changes in Dota where you see this like cyclical nature. And effectively, with the bug fix, the range on it went down. So we're going to see the cyclical nature of the win rate's going to go down.
Okay, all right. Well, let's move away from that a little bit more, because the joy of yesterday, seeing some uncontested heroes popped up, it made us want to look at which heroes are still left uncontested, that teams, I don't know, might want a refresher that they do still exist in this game.
Some of these are really good.
They're good, yeah. I would say that Visage, we're going to be seeing Thunder play a game today. They are the ones that could be still picking this hero. I also think that Venomancer definitely has a place in meta.
Yeah, Toby's
Toby's in there. It's one of the more annoying heroes who can control control the map. It's very difficult to engage into certain areas of the map unless you're using a smoke, and those are also limited. And I also think that techies could also pop up. I don't think this hero is that bad.
I think Amar Viper, like this hero dumpsters Ursa in lane, it dumpsters Sven in lane and in the game, and these are like two really popular carry picks. I feel like Amar is gonna bring it out. And where's this Skywrath Mage? Thompson brings this hero into the meta. Every single pro level pub, you have Skywrath Mage mid, and people are too scared to bring it out at TI. It's so good.
We're talking about teams or people being scared to bring it out, but I remember in the interview yesterday, P-Vision, Ducalis was like, yeah, there's some new things we're trying. We're scrimming with it. We've been altering and having a little bit of a go. Winter, do you think that that's a sort of hero that's on the card, or it's still something that's in the meta that they just personally haven't picked up?
Well, I'll only believe it if he shows it, you know. Like, he can say whatever he wants. We have 10,000 heroes behind this, you know. We still have a lot of strategies, but I will only believe it once they use it. You know, with Skywrath, I kind of felt like the hero had a lot of like potential initially when I saw the changes to the shard and everything. I've seen some players spam it in pubs, especially as mid, but the issue of the hero still remains the same, right? He falls off really, really hard once there's all these pipes, BKBs coming up, and then it feels like in the game, if you have one death or two death, you kind of just lose the game.
I think the Dominator meta also does not suit him.
He doesn't like
He does not like playing into summons, but it just does so much damage that I feel like it's worth making.
He's fun. Okay.
He's really fun, and it's the problem is,
It's not about fun, Jenkins. It's about winning.
well, no one is not the P-Vision like playing weird hero player,
Person.
right? That would be 9 class, and 9 class has got his Alchemist and his Monkey Kings that he's enjoying right now. You know, we're asking like, where's the 9 class Pudge as well? Pudge seems pretty decent in the meta. We're seeing Whisper play it, but there's just higher priorities for these specialty players is all.
Okay. Well, the heroes aside, I would actually really like to see when our teams are playing, because we are going to be seeing all of our top 8 take the stage again today. It is going to be starting off with the elimination. At the end of the day, we're going to be saying goodbye to our first 2 teams here at the International. But on the flip side of that one, Lacoste, we're going to be having our first 2 teams securing themselves a top 3 position.
Yeah, this is going to be a very interesting one, especially the upper bracket semis, the first match, Extreme Gaming against P-Vision. It's very difficult to choose which teams you think it's going to win, because P-Vision, they are showing some great strategies coming out. They have a couple of strategies also in the back of their heads if they want to bang it out. Extreme Gaming as well, they're not afraid. This is Xiao 8 we're talking about, so you can't expect them, especially if you go to the distance, if you're going to that game 3, that there's going to be some really new and exciting heroes coming out.
Yeah, the Tidebound Enigma Galaxy elimination matchup as well. It could have been a coin toss at any point, Jenkins, if it was going to be Enigma Galaxy or BB Team that they were going up against. So it feels like they've had the least amount of time to prepare for that one.
Yeah, that's a really close one as well, because I feel like Tidebound is also the type of team that can just get like 2-0 stomped and then come back the next day and be the best team. Like, I would say this is the most likely team to win the whole thing through the lower bracket. If any team is going to do it, it's going to be Tidebound.
Well, I actually want to look at exactly that, because it feels like, as far as my memory can remember, it's been majority teams from the upper bracket that have gone on to win. And so we collated all of the data for you guys there. And in the history of the internationals, there have been 4 teams that have gone on to lift the Aegis from the lower bracket.
Out of 13.
Out of 13.
It is very rare that this happens.
I will say, though, out of those 4, we've had 2 teams. It was Spirit and Liquid in their respective years that they won. They were upper bracket, immediately dropped to lower bracket,
right,
and went all the way on to win. So it felt like, not round 1, but essentially from the beginning, they were running that lower bracket.
Yeah, it's a lot of games that you need to play. These are 4 BO3s and the best of 5 that you need to win, and you're also showing most of your strategies as well, so you're giving out that data to the other teams as well, showing what you're going to be playing. That's why the upper bracket is the king, even though Enigma Galaxy would disagree. Or Team Liquid.
Team Liquid.
I mean, it is also worth mentioning that when there was the what was the pre-TI tournament called?
Wildcard? The wildcard?
The wildcard.
All last chance qualifiers.
The last chance qualifiers. We had the grand finals was the 2.
That was the Singapore TI that you're talking about, right?
The Singapore TI. So it's, you know, there is the argument that like amount of games played does play a huge factor into like, is a team very dominant? But in that case, there was also a lot more time to process those games. Now we have, you know, 2 days left after this one. Is there enough time to process?
I mean, I would argue it could be good for you. So you have more time. As long as you're winning the games, you have more time to figure out what to change, and you get to maybe see more of yourself, and then you have to adjust. Because always during the long periods of the initial stages of the tournament, you're gonna have to try something that you've already on the screen. But when you go to the tournament, you see something else, then you have to decide what do you have to adjust, right? So getting those games under your belt is always, I think, a good thing.
Yeah.
Well, it's going to start for one of these teams, right? We do have our first elimination up on the table to begin our day with here, our day number 2. It's Tundra up against Heroic. We're going to start talking about this because Heroic coming in, the only team that was representing the Americas, right? Our sole South American team, making it into a top 8. We wanted to reflect back, see exactly what their previous TI results have been, and if this is rivaling it, and it is, right? One of the best that they had was back in TI 11. That fits 6th position.
Yeah. Thunder Awaken at TI 11, getting that 5th and 6th place. This was the best placement for South America. Infamous TI 9, which did have Whisper and Schofield. And then you also had the Beast Ghost getting 7th and 8th place at TI 11, which also did have Whisper and Schofield, plus also Heroic at TI 13, which did have Analog, Schofield, and KJ. So that means that Schofield is the big part of those teams, which means that he needs to have good games to be able to reach that. But we can also see some of the personal records. So for Yuma, Analog, and KJ, they already broke their own personal record, reaching into that top 8. Whisper and Schofield, they're there. So if they somehow manage to get a victory in this one against Tundra, all of them are also going to be breaking their personal records, which is still very huge for South America.
Do you think there's that mental hurdle at all, Winter, when you have that feeling of being the sole representative for your region? I mean, you're very familiar with SEA, who have had ups and downs before, so they've been in positions like this too.
I think there's definitely going to be a lot of expectations from the fans from the regions, and unfortunately for the players, sometimes it can be bad for you to think too much into it, and you kind of have to just focus on the game. But sometimes it can also be a good motivation. Everyone is waiting, for that good result, and you're going to have the extra energy to push it through when games are tough.
I think there's also the factor of, for the whole year, Heroic has had...
They started the year well.
They started the year well, but since then they've had some mixed results. Sure. So it kind of feels like I could see them having the feeling and the expectations of okay, this is the tournament that we're doing really well in. Mm-hmm. We don't want to just have one of those series where it's close, but we drop out. We're so close, and this is where, to me, CAFs really comes in as that mental coach, figuring out where the blocks are. Are there any blocks? And if there are, having those talks with this team and getting those solved.
I actually ran into CAFs this morning in the elevator. I was walking down at just before 7 a.m. and I was really surprised to see him. I knew they're playing the first game, but to see him awake that early, he's walking to the practice room. These guys are just doing so much to be able to prepare themselves, despite it being an early series, despite it being one of the first series of the day.
Yeah, I think a lot of the work has to really fall on his shoes, CAFs on the coach, because based on their recent results, so from the road to the international to right now the playoffs, every game they've played, every series they've played, either they won 2-0 or they lose 3-0. So the first game actually determines, I think, a lot for them, whether the planning for that series works or it doesn't work. Because it seems like they are not really good at adjusting mid-series, or maybe they don't have a lot of variety to change during a match. So I think the first game is going to be really, really important.
Up until yesterday, they had 8-win streak in the road to TI playoffs, which is pretty impressive for a team like this, because they managed to be very consistent. This is something that I would say they've been struggling with throughout the whole year. And yesterday, they let that Monkey King go through twice when they played. And I think it's going to be more about adapting what they think it's going to be strong, how much they're willing to learn from what happened yesterday, not just from their own series, but also watching the other series and try to adapt, because meta is constantly evolving.
I will say a part of that 8-game win streak you mentioned was 2-0ing Tundra. We also saw it briefly there, right? They've already faced off against each other in the road to the international playoffs, and that very heavily went to the favor of Heroic.
Yeah, one thing interesting about that particular series as well, Tundra had same opening bans against them in that series, but Heroic they have 10 different heroes in that series against Tundra. They picked 10 different heroes, even though their opponent started the bans with the same bans both games.
I don't know, how much can you look into that? How much does that change? Were they just so prepared, or was it they were trying to cover too much?
Yeah, I mean, sometimes it could also mean that they have a philosophy that they don't want to play the same thing over again, because the enemy will know how to deal with it in the next game.
I think there's also an interesting dynamic that we need to consider, which is the coaches. You have Moon versus Caps. Yesterday we had Caps versus Steenie. These are players who have played together for like a decade, right? Like a lot of the coaches that are still remaining are NA and SA coaches, so they know how each other think. So
you're talking about now the Moon and the Caps matchup.
Yes, it's like
and they're familiar.
It's like, of course, we're going to talk about Steenie and Caps, like both Brazilian big brain coaches, but it's like, Caps and Moon and Caps and Aoi, it's like these guys have also been playing together on the same server for a decade. They know each other. They know how they think. So I think between these coaches, you're going to see a lot of volatility in the drafting between series. It's like, yes, Tundra did get 2-0'd by Heroic, and maybe they got out-drafted in the Road to International, but I don't know how much that means when you have coaches that know each other this well.
Yeah, but that's serious. It wasn't even close. Like Tundra was having, I think, 9 kills in one of those games only. They got completely stomped. This was also a game where they played Spectre, which nobody else wanted to touch. Yuma had a pretty flawless performance, didn't die a single time. Helm of the Dominator making that hero viable again. And also, I mean, I've been praising Yuma so far throughout the whole tournament, and I feel like he's having the blast of a tournament. Yesterday, when they're in that game number 1, he didn't die on Ursa for a good 50 minutes in a losing game. They decided to pick him Ursa the second time, but it didn't work out as well. But his performances have been top tier so far.
And to add to that point as well, I think right now Tundra feels like they're picking a lot of different heroes, which can be a good thing or a bad thing.
The horn has sounded. I hope everyone in the arena and at home is ready for this, because that sound can only mean one thing. We're ready to kick off day number 2 at Barclays Arena.
The Aegis of Champions. It bears the record, reminding us of the battles we all hold sacred, the triumphs we still celebrate, the legends we will forever revere. It summons the world's finest contenders, allowing us, empowering us to honor the giants of the past, to realize the magic of the present, to witness the origins of the epic stories of tomorrow. Now we gather at the final proving ground, where the path to victory is ever-changing. But the cheers of the arena will always guide the way. The Aegis of Champions arise in Hamburg, Germany. A beacon of challenge that shines around the globe. 8 teams compete for ultimate glory. Only one can seize immortality. Who will emerge victorious? The battle begins.
Our top 8 after this will be dwindled down to a top 7. Tundra up against Heroic coming into it. Jenkins coming back out to the stage for day number 2 as well. Does that make the emotions higher, or are you just stabilizing now?
I don't know if they can stabilize. I mean, this is the international we're talking about, but I don't know. I don't know if this team wants to be stable anyway. Like, they play the best when there is chaos. For Tundra, yeah, they want to be stable, and I think they're more likely to be stable because, you got 33 on that team. This is the only potential 3-time TI winner. So if there's anybody that's going to bring stability to his team, it's this guy.
Well, I don't want to leave our audience waiting any longer, and definitely not our teams either. We want to bring them out on stage, so let's kick off with our first team, Tundra.
And we're back.
5 players now facing up against elimination. If anyone can bring their A game in such a tight situation, it's definitely them. They've been here before. They've done it before for themselves, but this time around isn't going to be a different story. They're going to be having to come up against some tough competition in the name of Heroic.
Choose wisely and crush those responsible.
Representing the South American region, had a bit of a struggle yesterday. However, today there is still a chance to continue on in their journey towards the international. 3 of these players have already bested their previous results at past events. They want more. This team is hungry and it's there for their taking if they're able to step up and bring it to Thunder today.
Yeah, I mean, no matter what, this is a brutal and emotional series. Either we are losing one of the most fun teams to watch in Heroic and the remaining South American pride, or
Tundra.
losing Tundra, who has the one potential 3-time TI winner in a giga brain genius that is 33. Like this guy invents metas in Dota. So no matter what, going home today will be a very significant team.
I mean, don't forget about 333. 3TI.
I will not forget about 333. You keep reminding me, Winter.
He loves them. I'm telling you, Winter is such a fan of the numerology there, all the stars aligning. Some could potentially say there, Lacoste.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Heroic on the other side, we saw some of the issues that they did have yesterday, and I want to see those issues being fixed, especially in that game number 1 where they didn't have, like, they had very aggressive heroes that they wanted to play. They had Pudge, they had Clockwork, they had Crystal Maiden, but they wanted to be on the other side of the map, but they couldn't really push out the waves. So I think Cass and the crew kind of need to realize, and I hope they did, that something like this cannot be able to happen because their map is getting smaller, they're getting out-farmed. The areas where you can't farm, like, also could get you potentially killed. And I want to see Yuma again on some kind of a tempo carry. He's been pretty impressive so far, but if he's dictating the tempo of the game, that also means that Heroic is doing really well. Whisper, one of my favorite offlaners of all time. This guy has been looking super stable throughout most of his career. Usually he doesn't take as much farm, so he's given enough farm to his mid laner, to his safe laner, and he's building the items that kind of evolve around the team. So this is what I want to see. I think that the dynamic that they did have at the road to the international playoffs did work out for them, and I want to see them replicate that.
No, I totally agree with that. Like, I don't think we need to see any like crazy adjustments from them to see a highly competitive series here. I mean, even after yesterday, Yuma is still #1 in terms of average kills per game in this tournament. He has the record, and by a huge margin. It's him with 11 average kills, then Ame, Kiyotaka, Skeeter, and Pure with all like 9, like 8 to 9. So he's much higher, even with the series yesterday that was kind of rough for them.
I think Yuma is the best Twin Gate user when it comes down to making the rotations happen. I mean, it also does allow him to play, because of the heroes that he's playing. You know, he's playing that Monkey King, he's playing that Meepo, so going through the Twin Gates, he's playing Nature's Prophet, allows him to go in, not necessarily with the Nature's Prophet to go through the Twin Gates, but be very active at the early stages of the game. Like between 6 and 8 minutes, you kind of can't expect him to make this move.
Yeah, we could talk about gameplay and the weight that the execution has when they do get their draft, but going into it as well, Winter, there's a lot of preparation you can do beforehand, looking at, do you want to favor a Radiant side, a Dire side, a first pick, second pick, how exactly you're going to build your draft around having that choice and information.
Yeah, as you know, numbers, they are kind of my thing, so I like to look at them. And basically what we found out is for Tundra, whenever they are last picking Neta's hero, they're winning. You know, whenever they're last picking their mid or the carry, it doesn't really go so well for them. That's why they prefer to be on the first pick side, where they secure Neta's hero early. They don't want to get into a situation where the enemy is banning out all the top tier heroes for Neta, and they can't really figure out what to give him at the end, you know. So I think that should be their plan right now here for Tundra, whereas Heroic, I'm sure they know about this, and they're going to be trying to devise something to mess this up.
Well, then what about the side of Heroic and their numbers?
I think they are also really, really similar. As you can see here, they are a team that prefers to be on the first pick side. They win a lot more on the first pick, which I think I already brought up slightly yesterday, where I feel like having the 18 pick on the first pick side just gives you a lot more leeway. And whereas nowadays, having the second pick, having the 24th pick just doesn't feel as appealing as before, because teams are really good at using the bans to remove good heroes. So whenever you get to that 24th pick, it's very rare that, oh my god, there's this hero right now. I'm going to pick this hero, we're going to win the game. You know, it's just not going to be possible right now. So
My theory on this is that since the Facets patch, there's a lot more answers to those like last pick cheese heroes. You know, you pick Huskar and there's like something that you can do in the game. Like P-Vision, what they'll do against Huskar is they'll put a sentry in the tier 2 tower in the off lane so DM can have a lane. And then they dual lane mid, right? So it's like not only have the Facets made it so that you can go for like a less greedy Facet and, you know, beat some sort of matchup, but also there are like play options that people have figured out. So having those two bans to protect the last pick out of the second phase of picking is just much more valuable for these really good.
I mean, also the sequence, right? I think the sequencing of the pick order has changed a lot. So right now, being on the first pick side, in the first phase, you have 3 bans, but you have the last ban before you pick your first hero. So that itself is already for me, a very big advantage of being on the first pick side. Because so if you want to, for example, pick something like a Puck and you know Void Spirit is a counter, you could potentially ban out the Void Spirit on the 8th ban and then you pick your Puck, you know, something like this, you know. So being on the first pick side definitely feels a lot easier to execute the plan of the team.
Yeah, I do agree with that one. Having overall last pick doesn't feel as impactful. I think a good example is Mulreen, because he's the best in the world when it comes down to not playing into unfavorable matchup for him. So he's dragging the creep wave, he's manipulating, he's going to be playing his Primal Beast underneath the tier 2 enemy tower, the safe lane, dragging multiple creep waves, plus farming the jungle. So there's ways to play with it, and I think teams overall just got way better at understanding what they need to do in the last ban phase to be able to protect the heroes that they just picked.
Yeah, I think the main takeaway for at least for Tundra's side is they need to secure Neta's hero right away for them to have a really good plan.
And then what about Heroic? What's their takeaway then?
I think for Heroic, they are going to just, I think, do their own thing. If we are going to understand what they're doing, it means they're probably going to be losing the game, you know.
I agree.
I feel like whenever you understand their draft, it means that they don't know what to do, they don't have a plan. But whenever you don't understand their draft, it means that they have something going on, you just have to sit down, relax, and enjoy the game.
Yeah, trust the process. Trust whatever chaos is ensured to follow.
I think so too. And honestly, like, this is how this team functions as well. And it's ironic because both 33 and Analog said in interviews that neither of these two players, and it's completely separate by the way, they don't focus on the results. They just focus on doing the right thing, and then the results that they want will come from that. But they're very objective at just focusing on the process, like you said. And I think the process has been working for them, right? Pick Pudge Clockwork off lane and create some chaos. It worked. I think they should have done that game 2 yesterday.
I mean, don't know about rushing Ags.
Go back to that.
Rushing Ags with clock might have been a bit too much. I think you need something in between.
Minor
One
changes,
small item.
yeah.
Just have to tweak it. But I want to see something from Tundra that they've been doing really well. I also don't think that Tundra is going to be able to get the hands on Invoker throughout the rest of the tournament. Doesn't matter how many games, how many series they're going to be playing, because they look way too good with it, because they have this Invoker, Helm of the Dom, Drums, Alacrity, plus you have Pipe, potentially another Dominator from the off lane. It's just too good of a momentum coming out from them, but I'm sure they can figure things out, because yesterday they had very good things that they shown, but they unfortunately lost both of these games.
Enough time has passed. These players are sitting in their booths, and there is one thing left to do. Everyone here at Barclays Arena, get ready for our very first series and our first game of the day.
Versus Heroic. Game 1.
Yes, we finally have a draft underway. We don't have to theorycraft what preparation these teams have brought to the tables. We're going to see it all unfold. Our very first elimination series, Tundra, Heroic, exactly where it's going to fall for themselves. And I do want to know how much is going to be pointed towards the teams in these bands, and how much are they going to be looking at what's in the meta, what's been really stable for win rates throughout the past week of the road to the International and our day 1 of the International.
Yeah, I mean, at the same time, you can look at the win rates, but you also have to remember who you are, right? I don't think you can just basically just blindly follow the meta. You have to understand your players, what are they good at. But so far, looking at the bans, they are quite similar from their first meeting, right? When they were on the first pick side, they also chose to remove similar heroes here, and they're going to open up with a Marcy.
Extremely strong hero, just in general. I mean,
yeah, Tundra actually didn't let it through the last time.
Yeah, to be honest, like if you want to blame something for the Helm Dom trend, this is the first hero. People realize that when you put the Marcy buff on the creep, every time it gets hit, you hit. Every time it hits, you hit. You can actually buff something and use the buff aside from having a teammate. It's like there are all these, you can jump off the creep and it's like, oh wow, this is so good on Marcy. Turns out it's just good on everything. But this was the start of it all.
And this Tiny doesn't say anything for them. Mostly it has been played out by Saksa. They really love to run Enigma plus Tiny lane. This has been their staple ever since they played on the old Tundra as well. This is something that puts a lot of pressure, allows Tiny to roam around freely, maybe make a move, like pick up a bounty rune, secure the active runes as well, maybe even gank the mid lane if the opportunity does allow you to do so. So potentially in the back of their heads, they should start thinking about this Enigma. It's, again, Helm of the Dominator, something that Tundra definitely wants to buy from the off lane.
I think also Tiny is pretty hard to play into as Marcy. Like, Marcy, in her nature, like, will get in there and fights, and you can't really get out. And, you know, heroes like Tiny, you can just casually throw an avalanche on the ground, prevent some sort of initiation. You can toss her out. You can toss her, you know, back into your team. You also have the Tiny innate, where you are taking less damage every time she hits you, and of course she does these like small instances, well actually big instances of damage.
Yeah, not small.
But very quickly, and you're reducing her damage. It's pretty hard to kill a Tiny. So I think in general, like, he likes playing into Marcy. And believe me, this hero is in every single pub right now, pro level pub. It is very hard to find heroes that actually like playing into Marcy. So
I mean, would you say that a Tiny carry would be valuable against Marcy? I know it's not a very popular thing. Because if the Marcy is carry, you want like a good matchup.
I think that idea of like getting in there against Tiny is hard is the same whether it's a support or a carry. So
Yeah, what does it offer more as a carry than the support?
And you have more items, you stand there and you fight him.
You can stand your ground more.
Yeah, you can stand your ground more. Marcy usually has trouble finding heroes that can fight. You have trouble finding heroes that can fight Marcy.
I was gonna say, I don't think you stand your ground against Marcy ever. I think you get the hell out of there. You toss her out, you run away. You wait for her ult to be over. That's my experience with the hero. Like, I really feel like it's very hard, especially if Marcy's going for like the Daedalus build, to find heroes that will actually be able to stand your ground and like out DPS her. I think you have to kite the fights against her, and Tiny's like the best fight kiter in the game. One of them.
And you have to buy 4 stuff as well on that hero.
Absolutely.
Heals, 4 stuff.
Yes, all of these items.
There's a couple more bans coming out from Heroic, the Sand King and the Queen of Pain. So this mid pool lowering a little bit more on the side of BZM and what he's liked to play so far at this tournament.
BZM had a bit of a struggle yesterday when he played at Earthshaker. It's the combination of the two things. We saw a bit of unfortunate sequence of events with that healing salve that did happen, playing into unfavorable matchup, but also not being allowed to enter his own triangle. A lot of his camps did get blocked, and there was also Sanking that was farming in the same area. So I think Thundra is going to be making sure that those issues don't occur again. And I also want to see BZM on the tempo hero. I want to see him, because that game he got completely shut down playing from behind with the naked blink dagger. It didn't look too good, but this hero has been looking amazing in the last couple of tournaments as well. This hero is just lane bully, dominator.
Especially against Marcy.
The win rate, I would say, doesn't paint the story how strong Pugna is.
No. And they banned Silencer. I think Silencer is like one of the better answers to Pugna. Pugna is so good at saving and protecting somebody, and Silencer can just like...
I mean, not just the Pugna, right? Because I think Dominic mentioned the Enigma earlier. It's based on the bans, you know, they already banned out Gyra and Silencer, and Enigma is like one of the better lane partners with Tiny, and I think if they want it, they are probably going to have to pick it here because they're not going to get it last.
Yes, I think Enigma is definitely coming out. I also feel like Heroic probably knows about this because of all the bans. Even
you see those 2 bans.
Even Silencer, like, this is a very good hero against the Black Hole. I do want to say Shadow Demon against Pugna. you cannot decrep and save somebody from all of the Marcy damage because SD's ult is constantly purging, right? So they go with the immediate hard counter, and they're actually going to double counter it.
Yeah, now you have a save and you have a BKB piercing tool as well. Even though Enigma, gets BKB at the later stages of the game, it's more about the tempo, getting these early drums, getting these Helm of the Dominator, so you can, tanking things up if you need a pipe to buy. These are the type of items that Enigma will buy. But I see Heroic with very aggressive drafts. You have Shadow Demon and Batrider, which is going to be... These are probably two of the best heroes in the game to be able to get the stacks going in the triangle, just stacking the jungle in general. Now you need a hero who can actually clear the stacks.
Yep, the Batrider isn't as straightforward though, is definitely a support because they've already played it on 3 different heroes, 3 different players at the moment.
They actually prefer it as a core, which is very interesting. I think if it's a tiny mid for Tundra, now all of a sudden you have to be worried about Batrider coming mid and destroying you. I really love, like, anytime I see a South American team, especially a team with Schofield on it, picking a repositioning-based hero, I always think that they have a way higher chance of winning the game. South America historically has won games off the back of being better at team fighting than opponents. Like, I remember the narrative in NA was always, when it was NA versus SA, you do not fight SA. You try to outplay them on the map because they will outfight you. They know how to play these repositioning-based heroes. So I love that Heroic is going back to the Batrider.
I mean, which is why we see the Dux here. Dux here is really good at splitting the map, pushing the waves, making it hard for lineups like Heroic here. They want to kill you, but you push the waves and you make it very difficult for them to deal with the map. And on top of that, you're going to buy the auras, right?
Yeah.
The auras are going to be very, very good against like Marcy, Batrider. Sure, you have the Demonic Purge somewhere down the road, but it does make it difficult for Heroic's lineup to fight.
And if you want to kill a hero, you probably need to commit with multiple ultis on side of Heroic, because now you have Pugna, so you need to dispel that. So you need Shadow Demon ulti, you need Batrider ulti, because you need to start thinking about Decrypify, Surge, maybe even just a casual tossback should be able to get the Tundra's heroes out of position and make sure that they are going to be running away from that gank. So the heroes on side of Tundra are not that easily killed, and I really like this Storm Spirit from Tundra that came out just now on 17, because it does, we've seen yesterday BZM going for a bit of a newer tech, something that he showed before, but I don't think he showed it on the Storm Spirit, going for that Holy Locket, Soul Ring, pretty much having infinite mana as well. Pugna unfortunately doesn't give you mana anymore with the life drain, but it's still, like, that's why he needs to think about himself, buying that Soul Ring, buying that Holy Locket.
Yeah, I feel like right now Heroic is kind of baited to pick Puck. It looks like a really good Puck game, other than Into the Tiny, who has like a good disable for the Puck. But also, I'm pretty sure Batrider against Storm mid is pretty bat favorite until later on in the game, where Storm doesn't mind playing so much against Bat. So I guess the question is, like, does Analog make this call? It's like, yes, I'll destroy this guy mid. Give me the Batrider. Or does he just ask for, yeah, give me the Storm counter? It's Puck, right? It's also a backline jumper to deal with the Pugna as well.
Yeah, I think that's the bigger question, right? Is how else are you going to be dealing with these supports? Do they have another pick lined up that's going to help them a bit more in that Earthshaker that is now being picked up?
Still, could be mid, could be off lane, could be 4 position. We don't know.
Dude, Shaker in Arena every time. It's so good.
There it is. Oh, they have it on the main stage. All right, good. I do like Shaker against backline save supports in general, because you can go in and echo some frontliner, and then Pugna can't save because you just fissure the backline, right? It's kind of like, it's ironic that the way that you deal with the backline supports, that if you want to jump one hero, you actually need AoE, not single target. And obviously Shaker has plenty of AoE.
I mean, the hero is just very valuable right now because he is probably one of the best team fighters right now in the game. He does so much damage, he can clear stacks, he does everything for you. He scales, and I feel like he doesn't really have like games where I feel like I see Earthshaker in a game, oh, the Earthshaker is not going to do much in this game, you know?
He always does something.
Yeah, I always feel like Earthshaker is going to do something in that particular game.
Yes.
He's just a very useful hero.
I think the only time so far this international we've seen Earthshaker not do anything is when it got completely dumpstered and shut down in lane. But then still, it almost won. After having like the worst laning stage ever, Echo Slam the Ancients, you're back online, and then it still had some profound impact.
Yeah, this is what I wanted to see. I wanted to see a hero that can farm the Ancients with all of these stacks that are going to be happening, and which better hero to do so. Like Earthshaker, you also can't invade enemy triangle. I saw Nigma yesterday against the BB team try to invade, and they got immediately wiped. Like, one hero died instantly, so there's not something you can do against Earthshaker. If you go in there, and they have very good heroes that they can defend the triangle with, so I think you're gonna have to let it go, or you have to be able to be in there, maybe try to block so that they don't get the stacks going, be very annoying for them, because Earthshaker, he's gonna hit the right timing.
I'm sorry, I have to make a point of this. Imagine being such a toxic team that the last two bans are Pudge Meepo against you. Like, what sort of team is this to play against?
Because they're still trying to hedge their bets exactly what is going to be playing core right now, what is going to be the Yuma hero, if it's been picked up already, if it's still out there, what's going to potentially be going mid too. So they're just like, let's take away some comfort, something that causes chaos in their games and something they thrive on.
Yeah, I think that's a very good choice because against a team like Hero, you know they are not going to follow the meta 100%. So it's good the idea to take away their comfort picks here, even though some may argue it doesn't really make sense with their lineup. But again, you know, like I said, if you don't understand that draft, it usually means they have a very good chance of winning.
That's what they're trying to take away for themselves. Heroic, though, ABBA and Faceless Void are the two bans.
Yeah, that makes me think that they want Batrider core.
Yeah, most likely. Time dilation is very, very good against you.
Okay, they're sticking with their Ursa. They did lose 2 games yesterday, but we also talked about how Yuma had a great game, that one game where he didn't die for a really long time. I really like the ABBA ban as well. Faceless Void is also a very good ban, but Abaddon could have made it very difficult for them because what they want to do is go in and be able to kill a hero instantly, and now you have a Dark Shield, you have a Photic Shield, Abba that could have potentially popped the ulti, which would mean that you can't kill those heroes that easily. And here's a 100% win rate hero. This is very, very good because it does allow you, like we've seen a bunch of trolls going into the Battle Fury into Manta style, potentially even picking up Aghanim Scepter, which I think could be very, very good this game because you are going to be dispelling yourself, you are going to be dispelling Ursa, and if Ursa doesn't have overpower, it's on such a low cooldown that carry-to-carry matchup just favors Troll. Ursa,
I mean, also the stacks, right, from Batrider. That's very, very useful.
Okay, here's a question, though. Does Troll not get obliterated by Batrider in lane? Like, I feel like that one is not even remotely close. Like, he could feed relentlessly. I think Tundra's going to need to play into Whisper's lane and try to deal with him early on. Otherwise, like, he could run away with the game.
I think Saksa will need to be very active and try to fix the problems that Jenkins just talked about because you have no stuns whatsoever. When they decide to go on you, this is going to be Troll with Pugna, and you have Batrider as a core plus Schofield on Marcy, so you have a way of bouncing them back with 2 abilities.
Yeah.
Not going to be an easy lane for them, so I think they might need to manipulate the creep wave top, make sure that the Darkseer is going to be getting the farm, and then make sure that they have TPs ready, especially on Tiny, to be able to help them out in this bottom lane when they dive.
I mean, not even TP, so I think if I'm looking at both sides draft right now and I'm Tundra, I'm going to be willing to take a trade where I'm going to sacrifice my offlane to make their offlaner poor, because if you look at Bat and Darkseer, if both of them are poor, it's probably going to be worse for the Batriders team, because Batrider needs a lot of farm to snowball the game.
The Darkseer can just cut the wave too.
Yeah.
So you're kind of confident with Durin being the Darkseer, can stay by himself. He might struggle a little bit, but ultimately shutting down that safe lane.
Yeah, even with the fastest alone, he's going for hard for battle, so he has move speed in the lane. So I think it's okay. He's already going to be ready to play alone and making sure that he's going to just go back to the jungle, try to run around, pull creeps, and make sure he gets some farm.
Right, and what about yourself, Jenkins? Because
I agree with the rotations that need to come in, but I also think King Jungles can then rotate, and then you've Ursa versus Darkseer, and that's fine for Ursa. Like, I actually think Whisper is going to run away with this game. I think Heroic has a lot of options here.
Okay, so it feels like, you know, the fan favorites in the arena right now, Heroic, that's where you guys are siding for it?
I'm going to go with Tundra. I don't think Troll can lose. I think Troll might maintain 100% win rate throughout the rest of the tournament.
Well, that's not the note I wanted to end on. I wanted to end on a high note for all of the SA fans out there. So let's head on down to Slacks, who does have Caps with him.
Hey everybody, that is right here. SA fans in the crowd going ham, supporting you guys. Good to see it here so early in the morning here today. But let's start things off. Caps, there were very targeted bans coming at your way from this team. Were you a little nervous? Did they get in your head a little bit? A lot of your classics, you know, the Silencer coming out, other heroes that you guys are excel at?
Not really. I think we have way too many heroes this tournament. If we don't manage to end up with a good draft, it means I fucked up.
Yeah.
So I don't know, we worked very hard on it because I felt like earlier this year we weren't matching the better teams, but I think here we're ready and I really like what we got.
Oh, okay. So even though you didn't get Pudge or Meepo, you would consider this not a fuck-up?
Yeah.
Now, you're up against Troll Warlord. This hero has that 100% win rate. Is this the game that the Troll finally falls, where your Bat Rider be good enough to take him out?
Well, I think everyone here has seen Whisper playing this hero believes is enough.
All right. Well, it's about time for us to get that show started. Are you any words out there to the fans and the crowd out there?
Thanks for coming, guys.
All right. Let's get into the match.
There we go, yes, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning to you all here in Hamburg. We're getting ready to get right into the action. As you can see, the game has begun down here in the lower bracket. Heroic up against Tundra. And indeed, it's got to be a bit of a scary situation, right? When you end the draft against a team that's getting this carry hero that's yet to lose.
100% win rate.
100% out of a decent amount of games as well. 10 games we've seen it. Won every single one of them, the Troll Warlord hero. Now, the question is, what have they got against it? And do you think this was something that maybe they anticipated, or with the way the draft played out, do you think it might have caught them by surprise?
I would hope that they would have anticipated it, especially if they were picking this Ursa last, because Troll has traditionally been a very good counter versus that Ursa. I think it's because they have this super aggressive dual lane top, like Jenkins was mentioning. The Bat Rider, the Marcy, they absolutely can snowball kills, but let's see if they can even do that, because I've just seen, I don't know, I've seen Pugna kind of push away most heroes from getting aggressive, even Bat Rider, so let's see how they're able to do so. Because too many times this tournament, I've been like, oh yeah, they're going to be able to go aggressive versus this Pugna in the lane, and Pugna just ends up withstanding the pressure, or they end up turning kills because of how much the hero's able to do just poking and prodding in the laning phase. So let's see how Toby's able to push away that aggression that comes. And speaking of Toby, he might just die.
Oh. See if he can get away from this one. He cannot. First blood here for Schofield, who will end up going, well, surely going down in response. Final right click from Chrysalis will indeed get the trade, but not before that first blood is secured by Heroic.
Lane shenanigans from both sides. Toby was catching the wave because Schofield was pulling on the other side, and he gets caught. A little flame break pushback that comes in from Whisper, and this is what they're looking for, right? That's exactly what Heroic wants to do in this lane, is just get kills, try to snowball Whisper, but there is going to be that counter kill, of course, that comes in for Chrysalis. Now we can look at these other lanes. The Ursa, Yuma. Second game yesterday was pretty tough, I would say, for him.
That game, I feel, was kind of tough for the whole team. Right? That was not Heroic's finest showing yesterday in that game, too.
So this one, he does get to pick the Ursa versus the Darkseer, which has been a traditional counter pick in terms of the laning phase, but let's see how this traditional counter matchup works nowadays versus the Dominator meta, because I think things have changed, right? Ursa can kill these Dominator creeps, but a Darkseer with Dominator can also pressure the Ursa in a different way that it used to be, where Ursa and Darkseer just trade farm versus each other.
Now we'll see, because you got to imagine, right, from Tundra's point of view, this Ursa pick was not a surprise, right?
No,
they came here today very ready to play against Yuma's Ursa.
And, I mean, something else we do have to mention, you were talking to me about it on the, car ride over here, the mid lane, right? BZM versus Analog. Analog yesterday had a bit of a tough one, especially on that Shadow feed, right? Those 30 denies that we saw coming out from Noah already, some big damage from BZM.
He's playing it chill. He's got to fire a couple of bottle charges to rely on, so just hold him back, living on the edge here, Analog. Definitely starting to feel a bit of the heat here from BZM. Top lane, Heroic. Going to try and make the go on a Chrysalis, but he did have the chance to put the stick and maybe turn. Another blast comes in, but Chrysalis will fall. Heroic able to push for the kill. Toby also taking a hell of a lot of damage here from Whisper. Whisper wanting to finish up the job, and he'll get it. Double kill for Whisper on the bat. I mean, we heard from the start, right, indeed, the fans know it as well. Whisper's bat can absolutely perform.
Yeah, and I'm glad they already are going to play much more aggressive, because yesterday, we were seeing a bit more passive style from them. This is a lane that just breathes aggression. Both the Marcy and the Bat Rider, great ways to get on top there too, as we see. So Crystal is definitely going to have a bit of a slowdown, even with the Pugna behind, because Toby dying level 1, he's still level 1. Still doesn't have the ward to be able to push him off. Now he's gotten the 2, but a bit of that damage is done in the lane already. 10 CS on the Troll.
Yeah, super hot start for Whisper. Meanwhile, over in the river, we'll see the setup here from King Jungles. TP's coming in. They've got the lockdown for BZM. Fisher comes into play. Jump forward. Here's the rotation. Come through from Schofield. They take down BZM, and they'll be able to outnumber and surround Saxa, slowly chase him down. There's nowhere for the Tiny to run. Heroic starting to bring the action early this game. 5 kills to the one that Tundra's managed to find so far in this first 4 minutes. They're bringing that action. This is what we need to see from this squad.
This is the heroic that everybody wants to see. Just constant aggression, looking for bullying. They're leaving Yuma now in this lane alone since he's versus the 33 Darkseer. He should be pretty okay down here. And I mean, Schofield, he can look to be pretty active. Looks like Whisper is going to be pretty okay in this top lane with this start for now.
And just having very nice heroes to get active with as well, whether it's sort of swinging to the mid and getting the Shaker in on top of this Storm early, or just allowing Whisper to close that gap against the Troll and put the pressure onto Chrysalis in this laning stage.
Heroic woke up this morning. They definitely had their breakfast nicely because these moves are ready. You see the rotations, they're quickly swapping lanes too. Schofield now is bottom. Shadow Demon's starting to get the stacks going for his Earthshaker. Probably because Analog's saying, yes, he's gotten a kill, but in terms of CS in the lane, still wants to get those early stacks because of how beneficial it is for the Shaker.
And on that bottom lane as well, is there a chance for Heroic to also find kills down here, or against the tiny Darkseer it's a little more difficult, or it can still happen?
Absolutely can, but they're just going to play in a different way now where 33 is just going to be jungling, but maybe, I mean, Schofield is looking for some tricky stuff here. He might be able to find a free kill. Let's see how bold he is to go forward. 33 will be fine.
Yeah, he's ready to back up and refuel, so he'll be out of harm's way. And of course, Tundra's lineup, it's just the fact really that they have this kind of Darkseer Tiny. I feel like this has been a duo that we've seen a lot of teams hit a real sort of sweet spot with, right? This combo, it's a classic.
And it's them mostly. Honestly, it's Tundra who've been the ones playing it the most. They even opened up with the Tiny this game, so showing how much they prioritize it.
Talking about the Tiny, Saxa, they'll make his way up there, make sure that they have the numbers to take down King Jungle's Whisper. Should be all right here. Able to keep his distance, has Firefly and Flame Break at the ready.
Nice.
Necessary.
Sox is still in the area with a combo, so Whisper does have to be careful.
But look at this rotation from Analog, making the move here with the Invis Rune. They do have a sentry down, so if they get some further vision around there, they should have eyes on him.
And they see him now.
And they will. So not able to catch them by surprise with this Invis.
And the beauty of this combo, though, with the Marcy is he can just throw him in, right? You can get the Echo
Yeah, you've got to be careful. Absolutely. You can't get anywhere close to this Shaker when Schofield's around because, you'll get caught straight in the combo.
Pretty cool combo, for sure. As we do see, it's 5-2, but Tundra, the economy game, it's there for them.
It's perfectly
CS,
fine,
they're doing just fine.
Yeah, 33 having a final time on the side of the map.
Yep, 33 will check. You'll see his camp is blocked, but he'll still have a secondary one available. But very good preparation as we see Heroic. Double wards, or multiple wards to block camps, scouting information. As we said, they are definitely looking to have a much better early game than they did yesterday. And that early game is very important, as you said. Darkseer, king of team fight. If you don't get a good early game and the team starts to round together around those auras and dominators, it can be very hard to fight against unless you have an advantage.
Bottom. Saxa. Not the avalanche and the toss back. It's a good amount of control there onto Yuma, and with the damage from BZM, should be the end of the bear. Yuma falls. BZM makes a strong rotation. Same time top. They're going to put the pressure onto the carry as well. They get another chance to take Chrysalis down. So both safe lanes starting to feel a bit of heat.
Truly trying to snowball Whisper, though. You see that. They're just trying to get all the kills possible for this Batrider to take control of the game. Mid, Analog, looking for Toby.
Schofield a little too far to connect. Up to the tier 2. Gets a bit spooky, so Toby will be fine for now.
Doesn't want to throw the Echo. Might have had enough damage there, but decides to hold on to it, perhaps for a core kill, or maybe for his Ancients, since it is getting very stacked up, perhaps wanting to reserve it for that.
And constantly pushing out the waves as well, so already getting a decent amount of early damage done onto that mid-tier 1 here, Heroic, with the way that Analog's just constantly shoving forward.
And let's see how they prepare now for bottom. Dominator's done, so 33 is going to start getting this extra pressure. I mean, the tower's dead, so let's see how they do want to react. It looks like it will be pressure on the opposite side as we see Whisper take out the tower. See what build he goes for. It looks like Whisper's going standard. He's not going any deviated build on the Batrider. I was wondering maybe if he does do something crazy like Dom. There
we go. There we go.
Boom.
Easy slam there with the amplified damage, easy stacks, and that's that's going to be the timing done. Very nice and fast this game. Meanwhile in the jungle, BZM and Saxa, they'll hunt down Schofield.
Finding quite a bit.
These are good early little moves here from BZM, up and down between the kind of the mid, the bottom, and hanging around this jungle of Heroic. He's finding himself a couple of early kills as the Storm Spirit.
Saksa being the all-important one to set up for these kills, since he is really the only aggressive hero on
They
their
want to
team
try and
early.
get 33 out of the lane. Jump forward there. Here's the blink reveal. Analog able to shut off the escape. It's a good, solid showing at the blink. And indeed, as we see, a crazy timing here with those stacks they're able to prepare for him and how well he did in the lane. A hot start here from Analog, which is, yeah, we needed to see, right? Because as you said, that second game yesterday, not so hot at all.
No, love to see that. And we did see KJ, right? King Jungle's level 6 pretty early on the Shadow Demon versus Darkseer. It's one of the best heroes in the game. Use Purge him. As long as you get that Demonic Purge up onto the DS, he can usually not disengage, as they'll find the creep as well.
Of course, whilst this is all going on, we're seeing at the top side, Crystalis getting that space. Had quite a bit of pressure early on, but absolutely still in position where the Battle Fury timing shouldn't be too terrible. And if he kind of gets to maintain this part of the map and have the team keep the pressure, or at least keep Heroic's focus on their side, this Troll should be able to catch up.
Yeah, should have pretty similar farm to the Ursa. It does seem like it with the way that things are going down. Power Rune. Saksa will find a haste. Take that one away from Analog. How is Analog's Echo cooldown? 30 seconds.
It's coming up soon.
Likely the next play that Heroic wants to make.
And they could make that as well with, okay, yeah, Whisper buying up the Ogre Club by the looks of it. So yeah, just getting this BKB rush this game.
So changing the build a little.
Yeah,
usually I see
switching
him,
around.
He's very about the drums the early game. So this, I think he's just saying, I really need this BKB to go through all this magic damage.
Yeah.
If he doesn't have it, right, and he tries to initiate and run in, he will just likely get popped. It's a ton of magic burst that Tundra has, so.
And I think it's fine, right? You've already got your mid shaker. They've got a very quick blink dagger timing for the initiation. And obviously you're playing with a Marcy with pick me up. So just being able to survive seems more important for Whisper in this role, this game as the bat, than getting that jump himself.
Yeah, I agree. I thought perhaps maybe the drum, but I think this is just a better pickup in particular.
Here we go.
See the
I
next
want to go here with the Echo cooldown.
33.
So only a couple of Ancient Creeps here. They've got the burst opening up with the Echo, the follow-up, the lockdown. It's there. Nicely done by the two of them.
Can they get out safe?
BZM's definitely going to look to try and make them pay. The opening on a Schofield. Analog will split from Schofield for now. Saxa coming in from the side. Turns his attention over towards Analog, of course. Wants to try and get the bigger kill. They'll get the toss back into the blast. Analog in trouble. Crystalis turns up as well as they bring down the Shaker. See if they can get anything more. Saxa. Avalanche onto King Jungles. 33 trying to get the body blocks off with the Hellbear Smasher, but King Jungles is able to get his way around, and they'll be able to retreat.
Good target prioritization there from Tundra. Saksa even blocking. I saw KJ walking in to try to use a disruption. Saksa was just following him to prevent any type of save, so very on top of it there. 8-5, more kills than I think we've had in some of our games at the 11-minute mark. Very action-packed. I think both teams don't mind this action either, to be honest with you. It does seem like Tundra is fine because they're still getting the farm on the map, but Heroic is happy because they're getting these extra kills to accelerate things, in particular for Whisper, as he is two components toward that BKB.
I think, yeah, just the biggest concern is that the Troll is having a good time, and this hero has been unbeatable. So the fact that even though they managed to kill Crystalis a couple of times early on the laning stage, he's up there. He's top 3 net worth. He's level with the Farm of Humor. He's going to have a good Battle Fury time. That's going to be a problem.
Yeah, my worry is the timing for the Troll, but also it's the Darkseer when he starts joining his team with the auras, right? He's going to have a pipe pretty early this game since most of that damage is magical on Heroic, and Heroic has no aura carrier whatsoever. Unless they want to do some weird build on the Bat Rider, which I don't think he will do anything like that. So that's usually the big timing for Darkseers, right? It's like that 15 to 20 minute timing when the team starts running around together. We'll see if Heroic is prepared when it does kick off. Because so far their moves have been pretty good.
They want to try and strike at Whisper before he has the BKB done.
He's got backup. Can he get himself out of this?
It's going to be hard now here. Schofield turns up. Saxa will be able to hold him back with an Avalanche. Trying to chase forward, but Tundra should be able to keep the distance. 33 trying to Wild Wing Ripper his own creep away there to save it, but Schofield will still be able to get the plus 100.
Oh, in the meanwhile, they continue to get the stacks going on the side of Heroic. We actually get a stack counter whenever possible as well, too, because I mean, it's a team with Shaker, right? It's a team with the Shadow Demon as well, too, so there's going to be a plenty from Heroic. But Tundra,
they're ready to go. They're ready to go and try and connect with Analog around the mid, because Analog does have the slam back online.
Okay, let's see what they find.
Of course, you've got to imagine these sort of timings, Tundra will be keeping track of, so should be prepared to be cautious.
BZM also, he's on Strength Treads, 1600 HP.
He's playing careful. I think he senses that this sort of play might be coming in, but he didn't sense it hard enough. The Echo still gets him into the lasso. That will still do the job nicely.
Way too much chain stun, even if he's on the tankiest portion possible. Cannot survive versus that. Will they take
Whisper?
him into a tower? Saxa?
I mean, he's going to end up walking into Saxon. Saxon's able to toss Whisper back over towards him. Good Fisher from Analog, blocks off pretty much the 4 of them. They're going to try and go for the fight. Yuma reaching in under the tower, takes down 33. Schofield has got the dispose onto Toby. Yuma will try and run down the puck there, and he's able to take him out before he can save himself. Double kill for Yuma, and they might not be done yet. Analog jumps forward. The setup's there to catch out another. Heroic. Find 3 there, and all it cost them is the life of the bat.
Surprise, Whisper actually died. That toss did way more damage than I expected it to. They'll get the tower out of it as well. Good timing from Heroic. Outnumbering, getting Tundra off guard. 2K advantage now for them.
And getting Yuma involved, right? So pretty much soon after this Battle Fury, he's just 200 gold or so away from having that Blink Dagger. And finding those sort of fights, that is going to be what sort of sets him ahead of the Farmer Chrysalis on the Troll.
What a fissure there from Analog. Clipping all 3 heroes, even I think catching Chrysalis on the side there so he couldn't enter toward the fight. 12-6, Heroic setting the pace of the game. Tundra looking to strike back.
Oh, they are.
Schofield.
They're going to find Schofield for sure.
Quick, easy kill.
I mean, BZM definitely doing his best here to make these moves to ensure that Tundra keep up somehow with the amount of kills that are going on in this early game.
Yeah, pre-Soxa Blink Dagger, right? BZM has to be there. I mean, BZM and Soxa have to be there for most of the kills in this sort of the game, as we're seeing. How's that pipe timing for 33? It's getting closer and closer. That's going to be the hard one that they have to go through. But 33 has to be more careful with his positioning too there. I think 2 times now or 3 times we've seen him just get purged and he just dies right at the start of things. So maybe he has to watch the approach since there's difficulty in saving them. As we've seen Toby, he cannot use this Decamplify to save people. It's either going to get dispelled instantly or there's just insane magic damage, as we say, coming in.
King Jungles trying to get some deep vision down.
A lot of Dominators they've been able to find. Soxa getting closer and closer toward Blink. Heroic, ults at the ready. They've got the Shard even purchased up for Analog, so for Heroic, it does feel like it's go time at pretty much any moment that they have this ulti at the ready.
And as you say, just for Tundra, once the pipe's there,
yep, that's their
they'll
timing.
look to turn up, and they'll almost certainly look to try and get Chrysalis involved.
Ooh, BCM adapting his build a little too here. Going for the Orchid this game, feeling like it's a good option versus that Ursa and versus the Earthshaker in particular. Could trip them up. Ursa hates playing versus those silences, although I will say, a lot of games I've seen Orchid lately, it has fallen off pretty hard.
Sure.
But we'll see what he can do with it if he does opt to go for that way. So there's definitely going to be some counters in it. Analog looking for a play.
Saxa, yeah, so close to having the Blink Dagger online on the Tiny.
Should have it after these 2 camps on the side when they respawn if you'd like to wait for them. So Tundra looking for that timing fight. Heroic, they're looking for anything.
They've still got that vision, so they've got a full setup here onto BZM.
Oh, BZM.
They're ready.
On the stack.
Oh, he's so dead, surely. Straight in with the Echo. An easy one there for Heroic.
The dream when you're playing Shaker. The amount of stacks that are made too. He gets every single creep because the Slugger too. Analog, the Echoes are hitting. 3-1 and 5 so far for the Shaker.
Yeah, he's having a great early game here today.
Yep. All right, so Pipe, it's online. Glimmer still not finished for Toby, but they have Pipe finished. They have Blink on Soxa. Let's see if they can start getting things together, because Heroic is starting to get quite a bit of snowball. Look at the difference between the Earthshaker and the Storm now at this point.
Yeah.
And even the Ursa and the Troll, right? We're starting to see that separation of cores.
And they're going to be able to pick up this Aegis without any sort of contest from Tundra. So Yuma with the Aegis online. What would you imagine it now is the plan from Heroic? You've got this Aegis, are you just continuing to go, for action, just for full-out aggression, or are you farming up that next time?
I think you just keep waiting for Echo Slam. Just keep fighting around this Echo every cooldown. If they're not taking advantage of that Echo being on cooldown, it feels like a good position for them. If the Ursa can finish a BKB as well, then he can actually stand toe-to-toe in a lot of these fights. Versus that Troll in particular, too. Could be pretty nice.
Heading in BZM's direction, Schofield. Not quite able to catch him there. BZM more than ready.
All right, Tundra, they're grouping. This is their timing. The pipe's finished. That Blink, as we said, for Soxa. Let's see if Heroic is prepared for it.
Yeah, because Tundra's fight should still be pretty strong. They've got the tools. They've got good burst as well.
Echo Slam, 30 seconds still on cooldown.
Saxa's in. Try for the jump on a Schofield, but the Fisher comes out to disrupt the play. Schofield's going to try and stand his ground with the ultimate, but the combo is there. He's going to be saved for now by the destruction. Will still fall, but heroic strike back. Yuma able to get in onto the darks here. BZM controlling the Shadow Demon to pick up the double. Whisper's going to get back in there. Lasso's there to lock down BZM. Yuma brings in the damage, and he's able to take down the both of them there, Whisper. Getting a huge double. Zaxa attempts to get back in with the Avalanche tossback. They'll be able to at least take the Aegis out of the hands of this bear, but the casualties are rising here for Tundra. As 4 are dead, only Chrysalis left alive to scarper away.
And that's Tundra picking the fight with their timings. And
they went for that.
Heroic is so ready for it, and they didn't even have Echo, Owen. That's without Echo Slam that they're able to do this in this fight. So
yeah, that was a rough move to make.
Again, 33 charges in, gets Demonic Purged, and just dies almost immediately at the start of the fight.
Yeah, he's getting crushed.
He really is.
The farm was still good, you know, he's getting the timings, but each and every decision to turn up to the team fight has absolutely been punished by Heroic.
And they're just so prepared. I mean, look how ready they were for the move. Look, Schofield, he gets the Solar Crest during the stun, an instant stun from Enlight. They are so ready for this move. Beautiful preparation coming in from Heroic in this first 20 minutes, as we see.
Yeah, you can definitely see why this team does like to play with Humor on the Ursa, right? It seems like such a comfortable carry for him because his decisions of when to join and when to not so far have been pretty perfect. He's always been there to provide that extra bit of damage to help get the cleanup.
Yeah, and having Whisper on this bat, as we're seeing, right? 5-1-5. They were mentioning on the panel, he can definitely run rampant with the game. Tundra again, looking to smoke with their timing, but it's into Echo this time.
Indeed. You know, Heroic, they've got more than they had last time ready to throw back at them. Let's see if Tundra can get away with it this time. There's the lead in. Saxon looks for the toss back. They're trying to get onto Whisper, but again, the Fisher causing issues, blocks them off. Analog jumps in with the Echo. Saxon's got Chrysalis. He'll get the ult off, but the Lasso's there. They're controlling the Troll. His ult's soon to come to an end. Analog's going to do his best to kite him out off to the side. BZM will clean up King Jungles, but Chrysalis dies as soon as his ult finishes. And Tundra, they've got to run. Yuma attempted to get on the chase here. Schofield, is he able to close the gap, bringing him in a little bit closer. They're closing in on 33. There's nowhere to run. Dispose back the flame break as well. Analog ready to slam him down with the Fisher. They just can't take these team fights, Fogs.
Nope.
A second time where they've been the instigators. They're looking to try and start this, but Heroic, they're shutting them down every single time.
Heroic is playing this game beautiful. Every single fight, they're like, bring it, let's go. They want these fights, and they're going to get the Tormentor out of it as well. You honestly couldn't almost ask for a better 21 minutes here. 21 kills, 11k lead. Ursa's gotten the Roche, Ursa's gotten Tormentor. Your Bat Riders destroyed the Troll as well. Looking incredible for them at the moment. And yeah, Tundra, that's them picking the fights.
They're trying to fight this. They're trying, but both times it has not worked out for Tundra. They've got to reset and sort of reassess what they want to do in this game because these sort of moves are just not working.
How do you reassess though? It's what's the pivot that you want to go for now at this point when you thought you were going to be able to fight with this aura? I'm seeing a Midas queued up from the darks here. You know, they probably won't go it, but that's usually difficult tell.
That's I mean that's the classic sign from 33, right? The game is hard.
Yep.
Doesn't always end up buying the Midas after he queues it up, but it definitely tells how his vibe is with the game. It's a hard one.
I think Tundra has to slow things down somehow and get BKBs now because they can't fight into all this control.
Not
it's
at all.
Just way too much. Saxa, that's a freebie.
Just playing with him. Oh. They'll get him before any neutral can. Same time up top. That's 33 dead again.
Owen. This is getting out of control for Tundra.
This has got to be one of the tougher games 33's had on his dark side, I feel. We've seen him have some excellent ones on the road to TI, but this game, he is getting bullied.
I mean, they all are. Truly. I mean, BZM, he's got 6 kills, but he's got 4 deaths as well, right? There's just relentless kills that are coming in from Heroic. This is the Heroic that we wanted to see, as I mentioned.
There's just no slowdown.
Nope. 23 kills, 23 minutes, just kill a minute. And they're continuing to hunt with this great vision that we see placed down from them. On top of fighting and spellcasting really well, their ward coverage and their preparation around the map has been absolutely pristine. Tundra again, grouping up.
See if they can try and find a bit of luck around their tier 2 tower.
And this Ursa's level 19 now at this point as well. With a full BKB basher. Angle. It's just how do you approach the fights versus this Earthshaker who now has a BKB as well on top of all his spellcasting. You can't kill him either. You have to somehow take care of this Earthshaker, but I don't even know how you do at this point. Because the control that he's providing is just, control and damage he's providing is just way too much. So yeah, I think perhaps it is just slow the pace of the game until they can at least get the BKB for the Troll and the Storm Spirit, but Heroic just constantly looking for fights.
Yeah, Tundra definitely showing they want no part of the action until they have that next set of items done.
They need them desperately because the lead's just getting to a point where it might be getting too much for them. Schofield looking at a pretty interesting build too if he wants to go down and queuing up a Yules. Very good to kite either the Darkseer, good versus the Pogna, good versus the Troll. As soon as any of those BKBs would go down whenever they get them, can be a very good kiting tool.
Got the blink now on 33.
Okay. He's got the blink, but he's
set up the combo.
He's so fragile now. Even though he's got the pipe, it's so much damage at this point on Heroic.
I mean, we'll see. I mean,
They're putting it on the Bat Rider, so I mean, Heroic is looking to just...
Tundra, they've got to keep avoiding. Unless they find little chances like this, they're going to try, but it's a hard one to go for. Azuma, he's got the erase, they'll try and vacuum him back, he's still got the BKB.
Shadow Demon, as we saw there as well. You can't even use it. It's able to just instantly
That's
get
very
the
true.
dispel.
Yeah, in these sort of games where you're falling behind, the Orchid Storm. That's online. The amount of lockdown they'll have, it's going to make it difficult for even Chrysalis to have a chance of getting in, popping a BKB and popping his ult, right? If these lassos, these Abyssal Blades come in, it's not an easy fight for the Troll to take part in. And he's still not quite got the BKB. He's still at a couple of hundred gold off that Crystallis.
A difference today from Schofield and Whisper. Just having a hell of a performance on these two.
Yeah, the bat's looking pretty crazy.
Yeah.
Was there something that was banned out against them the other days, or they? I guess they picked Whisper's hero early, didn't they? So they They just went for other stuff, but yeah, seeing his bat in action.
I mean, Whisper, I think his two traditional, are the Bat Ride and the Phoenix. These two he tends to just go absolutely bonkers on if he gets a good start, and this is one of those games that we're absolutely seeing that. Yeah, perfect itemization too, as we see. The Blink goes after Shiva's BKB, can go Refresher after. And the lead, it just continues to grow for Heroic. Gold lead was at 15.
They're taking everything right now. I mean, they're soon going to be set up, of course, to move in for the next Roshan.
Which is about to come up. And they are very ready for it.
He's just dead before the fight even starts. He'll buy back. BZM tries to get away with the lasso, comes in. Yuma brings in the bashes. BZM's gone, and he does not have the option for buyback. Heroic, they can push on for more. Another bash comes in from Yuma as he closes in on a Chrysalis. Jump forward here with the Echo Stab. Chrysalis pops the BKB. The Fissure will block him off. He's up to the high ground. Chrysalis will survive, but only just. The buyback comes in from Toby. Try and lay down the burst here on a Schofield. Saxon.
They just pick the fight. Heroic knows all of their strengths in this game. Giving pretty much no hope to Tundra to win any fight. 33 again, runs in and dies instantly.
I mean, he just doesn't expect that sort of ward to be here at this moment of the game, but it gave them the vision. He'll get some backup coming in, but Schofield's in with the jump. Oh, he'll get away just this time.
He does survive.
Just in time that he's able to back off. He's going to try and look to see if they can turn, get something in response. They do get the route onto Schofield, so Tundra will manage to at least get a kill out of this one, and they won't lose 33 this time.
He levels up, gets the big heal there from it. That aggrandize does end up surviving. Looked like he was going to go down again just to Whisper in Schofield, but Tundra, they get something. Was the gem recovered? I believe it was recovered from Heroic. It was. So it didn't end up losing their gem. So just a small kill, but Tundra able to get a little bit of something, but a very small something.
This next 4 minutes could very well be the timing for Heroic to push forward and attempt for the high ground. We'll see how prepared Tundra's going to be for that. Chrysalis trying to get the Aghanims online, about 1,600 gold to go.
I mean, these small things, right? It'll help survivability and him stay, but these team fights just don't even look close.
They get the jumping onto BZM, but not enough lockdown this time. BZM able to sneak away with the Glimmer Cape coming in. And so, of course, Toby will pay the price.
Godlike now for Yuma. He gets to go the fun build, too. Look at this, queuing up the Octarine afterwards. As we said, he doesn't have to go for this Nullifier if he doesn't feel like he wants to. He can go for any luxury build. And Whisper with, breaking records on timings for sure on this Batrider. About to have a refresher done. It's only 30 minutes in, and he's getting close to 5-6 slotted territory.
Yeah, this
is insane.
Yeah, he's definitely making a case for his bat to seriously be considered in the drafts when you're going up against these guys.
And they flex it too, right? As we've seen, they'll play it mid lane, they'll play it off lane, they'll play it as support. So definitely something that could be prioritized a bit higher here, as we just see this game continue to be a beautiful showing from Heroic. BZM TPing in.
See what they can do. He's going to try for the setup on a Schofield. Comes in with the Vortex. Further TP's coming in, but Schofield's able to jump away. BZM trying to chase. Has to be cautious, though.
Whisper might go in. He's got the refresher. He's thinking about it.
He's training with the jump. It was a good knockback with the flame break. He's going to be able to catch BZM. Yuma brings in the damage, slams down the Abyssal. That's BZM gone. Heroic ready to go for more. Once again, Sax at a full.
They cannot, they can't even get pickoffs, Owen. Heroic, as you said, maybe time to knock on that high ground. They've got another lasso if he does see a target. The banner's on the ground.
They've got it ready.
2 minutes still on the Aegis. Fastest on this, makes sense. That might just, in terms of fighting, I just don't know what Tundra does now. And it's felt like that for a long time.
Yuma quick to take out the ward as well.
Banner's down, so the glyph won't even clear that wave.
And they should be able to take out these racks before Tundra have everyone back in the game.
So they just gotta watch.
They'll respect the respawns.
Whisper has double lasso.
He's going to be able to get away with the enrage. The Vortex not going to hold him down. In fact, Yuma's ready to look to see if he can turn and get a bash. Doesn't get lucky this time. BZM's able to step away with the zip.
All right, they'll play it a little patient. I thought they were honestly just going to go in there on the side of Heroic.
They might double back in on this.
It feels like they're going to
how strong they are and the fact they still have this Aegis. Heroic will not be scared of going for another fight.
No, this is a fake back right
BZM
here.
is going to jump up onto the cliff. There we go. Yuma's able to get over to the back. Nice, the Vision will fall. They've locked down 33. The heals are coming out from Toby, but 33 will fall. Chrysalis will get the ultimate off. But the lasso's there, locking him down. Chrysalis bashed up as well. No chance to do the damage as they control him, take him out, look towards BZM. BZM running low on mana. Schofield had to dispose into the Enchanto and double kill for Alon. It is over. GG is called. Heroic coming in hot in this game one. Woo.
I think that's the Heroic that most people were coming to see. All the SA fans rejoice. Holy shit, what a beatdown, honestly. They came in ready to play. Definitely ate their breakfast. That was unreal. Whisper honestly, everybody, all 5 of them played fantastic, covering from laning phase to mid game, sweeping the map, great wards, great macro play. I don't really know what else to say. That was a beautiful display from Heroic.
And sort of forcing that Troll into its first loss in the tournament.
First loss.
They are absolutely able to just steamroll Tundra in this game one.
And Tundra, right, they were even looking for the fights around their timings, you know, this pipe thing. The pipe timing came, and they got completely destroyed even during it.
They
so.
could not find any timing at all to their favor in this game one. Tundra, as Heroic had them covered on all bases and get this game one victory. Heroic with the first win here at this best of 3.
It was a fantastic game. The arena going crazy for Heroic, picking up that win there. I mean, it's elimination that's on the line, staying in this tournament. And Heroic, everything from start to end, Lucas was just amazing for them from those laning phases and throughout.
That was absolutely beautiful. The execution, this top lane was just a complete disaster for Tundra. They were unable to punch back. We said that there's going to be a couple of issues. Maybe there were some ways to try to fix it, but it just didn't happen in this game. Whisper and Schofield, they were playing it pretty much to perfection, immediately getting the first blood, using that opportunity, getting another blood grenade, getting another kill, getting a double kill for Whisper, enabling this offlane Batrider that they play as a core. So when we saw him being picked in the draft, we were like, this is most likely going to be the core because they played across 3 different roles and it did work out amazingly in this one.
I think Heroic just looks like the better team right now, straight up. Like, can you honestly say, going in today, like, did you expect a very competitive series here? Because I feel like for the whole year, we have seen, like, time and time again, you have teams like Tundra, Liquid, they have a rough group stage, you know, rough road to international, and then all of a sudden, you know, come playoffs, they do the Tundra thing.
Right, they power up a little bit.
They power up, they start winning. It's like, okay, sure, they have a stand-in, but it's Toby. Toby has won tournaments this year as a stand-in, right? So I think Heroic is very happy with themselves. I think Tundra is feeling a little bit outclassed right now because, like, I totally agree on all fronts. They got destroyed. Like, Yuma was active. Like, Analog got a super early Blink Dagger. He was crazy active. Whisper got his signature hero. Stomped the lane. Like, this was not even close. Tundra has to, like, go straight back to the drawing board.
Okay, well, before we get to that, right, we've got to talk about the game one a little bit more. Talk about the earlier aspects of this and just how impactful some of the rotations coming through were. How you even talked about, Jenkins, yourself, there was going to be this early trialing and what exactly is going to work out better for the side of Heroic.
Yeah, this triangle for me, I mean, this is like the most satisfying thing ever. Even King Jungle is bringing a creep wave to not only give that farm, but add more damage to the Echo Slam. That instantly went from 1,000 gold on Analog to enough for his Blink Dagger. You do not expect a 9-minute Blink Dagger timing from any hero. Like, this is just not an instinct that you have. Even a player with the skill level and the experience of 33, like, dying in this way right after the Blink reveal is, I mean, that's early. Like, that's a rough death too on Darkseer.
Yeah, you're talking about that early Blink timings and just how much it was able to do for them. But Winter, there was a little bit of a, I don't know if the slowdown is the right word. I'm not sure how to describe this exactly.
I mean, after the dagger reveal, I felt like Tundra went back like towards the other side of the map. Actually, this was before the Blink reveal, so I wanted to highlight the wards, like how Heroic kind of targeted 33 when he was left alone. That was scouting his camps, and they even placed a sentry, you know, to block his farming pattern. That's like one of the small little things that I feel like Heroic really understands how Tundra likes to play as a team, you know, when Darkseer is alone.
This is why I feel like this one was a big outclass, which, like I said, I don't think many people expected this big of a difference, because every single player on Heroic understood their role and pretty much did it perfectly against one of the highest caliber teams in the world.
Yeah, I feel like the first 10 minutes, right, Heroic did everything correctly, whereas Tundra, they didn't know what to do. They weren't very sure about, okay, do we play with our Storm, or do we play with the Darkseer? Because Darkseer can't play the lane against Ursa. Do we help him, or do we help the Troll, because he was like kind of getting bullied by the Batrider, which I felt like we had this little discussion where I think the Tiny needed to choose who to sacrifice, because there's 3 lanes, they have to really help. They can only help 2 realistically. And I felt like the one thing that didn't really happen was the runes, right? The Storm didn't really get the first couple of runes, and it was the Earthshaker getting the runes on top of the stack. So he had a perfect start. Because if you think about it, if you're helping the Darkseer, what happens after that? You help him and then he still goes back to farm, right? But if you are helping secure the runes, then Storm gets the rune, Storm gets to help the troll, and you kind of unleash
He's gonna pay it forward.
Yeah, because what happened in the game was 5 minutes, around 5:50, they actually went top to kill the Bat Rider, and they lost the rune control on 6 minutes. So Earthshaker got the rune. I think these are small little things that it might not look like much, but it tells you the story of what the teams are prioritizing, and I don't know if that was the right way to play the game, even though they killed the Marcy when they went top.
They were killing Storm Spirit multiple times. Like, there was a big difference in the mid lane in terms of like how they're playing, because he was never getting initiated on. And you did mention the rune control. In first 25 minutes, they did pick up 7 runes compared to only 2 runes on Tundra. And if there's one hero in the game that needs those active runes to be able to control the tempo of the game, that's definitely Storm Spirit, and it just didn't happen in this one. Analog, he did have BZM's number throughout the whole game. Like, you could see BZM stacking the Ancients for himself in the outer ring, thinking that he's safe there. But again, these Twin Gates rotations that we praise Heroic for, they go for it, they find them, they steal the stacks again, they get the kill, and they go back to farming immediately. And also one of the issues that we did address is that they weren't very good when they played against, yesterday when they were playing against P-Vision, how they were moving across the map with the aggressive heroes that they did have. This time around, they were very clean in terms of execution, going for a kill, pushing out the waves, because again, this is pretty similar tactic that they did have yesterday, it's just the execution wasn't as clean.
Yeah, I think that's even shown in team fights, right? They were willing to bring those numbers. I think the Vision game was a little bit better as well, Winter, but earlier on, you think Tundra lanes are struggling. They're still able to find farm for themselves. There's still items coming out. You know, the Tiny getting a Blink Dagger as well, but those not really eventuating too much more when the team fights do end up happening.
That was kind of like, I felt like the real turning point of the game. Sure, Tundra, they were struggling initially, but when they got the dagger on Zaxa, they immediately made this play. They went up top, but they started the fight on the Marcy, but they didn't really kill him instantly. It took a while before they died, but the fight kind of dragged out really long, and they got stuck in a pretty bad like echo stand eventually. Yeah. So I felt like this was like the part of the game where Tundra needed to get something out of the dagger, but they couldn't really deal with the tricore, you know, especially the Bat Rider, Earthshaker, and the Ursa together. Like,
I think this is a perfect example of like why Earthshaker as a hero is so high value right now. You know, you have the threat of the big echo, and with the Yasha and Kaya, he does enough damage to like in with the Slugger, innate with to 1v5 your team, but also with just the fissures, like Analog was crazy destructive of all of the initiations that Tundra was trying to make with their timings.
Yeah, this also happened like after that, you know, they were going to fight again, you know, for the Tormentor, and they lost another fight on the Tundra side with the dagger. So these are the two big sequences I felt like Heroic just played really, really well. They anticipated the move, they brought enough heroes, especially the carry. The Ursa came in, joined the fights, and made sure that they took control of the game from here on.
And you can see that they understand how to play with Earthshaker really well. In these clips, you can see that they're always fighting around Fissure, utilizing that Shaker's Shard to be able to get that extra bit of a stun, because the Fissure lasts long enough for you to get that extra enchant totem on him, get the stun. It's pretty massive, and they are really utilizing it well.
Yeah, the Marcy being so impactful, right? You see her as this position 4, and it's like, we can jump her, Jenkins. It's easy. We should be able to just at least have the numbers advantage now, especially with the Blink Dagger reveal. But this hero, you've talked about how much of a menace it is. To see it still be that menace as a support too.
Yeah, it's I mean, it does so many things. Like, you have the Helm Dom build, which as a carry has a lot of impact, but you also have the support build, which can jump a hero like Bat Rider right on top in the laning phase, like give him some way to initiate. So he went for Tranquils, and then he was gonna, I think he built into an early drums, at least he had that queued up.
He had it queued up, but switched to a BKB.
Switched to a BKB, so goes for the early BKB, because they were focusing him very heavily considering all the kills that he had. We even saw some like bait fights where it looked like Whisper was about to get himself killed, and then they were actually, like everybody on Heroic was ready for this.
And I love this Shivas that he did pick up. It allows him to get even more scouting, and this is also in the early prompts that they placed before that, understanding that Tundra might try to go for this Hail Mary play, try to defend Roshan because they were faking it at this time, and then Whisper blinks in, gets a really good initiation, slows everybody down with Shiva's Guard, canceling any kind of Blink Daggers if they have it at the time, and it just feels like this healing reduction as well that he he's going for. This is not a traditional Batrider item by any means. You're playing against Pugna, you're playing against this Troll, so he's just going to get kited. And also, I think Pugna didn't really have a game at all. You're playing against Shadow Demon, so your Decryptify is going to be removed. Storm Spirit did go for Orchid. Then you have a Demonic Cleanse as well from the Shadow Demon. A very, very difficult fight that they need to take post 20 minutes.
Even Earthshaker being able to interrupt his suck on the back line, it's one of those things where it's like before you had to hit the fissure on Pugna, but now because everybody's going for the aftershock increases with Earthshaker's ulti facet, pretty much throw fissure anywhere in the fight and you're going to hit a backline Pugna.
There's a high chance.
It's a very high chance.
Yeah, well, look, our standout player is definitely going to be Whisper. Everything from the early to the late, the itemization, it feels like there is nothing that we can pick apart from what he did there. It felt on the borderline perfect there, but someone we haven't really spoken too much about that I also would love to highlight is this Shadow Demon. We know just how impactful he has been already in this tournament for other teams picking him up, but now with Troll having a 100% win rate, it getting picked up, you kind of realize if Shadow Demon's in a good position, this Troll ult is redundant. It doesn't matter what items you get, you're not going to be able to lifesteal when that ult goes off, and it's just a non-factor.
Yeah, I think if you want to pinpoint like the biggest problem in Tundra's draft, I think they would go back and consider like the Troll to be a bit of a blunder, I guess, because like I get the idea. Troll versus Ursa in the late game is like hugely Troll favored because you can dispel Ursa's overpower, and then you also the mischance Ursa doesn't like playing into. You're the one hero in Dota can man up against Ursa. But all the other heroes you mentioned, you got the Bat in lane that's going to dumpster him. You have the SD, which is going to protect from the Troll ulti as well. So I think in a one-to-one matchup, sure. In a vacuum, sure. But that's just not how Dota works. There are other heroes.
Yeah, we said Whisper was our standout player as well. We've kind of highlighted everyone now, but Whisper was our standout player. We didn't give you guys too much insight into exactly what he was doing to give his team such a good game, but I know someone who is, and that's Purge.
Thanks, Nat. Yeah, Whisper's game was incredibly powerful in this match, and this has kind of been the way that they've been playing his hero role lately. They pick him his hero, and it's not always conventional heroes. He's been picking a lot of Pudge in the first phase. He's been playing Batrider, one of his classic heroes, but not played as much this tournament. In this first double kill that they got them off to a really good start, which is something that does sometimes happen when you play weird heroes in weird lanes. Even like his Pudge lanes, where he should have been losing his lanes consistently for the matchups he was getting, they usually at least go even with some kind of wacky plays just because he's such a good player. And because they got those kills, that allows him to stay in his lane. And now Schofield ends up running towards the mid lane here at 4 minutes into the game because he knows the Batrider might get a little zoned by the Pugna, by the Troll, but he's going to be relatively fine considering the early gold advantage he got. So they're basically turning this surprise pick in this surprise lane with these two very highly skilled players into kills that allows space. So Toby on the Pugna is over here like, I gotta stay here to protect my Troll Warlord in case the Batrider tries to go on me. I gotta maybe get pulls off, but his rotations aren't going to be as effective most likely as what Whisper is doing, because just by being here, Crystallis on the Troll has to worry about getting zoned. He ends up being fine on the Troll in terms of his net worth, but the Whisper's impact continues to cascade here. He gets the Wisdom Shrine at 7 minutes. He hits the level 6 at 7, which is very abnormal for an offlane hero. And then they get a little bit lucky on this net here, which allows them this nice initiation against the Troll. And once again, the Troll Pugna, they don't have stuns. All they have is slows. So against a Batrider, they're kind of in a perfect scenario here. They do misuse their skills a little bit, but the fact that they can turn this fast lasso into a kill against the enemy carry just further compounds this gold advantage that they have. And then there are some rotations by Tundra to try to kill Whisper. They don't end up working out. He creates space by dodging those ganks. He gets a free tower. And then ultimately, at this point in the game, we're only 13.5 minutes in. That extra pressure that allowed them to rotate Schofield around ends up getting the Earthshaker really high net worth. He's at the top here, so that means this Blink Dagger plus the follow-up from Whisper, who's also ahead, means a really, really easy kill on the one hero that can tempo this game well, and it's probably Storm Spirit, because Storm can do both disable damage and gap close. It's kind of a jack of all trades. So early laning stage with the weird picks transitions to some nice kills into some map pressure, ultimately allows him to scale throughout the whole game.
A perfect formula there for Heroic. Perfect breakdown from Purge as well. Thank you so much for that one. Whisper just shining on this, and we're saying that it's this unconventional hero for an offlaner, but not when it comes to Heroic. And Tundra should have been very aware of this. When they went up against each other in the road to the international playoffs, it was Batrider that got picked up against them, played in the mid lane, and garnered them a win there too. So now I'm wondering, what exactly has Tundra really learned from that last interaction, not even a week ago?
I mean, the stats is correct, right? Because whenever they're second pick, they have a very bad win rate, you know, so they're losing again once more on the second pick side, and hopefully this time they might want to, you know, change it up and try to do something else if they are going to be on the second pick side again. But I feel like overall, maybe the main problem that I see in the game is the inability to sit on the lane, to hold on the lane. So that comes back to what Andrew mentioned, the Troll against Batrider matchup kind of makes the whole game very weird because you have to force your supports to come over to the Troll, and then it causes the runes to be snatched away by your opponent. So it's like, it all started here in the lane matchup. So maybe they have to go back and try to figure out, are we prioritizing too much on the mid-late game, whereas we should maybe just put a little bit more weight onto the laning phase.
Do you think they're trying like a little too hard to get some like gotcha last pick, you know, Troll versus Ursa, god tier matchup that they just end up like having bad lanes? Is it that simple? Because
I mean, it's also a lane where you don't play too much, right? So you're not used to it.
Yeah, we've got our teams walking out back into their booth. They've had their time to really sit and think about it there. Our game will definitely be starting very soon, but we're saying it could be as simple as the fact is they're thinking too far down the road. Because games all have that longer average game time at this TI, they really focus on if we can make it there. But right now, the lanes are so bad, they're not making it.
Yeah, you know
there.
what we
The
always
lead
say
is
in that?
big.
If you can't play the lane, you can't play the game.
I thought it was win lane, lose game.
I mean,
That's
that was another one too.
yeah, it depends on if you win or you lose.
You get to pick one of the two.
Yeah,
way.
whatever is the most convenient excuse.
Yeah, you get to just use that one there.
Yeah. No, I mean, I just honestly, I was not a big believer in the Troll last pick. I think we saw the flaws in the hero. I mean, this has been consistently a.
But don't you think that they could have maybe fixed some of the flaws by adapting a little bit more rotations to help the Storm, or maybe start the game earlier with the tiny moving around?
I think Purge's breakdown was absolutely correct. If you do that, then Pugna goes mid, and guess what happens to Troll? He's just dead. He's just dead a million times. So what does he do? Go to the triangle, and then all of a sudden you've Whisper free farming an entire section of the map. I think that would cause cascading issues, and probably.
But you have to help somewhere. You have to decide which one to help, right? If you help the Storm could help.
If you're in a game, you definitely want to create that chaos to try to just not play into the exact hand. But I think, they've, at this point, have a second game, starting fresh.
Yes.
The draft was an issue.
Yeah, you can see that they did the prep. You could see during, pre-6 minutes that there was an observer ward near the twin gates, making sure that the Yuva rotation potentially could be scouted. They were ready for it.
He just didn't.
He just didn't this game. He was playing Troll because they killed that tower relatively early on. You are playing Batrider with this facet, so you're still dealing damage to the tower as well. The tower's going to fall relatively quickly, pre-8 minutes. And then Troll Warlord, he's not the fastest farmer in the jungle. Pugna doesn't really have a lane to go to as a position 5. He's not level 6. He's under-leveled. So a bit of a difficult situations that they got themselves into.
I mean, the thing with Pugna is whenever you're Pugna, right? I don't think you want to sit and guard your carry. I think you want to go and fight the runes and blast the mid tower.
Yes.
That's the main job you have in a game in the first 10 minutes, right? If you can't do that as Pugna, you're not going to feel good in the game.
Yeah, we do have to look at that, right? Because this is a lane synergy that isn't very familiar for Chrysalis and Toby playing together, stand-in. It's not an excuse, it's just facts that we kind of have to look at, how difficult it is for them. And now it makes me wonder, do you go back to just a simple duo healer cost that is a late scaling carry, and then a strong support in lane? It's something that can give them a little bit more of a stabilization that is easy and isn't so much dependent on knowing exactly how your carry plays, what they like to do. It's just making that lane.
I think they did check those boxes. Strong laner, you have Pugna and Troll. I don't think you can think about the better laners. It's one of the stronger 5s.
It's just
one of the stronger carries. It's just a bad matchup.
Yeah, it's just both of those heroes are countered by Bat. They picked 2 heroes countered by Bat against Whisper, Batrider offlane. I would like to theory craft some potential picks instead of the Troll. I think Jug would have been fine.
Okay.
Jug, Pugna, Decrep into spin, good magic damage. You've got a hero that can take off the Batrider Napalm stacks. It's a classic counter to Bat.
I mean, I think the
That was
lane,
it, that was your one
the
theory.
lane synergy might not be as important because I think the most important thing is you need something to deal with the bad, lifestealer jug hero. That's it, even if the support doesn't work with you, it's whatever.
Well, last time Tundra got that righted by Heroic, game number 2, they just banned it out. That might be the same solution for them, but either way, game number 2 is where we have to head.
Tundra Esports versus Heroic Game 2.
Yeah, Bat Rider, that's going to be our biggest question here. Standout player, standout hero, everything about him worked so well in a game number 1 that I don't think Tundra are going to at all let the chance for it to go back in with
You're just banning the draft. Oh, that's a classic right there.
Just straight up, you go, we're 1 game away from elimination. This is the reality Tundra are facing. And they're like, well, game 1 was so tough for us. That Bat Rider has to be taken out. Too much chaos. The Earthshaker has to be taken out. Too much impact.
I mean, good news, Nat. Tundra's on first pick.
I was going to say, yep. Both teams, they love first pick. And Tundra, they got it this time.
Yeah, but on the other hand, is the trend going to continue for Heroic? Every time they win the first game, they're just going to win the second game as well.
I mean, Invoker's in the poll. I don't see a reason why
But now,
Tundra... They do have the first pick, so I assume they're just going to snatch it because this hero looked very, very good. The Helm of the Dominator plus the Forge Spirit allows you to pretty much push 2 waves at the same time if you want to. You have extreme amount of tower damage as well. It's just way too good of a hero to pass on. And
that's the face of a player that just played Shadow Demon.
he doesn't need to think about anything else. Just, or maybe
Yeah!
it's too hard. You have to relax.
The balls on these guys. I love this. Win game 1, first pick the old big man. I love that.
There's going to be a lot of summons around with the Forge Spirit, with the Helm of the Dominator as well, so not going to be the easiest target to hook in this game.
No, I mean, to be fair, A Gultom Scepter build plus Flesh Heap, like, I know, traditionally Pudge is this really squishy, low armor hero, could die to all of the summons, etc., etc. But honestly, when played as a core, which Heroic does play it as an offlane, and they go for, like, the Ag Shiva's build, it is good against mass summons. You cannot kill this hero through the Flesh Heap, so I actually don't mind it against Invoker. My only question is minus armor from Forge Spirits. That's a difference between like Beastmaster and Invoker, right? Is the Beast summons are not giving minus armor, the Invoker summons are.
You don't think about this, but in this current meta, Invoker is a zoo hero.
He is, yeah, 100%.
Matt, you're giving me the look.
I feel like you gotta explain to people. It might be tuning
Well,
in.
he does have more summons than certain summon heroes in the game right now.
Yeah, you're getting like 2-3 Forge Spirits.
I mean, don't forget the buff, Alacrity is...
Yeah, with the Shard also creating more Forge Spirits, plus Helm of the Dominator as well.
Yeah, that's where I was going with the Helm of Dominator. We have seen BZM play Invoker and go for the Helm of the Dominator. It's definitely not out of the realms of what they think is good.
These are good scaling items on Invoker too. Like they give good stats for him as well. Like, he kind of wanted an excuse to go for items like this before.
I mean, could this also be caused by Midas being nerfed a lot? Because Midas has always been an early game item for Invoker.
That's true. It's a good excuse to get something that's giving you the XP boost. Because if you get to like late game in terms of XP on Invoker, you just win. That's how it feels. Like late game Invoker is insane.
Well, you were right, Jenkins. KJ having a bit of a snooze in the booth because he was playing Shadow Demon game 1. He said, guys, just pick it for me game 2. There is nothing else. I don't need another hero. I played well. We want it. Run it back.
I want to see some kind of a setup for this Invoker. They did pair it up with like Shadow Shaman earlier. I think Sanking is going to be an okay one. This Monkey King we talked about earlier in the series is potentially coming out from position 4 if they want to go for it, but also being able to break the combo with the Silencer, having this global presence, Monkey scouting things out just with one Boundless Strike. This is how Tundra back in the days when they won their first TI also did play. If this is going to be position 4 Monkey, because this was 33 playing some Dead Prophet, Monkey King position 4, and Monkey position 4 is back in meta, as we saw yesterday. P-Vision, what they can do with it, other teams showing it as well. So Tundra, I think this is the team that can adapt the quickest in terms of how they want to play the game after losing a game. Ooh, this is nasty.
What? We've seen Broodmother, but it's like that last pick, gotcha.
This is like the Invoker counter. Like it used to be Invoker counter, and Silencer also kind of does nothing against the creeps. And I was going to praise Tundra for their opening, their second phase picks with the Monkey and Silencer having a flex pick and Silencer to counter the SD and Apache. And now with the Brood coming out, it kind of complicates things, are you going to be able to deal with the spiders? And
Yes.
It's going to get complicated, you know.
Yeah, you need something. I think you need this type of a hero that I mentioned. I think they need an extra stun, so going for a hero like a Sanking could be pretty good for them. This is the hero that can park himself where Broodmother is. Either that, or I think Axe is also.
I mean, would
a
you
good one.
consider like just putting the Monkey King against the Brood? You know?
See, that's what I was thinking. Like, I know Invoker position 4 in pro level pubs was a thing prior to TI.
Yeah, would
you want to see BZM Invoker, though,
Yeah.
just in general, especially with this new build people are doing. But I agree, like, traditionally, an old counter to Brood was Monkey King, because, I mean, any hero that has scaling damage that's in an AoE that can kill the spiders is good. Like, Tiny and Monkey King, you can just kill the massive spiders, and it's not a huge problem.
They have a triple save right now. You have Hook, you have Shadow Demon with the Disruption, Tusk with the Snowball as well. Broodmother is not the easiest hero to catch.
Yep, there we go. The Sand King, someone to park in the Brood's lane.
It's also a setup for Invoker. I think it does allow you, like, Silencer plus Sanking is the old school combo. It goes way back 20 years of Dota. It's just when easy to execute these type of executions. Now we have Invoker, Monkey King, so the overwhelming like Heroic doesn't have team fight at all. Like they need to snowball pretty
the
heavily.
early game is gonna be like quite a test, you know, for Tundra, because this Brood and Tusk, they are gonna cause a lot of problems to Silencer. So right now, the biggest question for Tundra is, do we actually move the Monkey King to a core, or can we actually deal with this SD and Tusk pressure in the early game with this Monkey King Silencer duo, which I'm not very sure, because Monkey King Silencer doesn't feel like it's gonna be able to deal with this Tusk SD in the early game. And if you can't deal with the supports pressure in the early game, it means that you're going to lose out on the runes, and you're going to lose on the map, and maybe we're going to see a repeat of game 1. So that has got to be in their mind.
I agree, because it's Crystallis, like, you see Monkey King and you're like, he's going to play it, but I totally agree. Like, I think SD versus Monkey as a core is just a little too hard.
I actually maybe would want them to put the Monkey as a core, but pick a support that can deal with Brood, maybe like a Spirit Breaker, even though the SD is going to deal with the Monkey later. But I feel that the early game, the problems they had in the early game in the previous game might happen again. So they need a support that can at least mirror what the Tusk and SD is doing, and at the same time maybe deal with the Brood, which I feel like Spirit Breaker could be a suitable answer here.
Oh, I love the SB in a vacuum, but against SD, it's another hero that can just purge the status resistance.
Yeah, I think something simple like a Snapfire could be really good. It gets you over the shards. It gives you damage to kill the Broodmother as well. The 1-2 pairing with the Sanking, and they do ban it out.
Yeah, they're thinking along the same lines as you guys. There is just something so synonymous about Crystallis and this Monkey King that they're thinking comfort on the verge of elimination. Do you really?
You do not want. Yeah, you don't want to overcomplicate the draft. I think Heroic is doing exactly that, because these combination of these 4 heroes, I don't think we've seen them in, I would say, a couple of years, because it just doesn't happen.
It's not easy to execute this. This is a hard draft for Heroic to play, so I really do respect it, but Tundra, in my opinion, it feels like they have the upper hand, at least in terms of like ease of execution right now.
If they can survive the early game.
Yeah.
I do feel like if they can do well in the early game for Heroic, I think it's going to be like a very straightforward game. They're going to pressure, take the map with the Brood. So for Tundra, it's going to be up to them to decide where this Monkey King is going to go right now. It's going to be a tough decision here. They're going to have some time here to figure things out. Ban on Lifestealer.
I mean, if you want to catch, I think Disruptor is a good one. He's still in the pool. You can play him 4-5,
and
it doesn't.
Tiny they had last game.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I feel like Tiny is just fine.
He's fine as well, yeah.
Yeah, one of the better setup for Sunstrike, level 1 with the stun.
Okay, we got a carry Underlord.
Wait,
Crystal's carry Underlord. I mean, it's a
most likely.
It's a Brood answer.
Yeah.
It also destroys Tusk. Like, you can never Blink Snowball save anyone when you're playing against Underlord. You do have Cleave.
This is a very good solution, yeah.
I'm curious about the Underlord Pudge lane. I can't say that I've seen that one before.
That is actually not a fun lane. I think that lane is going to be annoying, because Pudge does a lot of magic damage to you.
Underlord has a lot of right-click damage.
So does Pudge with Rotten Core.
That's true, actually. You might be able to 1v1 that.
I think the lane should be in favor of the Pudge.
That's kind of where I was leaning too, but for the game, this is definitely really good. They've answers to the Broodmother. I mean, Heroic is really lacking in team fight right now, so I wonder, do they pick a carry that fixes that.
A Gyro Luna type of hero?
I mean, it could also be a Brood carry, still.
It feels like both of these teams still have that potential to mix things up at the last moment. I'm going to wait to see what Heroic think exactly for themselves.
I think I kind of like the Gyro Luna SF kind of hero right now. It gives them like the presence in a team fight because their heroes right now, they're all single targets.
Imagine they just... Okay, I was going to say...
Wait, what? Brood is carry?
We gotta wait. Hopefully these guys are gonna start picking. It is a Pudge carry.
Pudge carry.
It's a
Pudge carry
versus Underlord carry.
Yep.
What a time to be alive.
Okay, Whisper Phoenix. I mean, that should hypothetically do very well in lane against an Underlord. You know, you talked about the magic damage of a Pudge. Phoenix may be one of the few heroes that does more than that, and from a range as well.
Yeah, they're basically trying to find a replicate to what happened in the first game. Like Batrider is like a hero that can present a lot with the early game, with the Marcy last game. Right now they have a similar setup with the Phoenix and Tusk. So they are having a very similar game plan where they want to try to pressure the lane to a point where Thundra has to rotate a lot of heroes to one side of the map, and they're going to take full control with like the Brood.
Heroic, they need to win the lanes. Like, they need to heavily snowball because this lineup, it can't really team fight against Thundra. They also have a bit of a global presence, not just a bit of a. You have Underlord with his ulti, you have Invoker, you have Silencer as well, so they can disengage a team fight, bring the numbers relatively easy. Heroic is in a very tough spot, I would say. If the lanes don't go well, this is just a super strong draft coming out from Thundra, and they adapted really well after what happened in that game #1.
What about this Monkey King position 4, though? Someone that we have seen it on is 9 class. He's very chaotic. Is Saxa going to be playing it the same way? Is there even a different way to play Monkey?
No, I think 9 class figured it out. And I think Saxa has that respect for 9 class that he's just gonna... He probably watched those replays and he's like, okay, I see. This is really good. He's gonna do the exact same thing. I agree with full cost. I feel like this is a very high degree of like difficult execution for Heroic. I respect that they did it. I think it's really cool. If they win, it'll be in a very flashy, stompy way. But I think Tundra has a lot more options this game than they did last game.
All right, we're looking towards Tundra, just exactly what they can bring out here, because this is for elimination. So let's head on down to the stage with Slacks and their coach, Moon Meander.
Thank you very much. Yes, we are here with Moon Meander. Moon, so great to see you once again, and quite an interesting draft that you are up against, my friend. You knew the Pudge was coming, banned it last time. They're going to first pick it. Were you expecting this? You think you have enough?
Yeah, we were expecting it. We knew they flexed it, but we felt like the bad Earthshaker were more annoying flexes, and we just lost to it, so we got to respect it.
Yeah, big respect bans on that bat. Don't blame you. But let's talk about the Brood Mother coming in halfway through the draft. Surprised me. Did that surprise you? Because I see your team, it is all AoE team fight, baby. You guys are ready for something like that.
Yeah, I told my team against this guys, they're flexing everything, and we're drafting like good old honest men, so we're going to get whomped. This game we have to play more sneaky in the draft.
Absolutely. All right, but you do have a lot of favorites on there as well. I need to hear the prediction. This is for elimination, as I'm sure you know. Are we going to be seeing a Game 3?
For sure.
All right, and any words out there to the crowd? We're cheering for Tundra!
For Whitemon.
For Whitemon! All right, let's throw it into the game.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Game 2 time now, ready to go. Can Tundra hold on here at the International and push us to a Game 3? Fog, what do you make of these lineups? We're getting a lot of fun stuff coming in. I mean, not some fun stuff as well. We're getting a Spider, but the way it was picked right, they had confidence. They showed it as their third pick here, Heroic. They have no fear against Tundra.
No, really interesting stuff we got coming out. Two heroes that are actually all 3 cores in a way, right? Not traditionally played in these positions, maybe on most teams, but Heroic very ready to play these, and I'm glad that we actually mentioned a bit toward the end, or not the end, but even in the middle of the game before. Whisper playing his Batrider, 2 favorite offlaners he likes to play, Batrider and Phoenix. This one, he's going to be playing the Phoenix. Let's see if it has this style that's going to be able to work for it, because they also have Silencer, which has traditionally been a pretty good hero versus Phoenix in lane, because of the, you Arcane Curse him, you last word him. If he does get in a bad position, the dive is going to return you to that position because of the silence. And also in mid-game, right? The global is very, very detrimental versus that hero. So let's see what we get going as Tundra does feel like they've adapted, pivoted their draft to have a better chance inside that mid-game. But Heroic, definitely with another draft that could get some pretty big snowballing in terms of laning phase. I'm looking at the 2 supports, of course, because I think they I think that was the best support play I've seen from Heroic in this tournament, even in the early game. They did everything. They killed lanes, stacked, blocked camps, got ward vision. It was beautiful. So let's see what we do get this time.
Yeah, with this support combo here again, should be able to achieve similar things, right?
Yeah.
You're definitely still going to have that once again with the Shadow Demon, and throwing the Tusk into the mix is going to be feeling pretty nice as well.
It feels similar, right? Like Tusk is pretty much a Marcy in a way, right? He's got the snowball save for positioning. And then that SD, of course, is just the exact same hero. So, yeah, let's see how the lanes in particular go down, because Tundra, they struggled from very early on in that last game.
And what do you expect sort of from Analog on the Spider this game? As we said, you know, picked relatively early in the draft compared to where you maybe expect to see a Brood. Not that we're really seeing a lot of Brood at the moment in this tournament. But overall, is this a difficult game for him? Have they very much picked heroes that are going to be able to stop what the Brood wants to be doing?
They've got ways to always protect versus these Spiderlings, especially early on. You know, with the Sand King, the Underlord, the Monkey King, they have good ways to scout as well. So, not too sure the build that Analog's going to go. I know some players like these Orchid kind of run over builds. I've seen other players like this Conda Poke Phylactery build. I'm not too sure which one Analog likes to actually play with, so I'm curious to see what he wants to actually go for here. And yeah, let's see top. Overall, Tundra's able to have a better time because they got destroyed in this top lane. Just off of level 1 pretty much from the start of things. So.
We sort of had Chrysalis ended up dying a couple of times.
I mean, they already died once. Like in the last one, Toby had already died as the Pugna, so already getting to play a normal lane. And this Underlord pick, right? This has been it's a Tundra classic now at this point for the carry. It's Bottom sucks.
Bottom, he's in trouble. He's going to try and stand his ground against Yuma. We'll get the Boundless Strike off, but the poison stacks up and a little bit of a pause.
Yeah, it looked like he looked like he was not attacking or something ended up happening there as Yuma.
And what are we going to see off the back of this? Is 33... He's fine, right? He's got a Burrow Strike. In fact, can he kill the Pudge?
Unlikely.
Shouldn't be enough, right? Because Sandstorm's still going to be on cooldown for a few seconds.
He's got Tango going as well, so...
Yeah, so...
Should be okay.
Probably will just head back here, 33. We'll see. Maybe he tries to go aggressive.
Sunstrike. Maybe there's a Sunstrike.
Oh, that's true.
I'm checking mana. No. So, 33. He'll swap to KJ.
Doesn't want to commit with the Burrow. Level 1 feels it's not going to be enough damage to get a kill in return.
Heroic, this is what they want. They just want constant kill threat in these lanes, but we do have to watch for these Sunstrikes, right? BZM is going to be looking for those with the stuns that he does have from the setup, especially in this bottom lane. Has to make sure he doesn't use too much of his mana, though. Sometimes on this Invoker, when you're playing versus Broodmother, and Brood used to be the literal nightmare for Invoker in the mid lane, so BZM does have to make sure that he stands his own and keeps at least some mana healthy.
Yeah, already starting to get that pressure on and play underneath the tower.
Yeah,
a good amount of denies in.
Hey, when this level 6 comes, I'm wondering what Tundra wants to do in terms of moving things, because even though the new build with the Invoker is the Dominator, I don't know if it's enough to handle the Brood Spiders that just start coming in. We'll have to see how BZM ends up handling that. Bottom 33, you mentioned to me actually something I did want to talk about. You said the win rate for him so far. He's actually 0-3 on the Sand King so far in this tournament, so let's see if it ends up being a bit better for him this time around, because most people, they're playing at mid lane, so definitely interesting to point out.
Top lane. Oh, but to get the trap here onto Toby with the shards. Toby, he'll go down. See if he can send it for Chrysalis to find kills and return the firestorm back up. Whisper tries to dive away.
He didn't Lotus.
A Tundra will be able to get the trade.
I guess he probably thought he wasn't going to live anyway, but Whisper did not pop the Lotus on himself. Nice Chrysalis, just the cleave. Whenever you get these kills, extra damage, he's going to pick up his boots.
Yeah, it's got a good amount of strength as well with these early stat items that he's picked up, so it's definitely kitted out to deal with the harassment that Heroic are trying to throw down on him.
Don't want to hemorrhage too many kills now up here on Tundra, though, because the Urn, it is finished up now on the Phoenix. That is that big power spike, especially in the early laning phase. If you do get these stacks up, can just constantly pose kill threat. Yeah, and it's interesting to see mid laners that, you know, we have two mid laners that don't play with bottle. We're actually going to have no bottle in a game, Owen. So that's going to be pretty interesting to see how they want to play around power runes in particular throughout the game. Because it usually ends up being a lot of rotations around those power runes to secure and refill. Yeah, neither of them are going to have that. 33. Big poison stacks.
Yeah, still getting very good farm out of this lane at 33. We see that at the moment, top 2 CS.
And he'll always have those stacks to go back to at some point. Sure, not just yet, but eventually. We do know how Tundra likes to play with those, and most of these Sand Kings like to play with stacks. Might even go get one set up now on the side of 33 since his lane is not in a good position. Saksa will also start getting stacks going. He's going to deward the block that came out from King Jungles.
Oh, Sin in the mid. BZM very much able to get some good denies in now in turn. Now that he's got the levels and the Forge Spirit.
Yeah, I didn't get this. I was trying to keep track, but it's too hard to. I don't know how many of those denies were Forge Spirits, or if they were lane creeps in particular, but I can actually check at least based off of net worth a bit there. But it's pretty much even between the two at the moment, so.
It's close. It's just going to be a case of, you know, how we're going to change up when the 6 has been hit. But seeing early pressure coming in as both supports are turned up, they will respect the TP rotation coming in, though. They'll hold back for now.
Nice, similar to last time, right? Heroic looking to get aggro.
And they're trying to go for Analog here with a cold snap, but he has backup of King Jungle. Still going to take a lot of damage, though, from that one.
Ice Wall off the mark. If that connects, very likely it's just a kill. No Sunstrike mana. Sox will find a courier pickup. Bottom lane has kind of been broken a bit, but now 33 with the wave pushing in, we'll be able to get a little more out of it. And rotations actually.
Indeed, early move here. Pre-level 6. Maybe seeing if he can catch Crystallis while slow.
He is very
Schofield's going to be able to provide the setup.
Schofield's right on him.
This is buying time for Yuma to close in. Not somewhere where you expect to find the Pudge turning up at this point, the carry Pudge. Yuma's here, and we'll be able to make sure that he can take Crystallis down.
All right, that was a heads up. Someone must have indicated, right? Crystallis is low HP, Schofield probably saying it that he can find that. That was a very, very heads up move there. Scan, I see. Beautiful. So good identification from them. Tundra, okay, so this is the option I guess they're doing. Bringing the 3 heroes to push away Analog. But the Spiders, they will start to rack up. BZM, Dominator, getting closer and closer.
Yuma, after finding that kill, can head back to the bottom lane and pretty freely farm. I mean, if you're Tundra, where would you imagine you're looking to bring the first move? Or are you not? Is this going to be a pretty passive opening for Tundra?
I feel like it would be pretty passive until the blink comes out from 33. They can get kills with the Sunstrike on some of these situations, but they're actually going to lose their Shrine of Wisdom here too. And they know it's happening. So they're choosing to not even contest their Shrine.
I mean, Tundra's looking towards the mid. They'll get the setup onto Analog. It's an easy kill here for the 2 of them.
All right, so prioritizing helping out BZM than taking their own Shrine.
And they should be able to find Whisper as well, surely. He's got the egg.
He does, and he has Fire Spirits in 2 seconds.
He's able to get them off. He's not able to do it. Ends up going down.
The last word. Sometimes Silencer can really do this versus Phoenix a lot. Can be very, very annoying in the early game. And, I mean, even in the mid game, at all stages in particular.
Yeah, big couple of kills there for Tundra to find, pretty much on their side of the map, with Analog getting caught under the tier 1 and Whisper getting caught strolling through the jungle.
And it was a choice they made. They gave up their Shrine of Wisdom.
I was thinking about maybe going for that, but Yuma didn't end up stepping quite close enough.
Yeah, that's BZM. He's got the Dominator finish. So overall, versus the Broodmother, he's 500 ahead. I think Tundra's pretty happy, at least with this current lane setup that has gone down. Secondary Shrine, of course, we see. Heroic will be able to claim that one for themselves, so good jump of experience. Saksa will go check it, but it's already been taken.
Easy hook for Yuma. Gets the grab on a Toby. We'll see Cold Snap come in and try and put a stop to it, but Toby's already gone. BZM, unlikely. Maybe with the help of 33, they can find something. Crystallis ready to join as well. Ice Wall not going to catch them. Heroic should be fine to get away. So that's 33 and Crystallis both turning up. But BZM didn't quite have enough control to set up for Tundra to do anything in response.
Yeah, Tundra's got the opportunities in the map to be able to have a lot of heroes just very quickly. With the Underlord, with the Sunstrike, right? It's kind of this pseudo-hero being there as well, too. So trying to react to some of Heroic's move, but don't get a kill out of that reaction.
All in all, close start though.
Definitely.
Nobody getting completely shut down. Just overall, really, Yuma sticking ahead by a little bit extra here, as he's had a very clean start as the carry Pudge. 2-0-1. He's ready to maybe see if he can find someone again up on this top side of the map.
Whisper's got the Vessel coming on the courier too, Saksa.
Up in the trees, and he's able to get the hook. He knows exactly where he's jumped up to. Yuma ready to grab him and claim another kill for himself.
Giving it a last hit too.
Very nice moves here from the carry Pudge, knowing exactly when to swing across to the other side of the map and find these opportunities.
Might be able to find the tower out of this too. Early pressure from Heroic. They're going to be able to get the secondary tower perhaps mid.
So if they can punish Analog, they should be able to with the 3 of them. So it's pretty speedy, actually. In fact, he might just be speedy enough.
Looks to be just okay.
It's close. The last tick pretty much gets him. They needed that, Tundra. They get it. Same time down bottom. Global Silence is going to come in as Tundra attempting to chase down the Shadow Demon. Sunstrike, beautifully placed by BZM, will secure the kill.
Very big kills around the map. Like, literally the last tick, it looks like, on the Broodmother that they're able to get that one there. And it looks like he has shown his build, so he is going to be going down the Orchid route that we were perhaps expecting, but I'll say the same thing as I said about the last Orchid, that sometimes if this item doesn't snowball, it can fall off very quickly. Yuma, bottom. Sox is looking for a setup, but decides against it.
Chrysalis was prepared to join.
No Sunstrike man, I believe, on BZM, otherwise maybe he does commit for the play.
Top. So far they step up. I mean, Schofield's looking at this, but still hard for Whisper to play into this anytime that Silencer is around. Toby going to be ready with the spells to trip up the combo.
Chrysalis, he's got his item that he does do on his Underlord, as we mentioned. This is his carry that he's played throughout the year. The Mask of Madness, it's done. Can be pretty ridiculous how much damage this hero gets. If he does get even 1 kill in a team fight, it starts to snowball pretty rapidly. Soxa constantly trying to get tabs of bottom.
Has to be careful.
This time around, King Jungles is a lot lower level than last time. He was level 6 at the 9-minute mark last time, so it's almost 11 minutes in, and the Shadow Demon does not have the Purge available just yet.
How are we doing on the timing for the Blink Dagger for 33? Pretty much has it. Yeah, with this, so... Autumn Saxa continues to tease around with King Jungles. He's going to commit with the Wukong's command. They want King Jungles dead. He'll get the disruption off. See if Yuma's able to do anything to help out. He'll get the aggressive hook in towards him. Tornado comes in to put a stop to the Dismember and gives Saxa a chance to survive. Sunstrike connects. BZM helping out it, but the stun comes in, holds back Saxa, so Yuma will survive. And Saxa,
body blocks,
jump his way out of this. He can, he actually gets up to the trees, but the tick damage from Whisper will put an end to it.
Oh, I was so close to them getting the Pudge as well. Yuma, the Tornado was literally just on the clip. Almost finding it there with BZM. Action-packed early game, 66, both teams matching each other's aggression. And now Tundra, as you said, with this Blink Dagger on 33, feeling much more confident for the team fight. Global also at the ready for Toby.
Yeah, they're ready to go down bottom, and we can see it here with this smoke. So Heroic, how prepared are they for this? They lose the support, they'll take it. And 33 is going to be in with the jump. And Whisper is going to show himself. Snowball there buying a little bit of safety. For Schofield, Sunstrike's going to be off the mark this time with the Boundless Strike, and the Sandstorm damage will be enough to bring Schofield down.
And Whisper, he did use the dive. They're looking for him. He gets...
They're going to just kill that egg very, very easy. So Tundra turning up now as a team, showing much better of a chance than they had in game 1 here with these sort of efforts.
Super aggressive moves that we see coming out from them. Soxa, he almost has his Dominator now finished too, so the numbers, you know, they're starting to get them to rack up. The Brood, Analog has to play his own game. He doesn't want to look to turn up to those fights until he does have his desired item. I mean, so it will take some time for him.
He's going to have to do a lot, but as you say, even if he does get this timing and turns up, they do have ways to deal with the Brood and the Spider Army.
Absolutely. Lots of different ways, either from the cleave or from just the spells from the Invoker and the Sanking. 2K lead now for Tundra. And their economy game, as we said, the Dominators, they are online, so that economy very likely to continue growing as well. They are able to do this creep-cutting shenanigans, as we have seen time and time again from this Monkey King. This time it being Soxa, so we'll see how much damage he can do, but 9 class made it look actually broken, so...
Having a much smoother entrance into this game too, as opposed to game 1 Tundra.
Yeah, and they've slowed down the aggression in particular, right? Whisper and Schofield in that last game, they completely ran rampant. This time around, a lot slower for them.
33 still with the epicenter and in the neighborhood down bottom if there is a chance to fight.
Looking to set up for a play here.
They could try and burst Whisper. He's got to be a bit careful. If 33 gets the chance to go for this, he will. Whisper holding back.
They were trying to cut the tree there. Soxa being very annoying. Saw that Whisper tried to go for that dive play, but won't be able to. Heroic looking to finish up these next items. The Aghanim's very soon done for Yuma. Perhaps that's when they'll look to accelerate things a bit more. But Tundra are getting to just... Tundra's getting to do what they wanted to do this game. Is sit back and hit some creeps.
I mean, it's going to be this double timing, right? Aghanim's on Purge and Orchid on Brood are pretty much going to hit at the same time. So as soon as those are both out, which will be very, very shortly, you got to imagine that Heroics, they're going to make the move immediately.
Yeah. But they do have to watch out because there's a lot of counter aggression from Tundra. There's a lot of global aspect. You know, there's literally global silence, a global teleport, and that global sunstrike too. So even if you run into 1 or 2 heroes, it can be multiple more in a way very quickly.
They've got the money here for the Orchid, so they'll be on the way out. And
I believe
that's the
X.
done. Do they have a smoke between them?
They
do. King Jungles is ready if they want to make that move.
Let's see where they do want to look to go. The scan will come out, catches 33 Toby.
And they get the setup. I mean, this is the thing, as you said, if the silencer finds
So
you first
hard.
as the Phoenix.
It's so hard to play Phoenix with silencer.
But as we saw in the draft, you know,
They picked it into
they
it.
didn't care. They wanted to still run this.
Global was used. Saxa setting up on top. BZM.
Step out. There with the Wukongs. Sax is ready to take King Jungles down. And Yuma, he's got to run.
He is very isolated. 33 is here.
And they can keep hunting him. Or strike, not going to connect, but closes the gap onto Yuma. Same time, Analog will be able to kill off Chrysalis. His chase chop continuing, though.
His team's coming. They're coming through the portal.
See what they can do. He gets the dismember off, but will be put on top of the cold snap. And indeed now Tundra, they might be the ones that have to run. Snowball closes it onto 33. He's looking to get the upset off, but the punch up's there.
And Saxa.
And they've got the silence in from Analog straight over towards him. Dive forward from Whisper. Heroic will take this fight, as indeed it seemed like Tundra, they were not prepared for the rest of Heroic to come across and help out.
So close, that Sunstrike almost getting him.
I mean, it all started
Quick connection.
on the other side of the map. Heroic getting that kill against Chrysalis and then being able to turn it into so much more.
Schofield, looks like they're moving for a play on him.
I mean, Analog's still around. He could come in from the side. Ice Wall will slow Analog down for now.
Schofield.
He should be fine, but only just. Sunstrike off the mark this time. Was worth the shot, though.
That is dangerous for BZM. A couple more seconds if he lingers up there. Analog, if he had a couple more spiders,
he would have gone in on him.
For it.
Yeah, that Ice Wall sort of saved his life there, holding back Analog.
Yeah, just literally clipped him right on the edge of it. Big kills for Heroic, getting things back into their way. On that timing that they were looking for. Whisper in the area here, too. He's got level 2 egg with Veil.
They're looking at 33, and then straight in with the Orchid. Supernova as well. They're easily going to be able to burn down the Sand King.
Good aggressive plays coming in from them. The Orchid, it is working.
Absolutely
is. A couple pickoffs already with it.
Yeah, from sort of the bottom play on a Chrysalis, and then coming forward to the top, and now onto 33 here off the respawn.
Yep.
He's doing a lot here, Analog, as was going to be required.
And he's going to be going down just right-click build, right? He's going to be able to do quite a bit of damage in this game if he gets the BKB. It's a really value BKB game, Owen. It counters quite a lot of Tundra if they're able to get it at good timings on these cores. It's a lot of magic damage and control that Tundra has. The physical damage is mostly going to be from the Underlord, but he doesn't have the easiest way into these fights a lot of times versus a Tusk versus a Shadow Demon.
Yeah, has to get this BKB online as soon as he can, Chrysalis.
Yeah, and he's pretty close to it, to be fair.
He is. He's making good steps towards it. Still top net worth at the moment here on the carry Underlord.
Just does have to watch out. You know, he can't just get focused with the Purge because he is literally priority Purge target #1 in this game from the Shadow Demon. Okay, it looks like Saxa is going to go down. Okay, go. What he's queuing up at least. He's queuing up the pipe. That can be pretty interesting versus the mass magic damage that comes out from the Phoenix and the Pudge.
Definitely going to take a bit of time to get online.
Yeah, quite some time. BZM, Aghanims, getting closer and closer. Big Wombo combo that can definitely come out. Sure, it's not the Exort one, but this is the one that he likes to play with anyway.
Radiant are scanning.
See if they end up searching this top half fully, because Analog is around those. I don't know it now.
Ooh, he is being sneaky, though. 33, does he want to go for the play?
It's difficult to find him. He's going to look towards him. We'll get the Burrow Strike. Sax is ready to help out as well. Burrow into the boundless and the Sunstrike. Analog will try and hide in the trees, but he is surrounded. Tundra, find the spider.
In the meanwhile, Heroic was looking to make a play elsewhere, but nobody is currently down here.
I mean, if they continue to move in the triangle, they might meet Chrysalis, but looks like they're not going to go all the way there.
Saxa, is he going to be able to break the smoke too? Or are they going to find Crystals?
They might find him. They're a little split up. They're not fully following King Jungles right now into that area, so.
And now bottom, her Whisper might get set up on him himself. Toby is down here.
Does have the global silence ready to use.
Whisper's not going for a dispel, which is a bit interesting to say. He's just going full aggression.
C-top, they get in with a jump. Ooh. Massive amounts of burst there to take down the Pudge. We'll see Heroic try and turn. Global's going to be popping already. 33 burning down low here from the damage of Whisper in the Vessel. So Heroic will get the trade for that dive.
Whisper was kind of close to getting that snowball too. That was actually relatively close with that 4-step play that he went for there. And yeah, Whisper, he's going full aggression, Owen. So not worrying about the silencer in particular, at least not just yet, as he's gone for this Shivas plus Vessel route. Very early Shivas again, just like he did last time. It's a ton of magic damage he's going to be kicking off in these fights.
Yeah, it's kind of that's the thing, right? Even if they do get the curses, the silences onto him, it's a high chance he's able to survive through it with that Shiva's Guard.
Yeah, perhaps so. And maybe he's just having a lot of confidence in Schofield just protecting him in some of these situations too. As smoke from Tundra. BCM and Soxa paired up.
I've got the setup. King Jungles will get the disruption off.
He's just fine.
But Wukong's is there. So King Jungles will fall.
Can Soxa get out is the question.
He's pretty slippery as the Monkey King. So should be fine.
Looks like he will. Oh.
They're going to try and chase. Does get clipped by the Shivas, so we'll start taking a fair bit of damage here from the Vessel as well. But yeah, one of those heroes that you really don't want to spend too much time chasing, especially when it's the support. He's just too slippery.
Yeah, I thought perhaps they could get actually a kill on the retreat there. So it took some time to bring down the SD, but not the case. 2 TPs there from Heroic. And they're going to lose their mid-tower now out of it from the split push from Tundra. Tundra manipulating the map. A 3K lead now for them.
Yeah, BZM picking up the farm very nicely. He's going to soon have the bots as well, so...
More global.
All across the map. Lotus Orb as well for 33, so we'll have a bit of a better chance of just getting in there and surviving against some of the single target that Heroic are trying to throw down on him to control him.
And Christos, he can turn up to these fights now. As we said, he did disassemble, got the BKB, now he's got the Echo Saber as well. He's strong. This damage is pretty ridiculous if he's actually able to connect on these heroes. If he finishes up this Harpoon before the fight, then he can easily pull them in and actually hit targets easier.
I mean, so what do you look for if you're Heroic? You know that any sort of play that you try and make, it is going to be answered by Tundra. So what would you imagine the call is now from Heroic?
I think they can still fight. They've got their double BKB timing as well. So it's just going to be of execution inside of that team fight. Who gets that initiation?
Schofield. And Whisper here. 33's going to find the setup. They'll drop the global. It's a dead Phoenix. Not a chance with the silencers coming into play.
45 seconds.
I mean, they might look for more Schofield. But the D-Ward will be able to slide away with the Force Staff, and
Tundra
does have Yuma by his side.
Tundra wants Tormentor here. That's their ideal here. So Heroic might look
they want to go
for the fight, but they don't have like their strongest hero.
Sure, Yuma's he's drawn the line on the map, so he wants to get over it, but this Tormentor dies too quickly here to the full 5-mana Tundra, so not a chance to interrupt that. Maybe a chance to still find a kill.
They're looking for the catch on the retreat. They have a deep ward placed.
Can they catch
Chrysalis?
Chrysalis?
Chrysalis here, BKB.
They are. They're going to get the hook in.
Smart play.
Toby. He will get away in time before King Jungles comes a-looking.
Tundra will get away with what they wanted. BKB was used from Chrysalis. You know, we said how important it is this game, but there is going to be a lot of tools that do go through it.
Bottom. Let's see Whisper turn up. Sax is in trouble. Analog's ready to commit as he pops the BKB. He stays on top of the Monkey King and is able to kill him off through the Wukong's command. Wasn't able to fight back that time. Sax does still have BCM around. Now they know that there might be a chance to get in on this. 33 makes the jump. Epi Burrow Strike and the Meatball coming down to take Analog out. They get the curse down on a Whisper. Whisper trying to push back against Toby and BZM. BZM, does he find a chance to get back in on this?
Whisper.
He's going to be falling low. The Sunstrike doesn't connect. And on the side, King Jungles starting to play around with BZM. Yuma sweeping across. We'll see if we can find the hook. Jump forward. Hook's going to be off the mark. But still there, the poison's stacking up. The Supernova's going to be successful. They can't kill it. They have to try and run, but BZM, he's dead. Toby continues to get chased, tries for the TP out, but he's gone as Yuma closes in on him. King Jungles finishes him off with the poison.
Oh my! Oh, and I'm so happy that we're doing this series. This is kills everywhere. 15 to 15. Both teams playing around cooldowns beautifully, right? One team sees BKB used, they wait for a second to go in, they catch the target, the Brood dies, but then the backup comes in Heroic, prepared for that aggression, finding BZM. I mean, where did KJ come from? I mean, he just wrapped around him.
I think, caught Tundra by surprise for sure, but it's definitely one of those moments where you know, if you were Tundra, you have to go for that move, right?
Absolutely.
You know, 33 sees the chance to kill Analog. He has to go for it. Just the problem is that Heroic indeed were ready to punish it and now has set up the map to get themselves this chance to take the Roshan. Tundra, they're starting to head over. Maybe a Sunstrike? Not going to do anything. They're able to clean it up for themselves and get that Aegis onto Yuma. Sacks up.
Yuma gets out too. Tornado doesn't clip him.
Schofield might be left behind.
Oh, that's the champ.
Oh, nice force up to the high ground. Is that going to be enough to save him? It looks like it will. He's got King Jungles by his side. Schofield able to slide away. Saxa is going to try and have the final word about this.
I mean, Schofield has the gem. He is a high priority kill right now.
And they can't chase him. They can't kill him. He gets out. He keeps it safe. And again, one of those games where Whisper, he loves to hold on to the gold. He's nearly got 4,000 gold in the bank on top of this Shiva's Guard. Possibly considering, do you imagine he'll commit for this, the pots to the Midas, or maybe he is thinking BKB or something else?
I'm thinking BKB or Lotus.
Yeah, there we go.
BKB,
he needs it, and it's coming out.
It's too important in this game.
I mean, because we are seeing, you know, if Whisper does manage to get his spells off, like, it's pretty ridiculous how much damage this Phoenix can do, right? So if he's able to pop BKB, get the egg off, it's pretty much impossible for Tundra to fight into.
He also can be more hesitant about just using the egg, right? He can just stand his ground with it.
They're going to get the jump on him.
He dies.
See if they got the burst, dive away. The Global Silence will come in, and now the BKB's up, so Whispers can survive and start burning down 33 with the Sunray. 33 will fall. Whisper lives.
Heads up play. I mean, they probably just checked him, and they're like, hey, he's got no extra, and then a BKB just appears out of nowhere, so...
Yeah, I mean, that's obviously the strength, right, of saving up this kind of 4,000 gold and then bam, just dropping an item purchase.
That can definitely catch people completely off guard. I don't know if they saw him pick up that BKB there. And yeah, little things that Heroic is doing that's very clever. Even them killing this Roche early, I wanted to point this out. They even used the SD with the disruption with the menace.
I mean, we're definitely seeing as well. It might not be able to put a stop to him jumping away, but the whole kind of dive in Shiva's Guard is very good for trying to scout the area and find where the Monkey King is.
It feels like Heroic is starting to get some pretty good momentum their way. Now having this Aegis also for Yuma, these fights are looking pretty good for them. And 33 does have to be a bit careful because he is starting to fall a little behind, starting to be the sacrifice. And I think having such a great start, that is. He's still in a good position in terms of network, but a couple deaths now for 33.
Yeah, BZM at the moment with the more impressive KD on Tundra's side. And one of the struggles, though, that has been for Tundra, you know, despite the fact...
BZM, you're mentioning him. He doesn't have his BKB.
Well, they've got the setup. There's nobody coming to help him. He is very, very dead.
King Jungle, that's 2 times that he's
these
just
supports from Heroic are just hunting down and finding these huge opportunities. Same time, Yuma going to try and chase down Saxa. And the quick curse from Toby should hold Yuma back enough so Saxa will survive, gets out of that. But I think one thing we're seeing, or not seeing right now, for Tundra, for all the kills and the fact that they are able to keep up with the pace overall, kind of on an individual level, they're still yet to really find that big fight for Crystallis to be able to pop off, right?
Absolutely.
He's not
been
really...
very quiet.
You know, they tried to make those earlier attempts with the Fiend's Gates, but nothing has kind of happened where he's turned up with his top net worth and cleaned up a fight. So far, Heroic, they've been able to dance around any time that Crystallis wants to show up.
No, definitely. And as we said, you know, he's going to be focused a lot in this game from either a Demonic Purge or a Punch or, you know, the potential Sunray if his BKB isn't there.
Yeah, it can be
a
lot.
lot of damage that can really trip up this Underlord. So we'll have to see what Crystallis can do when the fight actually is something that he can actually contribute to. Analog.
Still a minute and a half left on this Aegis, so Yuma will not be afraid of looking to make the moves, and here we go. Smoke up again from Heroic.
Another thing we do have to mention is Heroic, as we see, they have multiple different ways to protect each other. They have either an S3 Disruption, they have Snowballs, either these 4-steps. On the side of Tundra, there's a 4-step and a Lotus, as we see.
And the Global, I guess.
Global, but it's not the same type of save.
Sure.
Can be a little harder to bail people out of a bad scenario.
I don't know if Tundra's going to expect Heroic to come from this position.
Hey, Toby.
Yeah, they're going to find the silencer first, so no chance of a Global for the next 50 seconds unless he wants to come in with the buyback play. Crystallis will be found. So 30 comes in with the jump forward to the burst straight. Yuma pops the BKB. There's the buyback Global coming in from Toby. BZM turns with the Tornado to lock down Schofield into the meatball. Hook to set Schofield to safety. See if there's going to be enough here as he gets in deep with the Snowball, though, as that comes to an end and will die. Whisper pushing forward with the BKB, just able to fight on into the epicenter. The Wukong's command laid down. Whisper dives in. He's got the Supernova at the ready. Tundra, they've got to back off, but Saxa's not going to get the chance as Analog takes him down. Tundra, can they get back in after this Supernova? That's the question. BZM trying to look for any sort of opportunity. Crystallis, he's got himself stuck. What? He's going to get hooked. The Sunray comes in. The Tornado will put a stop to the Dismember at least, but Yuma in on top of Crystallis.
He's gone.
Oh my goodness, he didn't want to do that. He got stuck. He came through the Fiend's Gate, ended up getting stuck and set up for an easy hook. The fight continues at 33. Pots the BKB, will get in with a Burrow Strike on a Whisper, but Yuma's back in. Hook there, straight to the face of 33. Takes down another, and the rest of the remedies are surround Toby. The fight, it's a bloody one, but Heroic will come out on top, and I guess you got to be careful with where you're coming in with these Fiend's Gates, right? You can't be too close to these kind of pincer points of the map, because you just might get stuck and hooked.
He also, at that point too, he had no BKB. He was getting melted from the Sunray that was coming in from above. Also, the start of this fight, 33. This was also 70 seconds ago, so quickly revamp, but 33, his Epi, his blink got stopped, I believe, from the Phoenix, so he couldn't actually jump in with Epi pre-Aegis timing. So they're actually missing a lot of damage on Tundra, and Tundra, that was a buyback from Toby as well.
It was
to
as
bring
well,
the
yeah.
global,
It really was.
And they still lose the fight.
That's rough. We'll see it again here.
You see this? So this, I believe, is where 33 in a couple moments here. He ends up Lotus reflecting the Dismember, but you see he's going to start trying to rev up this Epi soon, and it ends up getting canceled, I believe, from Whisper, who walks on top of him.
So at this point, you know, Tundra know that there's still a chance of getting back in on this.
Yeah, and there you see it. Whisper, he walks right on top of him, prevents the blink, I believe, just from his facet, that is, the burn that he's able to provide from the Dying Light. And then, yeah, Analog comes in and gets some good cleanup.
Yeah, he's able to clean up the supports very easily at the moment on this Brood. And then Crystallis, we see, tries to Fiend's Gate deep into the fight, but he's just stuck on the steps. It's an easy hook for Yuma.
I don't think I've seen that before. I guess the steps is just, with the size of the gate, it just blocks you. All right, noted. Do not use Fiend's Gate
on the steps,
unless you're blocking
pretty scary.
Enemies. 33. So he tried his best. The Healing Lotus actually ends up making him get that secondary kill, but yeah, Yuma with the follow-up.
I mean, he just got so much there on the cleanup there as the Pudge.
Yeah, that Aegis usage kind of perfect for the side of Heroic. And some big timings now, speaking of Heroic more, a refresher now for the Pudge, so double rounds of that BKB plus bite. And I believe Analog is about to have Bloodthorn, which is an insane damage increase for him. I believe he hit 20 as well. It's not as ridiculous as talent it used to be. I really believe this one was once 80 or 70 attack speed. Now it's only 35, but still substantial. As Heroic prepared for the fight.
Tundra, though.
Look at the ward they've got placed, Owen, again. I don't even know when they place these, but somehow Heroic is so sneaky with these this series.
I sense something, though. Crystallis backing away.
33.
He might get found instead. They get him with a jump. Global has to come in, but they're going to have to follow up and get the Burrow Strike off. A 33 BKB won't save him. They still get the kill.
Yuma does pop his refresher, though. Does have the secondary BKB available, but they will get a massive kill. 33 gets brought down. 65 seconds. They also use the global. So Heroic, see what they want to use with that time.
Tundra's still trying to stay out on the map around the mid.
And look at these builds. So, as we said, you know, when you're playing versus certain heroes, sometimes too, you start changing. It's going to be a Greaves from King Jungles to be able to dispel that global. At least off of himself. Then he can potentially go for these save plays.
See what they get going with the shard. It's going to be going the way of Yuma.
Not bad.
So far, should be definitely having an impact. We have been seeing Yuma hit the hooks.
He has been, absolutely. Even sometimes to save allies. Yuma.
BZM's got to be a bit careful. Schofield's going to get the jump, and he's got the back of a Saxa. BZM lays down the Wukong, but Schofield's able to get out to the side with the fall star. Whisper is going to get caught in the pit at the side. We'll pop the BKB. They'll try and push Whisper out of the fight, but he could be ready to get back in with the Supernova at the ready. Hook off the mark this time round. As Tundra starts to back off a little bit, Yuma definitely going to try and go for another grab in a few seconds. Closing in onto Toby. They close the gap onto the silence, and Toby's gone. And all right, they could still look for more.
33's respawn. He's coming down.
So what they do is Saxa, Vision onto Whisper.
Heroic, they're backing up.
I mean, can Tundra find a catch and return?
It looks like they really want to here.
It's hard, though. Yuma's still very ready to fight. Even with the BKB gone, he's so beefy now. 3,500 HP.
They do have triple BKB at the ready on the cores on Tundra.
Can they find the fight?
Heroic.
Saxa is ready to lead in. Hook's not going to find him, but they do catch him with the silence and the harpoon. As they drag him in, take him down. Schofield will fall in return. Tundra get the trade. They still have to be very cautious, though. As we said, Whisper still ready with the Supernova if the fight goes down.
Analog
on a larger scale.
Analog still has all of his stuff up as well, too. He's actually gone Disperser instead of going that Bloodthorn for now.
Going forward. They get the Dismember. BZM did get the BKB off. Global Silence there to put a stop to the Dismember and give BZM the chance to get out. As he'll back off, Chris is trying to get hits in, but it's still very difficult. The hook, not quite long enough to grab Crystallis this time.
And Crystallis is sitting at like 700 damage, but he can't hit targets. He was alacrity'd up, so he literally was doing about 700, but they're kiting him. The reset comes out. Heroic, they did have to use a buyback there, but still getting a good advantage in terms of net worth there. Up to a 6K lead. And that was that Soxy gem, or was that their own secondary gem? I actually didn't check, sorry. It was their own secondary gem, okay. Smoke up, Heroic, feeling strong. A full refresher also on Whisper.
Oh boy.
These fights look hard for Tundra.
So much relies on Toby having the global silence up.
And he is only going to have one ever. And he is quite poor at this game, and he is by far the bottom net worth in this game.
Crystallis, they've got eyes on him.
Might get purged.
It was hit the side. Whisper's been able to cut the tree of Saxus. Saxus got to pop the pipe and run.
Crystallis.
Gonna get in on top of him. Yuma in with the BKB. Crystallis trying to trade back and does have 33 ready to go at the side. Schofield will help to finish off Saxon. 33 ready to make the jump into the trees, but Yuma, he'll kite them out. They'll come in onto Analog, but the defensive hook comes in. Yuma saving Analog and ready to move back in now with his own BKB. The Supernova's there, the punch up as well. Crystallis is gone. Hook will catch onto the helm of the Dome Creep, meaning that 33 should be able to sneak away, or maybe not. The Shiva's slow coming in from Whisper. They'll put the refresher. He's ready for a second Shiva's guard in on top of them, chasing and burning down both 33 and BZM as 33 will try and hide in the sandstorm, but the spirits connect. Whisper brings him down.
Oh, and they're starting to steamroll the coverage, the team fight, the spell casting is insane. The saves on each other too, just hooking each other out of these little situations. Crystals can't stand and fight almost ever. And Whisper, I mean, we're seeing why he doesn't care about that silencer.
Absolutely
Why
not.
he doesn't care about these little small dispels. He's all about this macro play. Insane performance from him so far.
If Tundra don't have global ready to press, there just seems to be not a chance for them in these team fights, even with the BKBs and such. And as you say, just here, the fact that both Yuma and Analog are sort of able to dance around this carry Underlord, not give Crystallis any sort of chance to get the damage done. And even here, when the Burrow Strike connects, Yuma separating Analog from 33 and Crystallis, keeping one another alive.
Honestly, this is some of the better team fight spellcasting I've seen in quite some time. Heroic, they're just covering each other beautifully. Sometimes, you see these double melee. They're sometimes stacked up on top of each other going for a kill. They're completely aware that 33's looking for these epicenter plays and kind of distancing and gapping it each time. And it's beautiful to watch. The symphony of skill for sure coming in here from Heroic.
I mean, Whisper's just looking terrified.
He's out of control.
We saw obviously like the Pudge games, and that was just Whisper having some fun. Now the gloves have come off, and he's bringing out these bats, these phoenixes, and they are looking pretty disgusting.
He's playing his true staples.
Yeah.
For those who do love to watch Whisper play these, he is going completely ballistic so far this game. All three cores top of net worth, and as we mentioned too, the supports, they're still getting a decent amount in Toby. I mean, he's queuing up the refresher, but he has almost.
It's a long, long way away. But it's what he has to get. The global is so important to provide them a chance in these team fights.
That is surprising. It's giving Tundra a 52%.
I will see. Dota Plus has been right in the past.
It also probably has no idea what the hell is happening in this game because we have an Underlord carry, a Pudge carry, right? Things are a bit more bizarre than usual. So far, Heroic. Especially in these, the last 10 minutes, it does feel like they've broken the game quite a bit here with these last few fights. These refreshers do seem like it's adding another stage of difficulty for how Tundra wants to look to fight. There's double BKBs, double Phoenix Egg. Just don't have that many counters versus it. And now a BKB even on the Tusk. So the supports, they have ways to play around global. Greaves on the Shadow Demon, BKB on the Tusk, Demonic Cleanse on the Shadow Demon. Lots of different ways to cover each other. All right, big neutral items as we see for Tundra. Dazoon on the Sand King, Dazoon on the Invoker.
Any big plays here from BZM and 33. Looks gonna be there. Yuma
again.
Ready to make sure that opening combo from Tundra doesn't do a lot.
And remember, this hook, it can catch people off guard because of the crazy low cooldown when you hook allies with that shard. Goes down to, what, 6 seconds if he does hook an ally. Picking up the Lincolns next for the Pudge. They're getting close to 25. on all 3 cores on Heroic.
I mean, they've got the Satanic done on Crystallis, but as we've seen, he needs to get the hits in on the target.
He just can't attack, is the problem.
Yuma, again, making sure that it's not easy for Tundra to open up onto anyone other than the Pudge.
Yuma?
Stacks up. Trying to see what they can force out from him, though. Get the BKB out from Yuma. Trying for the hook. Not going to grab them this time. 33 considering maybe making the jump, but the BKB comes to an end. He's in, but the refresher BKB's there from Yuma.
Heroic looking to disengage.
Tundra pushing Heroic back successfully.
Yuma wants no participation in this without his BKBs. He wants to finish that Linken's. Tundra gonna look to try to punish while those BKBs are on cooldown.
Yeah, they've got to be careful who shows here on Heroic, because Tundra very ready to make the jump.
There also is this Aegis at the ready, still for Analog, so...
Even if they do get the connection, it's definitely not going to be an easy team fight for Tundra.
No. And as we said, multiple different saves. So, gotta be careful who you go for. $50 seconds for BKB on Yuma. Starting to inch their way forward. A sneaky ward as we see plays from Toby, but they do see it with their gem.
And Whisper again with this very chill strat, just saving up the money. He's getting very close to having the luxury of picking up that Hex, and definitely potentially surprising Tundra with it.
It's a pretty cool approach from him that he's done.
He's doing this a lot this series, yeah.
It's catching people off guard, and they're giving him SP, so he's about to hit 25.
So yeah, 25, and with a potential full Cypher Vice that he could pick up for the next fight, Whisper.
Level 25 also hit for Analog. Quite a bit stronger in terms of his right-click damage potential. And he has been able to get some right-clicks off.
He really has.
Unlike Crystals.
I mean, in these team fights, you know, the supports of Tundra, they've got to hide.
They do.
Because this Spider's been finding them time and time again, cleaning them up very quickly.
It's like the hardest game to play Silencer, really, at this point in the game. Right? He's got Force Staff and nothing else. No defensive items possible for him. Tundra. Creep cutting, buying time, trying to waste out this Aegis as much as possible. 50 seconds until it does go away.
What are we seeing next?
It's just difficult for them to keep these targets held down, right? As we're saying, like we have to see for the fight for Tundra when they can actually get Crystallis to hit targets.
Yeah. Yeah, are we able to bring up the hero damage done? Just want to see if that does look not too hot, or if he's still been able to do a bit with the Firestorms and such, because that can add up.
It can. I mean, Whispers is probably through the roof, right? His is probably highest than like BZM in 33, but I imagine that the Underlord's damage done is quite a bit lower than the rest of the cores this game. Okay,
yeah, so
I mean, not too bad. All things said.
BZM definitely carrying the team fights though in damage output right now.
Yeah. A lot of it just from like little physical poke too from his summons, as we see there.
Yeah.
See there from the Force Spear and the Dominator.
Yeah, I think it's just that, you know, when you have your carry with kind of like this AC Satanic and soon to be Daedalus, right? You need to have a lot being done by him.
Scofield will not allow them to take that shrine. They'll be able to claim both.
Talking about damage done, so Saxa's got a Deso on the way out.
That's an interesting pickup. From what we've seen, and what I've seen most of the times on these Monkey Kings, it is just the Scotty pickup usually is the route that they like to go for, because it applies, of course, with that Wukong's, and it's very strong, but looks like he wants to have more physical damage in the draft.
I mean, that's the thing. If they can get the hits in, right, with the Deso, the AC, the Underlord, once he gets the stacks built up, like, the hits are going to be hard.
I'll have to see if it pays off for him.
Saxa. Oh, they're going to find him. Schofield there, catching him with a punch, pretty much sort of mid-jump.
And he also didn't go BKB, right, too. He's gone for the Pipe Diffusal build, but does feel hard for Saxa unless he's literally just playing in the tree line during the Wukong. Now we'll have to see if it does pay off for him. Maybe just thinking that they have too much magic damage and he just needs straight physical extra, but Heroic, very prepared.
Yeah, Analog's continuing to scale massively off that Disperser, getting the full Bloodthorn. Another Tormentor to take. Schofield will get the shard.
And Schofield is going to start queuing up that Aghanims as well, so will get stronger and stronger in terms of what he can do in the fights. He could just potentially punt the Monkey King out of his Wukong.
Taking the Monkey King away.
There is no Desolator then from that, or he can just punt the
33.
You know, yeah, he can do a lot this game. Even Crystallis, right?
He's trying to get these hits in.
He's getting Mobile Hero.
He's going to get kicked away.
This could be pretty annoying.
Yeah, that's going to be rough. I mean, he's struggling to get the hits in as it is. If he's getting kicked in the face, he's going to struggle even more.
Yeah, we'll see it when Schofield is able to get that. as eventually it does seem like he will. We did see also point out Yumo had hit 25, hit one of the stronger 25 timings for a Pudge. That Dismember is incredibly strong when you have 2 of them at that increased duration.
Yeah, little things as well. Blink online now for King Jungles. So between that, the Force and the Greaves, he's ready to bail heroes out. I mean, we've seen already how good Heroic's lineup is at saving one another in a multitude of fashions, whereas Tundra, very limited if someone gets jumped.
So much save. Level 20 as well, something you don't see too often on the Shadow Demons. I always like to point this one out, is the Disseminate. It's 50% share damage. It is pretty insane how much this can actually dish out. Also just to protect allies, it makes them that much tankier. Tundra.
Can they ever really try and go on this Pudge?
They're gonna try. Dispel.
Schofield! He's gonna make the jump in, closes in, they get the burst striker on a Whisper. Whisper, is he able to survive? BKB's gonna be there in time, and he's able to get the Supernova off. They're gonna turn straight towards the egg, they'll kill it off successfully. On the backlines though, King Jungles and Analog chase down BZM. The buybacks coming in from both Whisper and BZM.
Crystallis.
The fight locking down Crystallis. He's gonna start to try to heal up, but they're holding back with the disruption. He's gonna get surrounded, punched up. Can he actually get the hits off Crystallis? He cannot, as Crystallis is gone out of the fight. 33 will get back in with the burst strike. The Hex stuff off the Whisper with the BKB, and the second Supernova hits there. They're going to try and kill the egg off with this buyback from Crystallis. The 33 dead. He has to buy back. Crystallis can't kill the egg in time. They're just killing them off one by one. There's a dieback on BZM. This fight's an absolute mess for Tundra as Heroic overrunning them. Crystallis trying to hit back, but again the shards holding back. The dieback on him. They're losing lives left, right, and center, Tundra. They just do not have what it takes to stop Heroic.
They're all dead. All 3 cores are gone. Heroic's got everything. Whisper with the buyback. They're ready to end it.
They're absolutely ready to move on here in the lower bracket. Heroic ready to go down the mid.
Oh, I mean, Whisper, that's why he's been holding the gold too. He can just buy back, buy an item,
and
join in the fray, and
GG
it's done.
is called. Heroic will move forward in the lower bracket, knocking out Tundra 2-0.
Unreal team fights from Heroic today. They came in ready. That was a beautiful display. This last fight in particular too, you can see how confident they were. They saw one hero, their buddy gets jumped, they just jump Whisper with no hesitation. Yeah, he dies, his egg gets killed, but he buys back, jumps into the fray immediately, and they just completely outnumbered them. Tundra, it looks like they don't know what hit them.
I don't think they do that last fight. The chaos that Heroic would bring, just a beautiful culmination of what they've been able to show so far in these 2 games. I mean, this is sort of the Heroic, but I think people were expecting to see yesterday. We didn't get it then, but today we get absolute peak Heroic.
It's relentless aggression, truly to their name. Schofield, crazy plays from the Tusk. Have to give a ton of credit to the double supports. Both games styling, making crazy moves in comparison. But yeah, what a game overall. Heroic came in with a plan. Their first big Pudge, they flex it, they switch things around. They get Whisper on this Phoenix, and my God, if this guy gets Phoenix or Bat in some of these games, it is very terrifying.
Yeah, tough end of the road here for Tundra. Not quite able to do it today. Of course, they did well to come this far, having to play on with the stand-in. Toby obviously doing an excellent job stepping into the role, but was not quite enough today to give them the chance to take a game, let alone the series, against Heroic. I mean, moving forward, right, Heroic, they're going to be a pretty nasty team to try and draft against, right? When they're able to pull this sort of stuff out, it's like, are you banning the Pudge? The flexibility they have with it is pretty ridiculous. Yuma gets to show up with it this game.
I mean, Moon said it himself too when he was on the coach interview. They flex like crazy, so it's hard to predict them, but also they are, I'll call them kind of trendsetters in a way, because they're not doing what the meta has been sort of dictated. Right? How many Dominator plays have we seen? How many creep cutting teams playing slow, waiting for timings? That is not Heroic. Heroic is just relentless. They're looking for plays, looking for fights, playing on every timing. Yeah, this was a very fun series in particular for the side of Heroic.
And especially to come back after what was a pretty rough game to yesterday, right? Yes. They were getting kind of outplayed on kind of all fronts in that second game. And then to come in today, and Analog in particular, he stepped it up massively. A beautiful 2 games from him. And to come in with something like this Brood, again, you got to remember, came in as the 3rd pick and still had an incredible impact with this mid-Brood. Well, there we go, ladies and gentlemen. Heroic moving on, 2-0. They knocked Tundra out.
I'm here with Analog from Heroic, who has just secured top 6 at TI, and by the way, the first Brazilians to ever do so. How does that feel?
Feels very good to be here. It's like a dream for all of us. And much love for everyone supporting us in home here. It's so nice to represent this South America. Let's go.
And you're not just securing top 6, but you are doing it in style. I mean, we had Phoenix, we had Broodmother, we had Pudge. You guys just picking whatever you want. I mean, who is enabling this level of creativity in this team? Who is just letting you guys do what you want?
Yeah, we have to be bold. We are here to prove themselves. So, yeah, we have to be men and pick whatever we want. You know, first pick Pudge, pick Brood. Caps, our coach, is trusting us. The players are trusting themselves. Also, Mango's doing a very good job. Thanks, everyone.
And I think it's only natural that we take a minute for the fans. I know you love doing this, Analog. Please say something in your home language to the people watching at home and, of course, here in the arena as well.
First, thanks everyone that's here. It's amazing to be here. The aura of this arena is so insane. Thanks everyone in home that's cheering for us. Bora, caralho!
One win away from the best result ever at an international. Give it up for Analog and Heroic!
The crowd is just going crazy for Heroic here. They were up again, still in that lower bracket there on the verge of elimination, but a 2-0, they come in, they get the job done, and like you said, Jenkins, leading into this one, if they win with it, it's going to be with style, and my goodness, wasn't it?
Yeah, I totally agree with Nomad. They are picking whatever they want. They are saying, we do not care what the meta is. We do not care that everybody is complaining how broken this Helm Dom thing is. They're completely breaking it. And if you want to be a champion, if you want to win this entire thing, this is what you have to do. This is what teams historically have done, is that there is one pervasive meta that's happening, and the one team that can manage to break it, they win the entire thing. So it's really nice to see from the boys.
Yeah, I mean, the Brood pick kind of stopped the Helm from doing its job, right? Because they are constantly controlling the mid section of the map. And Brood is also one of those heroes that we always talk about which core can actually kill the creep without expending too much time, right? So Brood is one of them that can connect over and just kill the creep.
Yeah, there is something more important, though, that we do have to quickly get to. Of course, where there is a winner in an elimination match, there is, unfortunately, a team that we have to say goodbye to as well.
Yeah, hi, thanks, Nat. I'm here with 33. Obviously, I wish we were having a conversation under different circumstances, but this year you guys have gone out in the lower bracket at this stage. Unexpected for you, I'd suggest, but also you're playing with a stand-in. Toby deserves a shout-out for getting you this far, doesn't he?
Yeah, I think he played great, and he came exactly when we needed him, and yeah, big thank you to Toby.
Indeed. What makes this team so hard to play against? Because a lot of people have been saying the Heroic are a very fast team, they're kind of unpredictable. What is so difficult about this team?
I think they just play a lot differently than most other teams, I guess. Pretty much all of the top teams right now, especially at this event, not always. They play very safe and they are very like chill, they don't really take risks. And these guys are kind of the opposite. They are always ready to take risks, and you know, Schofield is like charging into 5 heroes. You know, if he dies, he goes again. If he dies, he goes again. So I would say they play, I guess, with less care, and I guess we got caught off guard by it, even though we knew it was coming. And yeah, good luck to them, and hopefully they can do it for other teams as well.
Indeed, they did play very well, so they were worthy opponents. Let's talk about next season. Obviously, this season has ended for you. What are your plans for next season as a team and for you personally?
I think we'll see how it goes. Obviously, it's not the kind of stuff to discuss in a post-loss interview.
I'm just trying to get some info, got to try. And finally, obviously, you guys have a lot of fans around the world watching Tundra and rooting for you guys. Do you have any words for them at the end of this season now?
Just thank you for everyone who was watching us. I know it was a disappointing end to the season for us, but yeah, we received a lot of love and support throughout the whole season. We had a lot of good results, so thank you, and you know, sorry it had to end this way.
We're very sorry to see you go. Let's get a big round of applause for Neta and Team Tundra. Thank you so much, and we hope to see you again soon. Back to the panel.
Thank you so much, Ted. Yeah, an abrupt end to the Tundra journey here. Definitely not what people expected. Actually, only 16% of people predicted that Heroic were going to take this series. There wasn't really that faith when it comes to that wider audience, and Heroic having that carefree sort of play style that 33 just mentioned there, that's what really got them the win here, Lacoste. The fact that they're able to shake things up between a game 1 and a game 2 when it comes to execution.
Being unpredictable, I think this is the big part of it. Drafting like this, where nobody expects you to go for these type of heroes, and something that he talked about is Schofield. This guy's a maniac. This is how he played throughout his whole career, pretty much. You know, these are his heroes as well. We're talking about Clockwork. We're talking about Tusk that he just played as well. These are his signature heroes that he really excels playing, and I would say that when they go for something like this, you gotta respect it. But we also seen them adjusting. After what happened yesterday, we talked about a lot about this Monkey King position 4. It didn't work out when they were playing against the Vision, but this time around they let it go through, which is also a bit of a statement saying that we can beat this. Like, we can compete with the best teams in the world, playing our own strategies, not going for these Helm of the Dominators, but if you go for it, we're going to punish you for it.
A fine line between that stubbornness, right, of if it's going to work out or not, but also confidence in knowing we did have an answer that just wasn't that execution. But I thought you were going to talk a little bit more about Yuma, right, because he was the big standout in how this early game played. Game 1, Tundra expected some early gate rotations from Yuma. It didn't come. In game number 2, they were actually caught off guard by the fact that he then went back and started doing those rotations.
Yeah, this time around they did not place an observer board, so it did allow Yuma to go through the twin gate, something that he's really known for, something that he does use the most out of every carry that I've seen so far at the tournament. And look who it is. That is Schofield. You don't expect them to be at this point of the game in this particular part of the map.
6 minutes.
Yeah, it's 6 minutes in. He's going like, this is the type of Dota that they want to play. They want to be very chaotic. Then 9 minutes in, they're going to be doing the same thing, going through the twin gates, pairing up with Schofield again, getting a kill on Saksa. But it also shows the type of Dota they want to be playing. They want to be playing aggressive, getting some of these early kills, and try to snowball from there.
And also, they don't play by the rules, right? I mentioned 6 minutes because what is 6 minutes? You go to the rune and you control the rune for your mid laner. They don't care, you know? They're just doing, okay, I see this guy, he's walking into my territory, I want to kill him. That's it.
That's the risk, is like, if you make this play and you're sacrificing what is the normal order of operations, which is go mid for the power rune, you are sacrificing something for nothing, and you can legitimately just like lose the game. This is why I love that 33 was saying that.
I think it allows them to go for this type of a play because they don't care about 6 minute rune, because you do have Broodmother, who is level 6 at the time.
Yeah, it goes back to the draft.
Yeah, pretty much. So you can send the spiders, kill the runes. Invoker doesn't care too much about the runes, neither does Broodmother. So it does allow them to go for this type of a play.
Yeah.
It wasn't all love and lust for the side of Tundra. Yes, there were those early parts that kind of catch you off guard, but there were still a lot of great moments for them when it came to team fight. That was something you guys highlighted so much about the strength of their draft, was the team fights. And early on, around 10, 11 minutes, that's when we started seeing it kick into gear and take place.
I mean, all this also came down to the fact that the Brute, he was able to control a lot of the map here. And you can see the Monkey King setting up right away here. Like, again, you know, trying to create some space for Crystallis to farm.
Really pushing the limits on the hero here on Monkey King. He's actually gonna be surviving, and really nice spell casting coming up from BZM's Invoker. Always a 3 to watch pretty much, but 11 minutes in, I wanted to see this type of a play from Tundra, seeing that they have overwhelming team fight, which is gonna result in multiple kills. Sure, Saksa is gonna die in the end, but they're sticking around for another 35 seconds. They feel like they can still be taking the fight. They have Global Silence ready, pretty much all the green lights on the top already, except for the Wukong's command that they just used. They're gonna be ready to clean up. Invoker at this point of the game, he feels relatively strong. Does having that Helm of the Dominator, does having multiple Forge Spirits, and this time around they will be killing Whisper and killing his egg, because we've seen this Underworld being utilized really well in terms of dealing with the early Broodmother aggression that she wants to do, and also coming in with this global presence, bringing that +1, being able to get a couple of extra hits onto that egg.
And by the way, 33 went Treads on Sand King, so he had more like right-click potential for the egg. I love that he does this. This is why like this is such a... It's a sad series to see Tundra go, because you know that they're the ones that are going to come up with these little cool micro things about the game that makes Dota so beautiful, you know. Worked out in that situation, killing the egg. It did give them an advantage in the game, but yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't eventuate to it, but you do talk about like this global aspect of it, the mobility of Tundra too, and that could have been something that was great against how aggressive Heroic were going, but there weren't always connections, Jenkins. Sometimes a pickoff happens, and in one of the particular situations, that then leads into a rough fight for Tundra.
This was the big one, and the reason that Tundra was not expecting it was because this is 4v5. Whisper's the strongest hero. He was not there, and Heroic still goes for it anyway, and they make the play. From this, you can see Crystallis is still dead. They rotate everybody towards bottom, then they get a kill bot. This transitions into even more kills, and then they take Roshan. So like from a single extremely risky play, smoking 4 versus 5, not only 4 versus 5, but your strongest hero is dead. So you're banking on the fact that Tundra's going to split up because nobody who's sane is going to smoke with the strongest hero being dead while in a disadvantaged game.
Yeah, but at the same time, I feel like they only did that because there was a ward there, right? They saw the position of the heroes. That's why they decided. It wasn't like a blind risk, you know. They saw the hero's position and they decided.
They knew everybody else had to have gone portal because nobody walked back through the river. So if they find somebody in the river, they're alone.
Yeah, so I think it comes down to they're really calm in the situation, even though one hero was dead, and they made the right decision and they played really well there.
There is one moment that was probably very unfortunate. I'm not going to say it was the turning point by any means, Jenkins, but definitely an unfortunate moment that you like to have a little bit of a laugh over.
We have to rewatch this. I mean, this is just one of those things about Dota. There are so many mechanics in this game that you have the Underlord portal blocking Crystallis on the cliff there, and in a lot of situations, it's like, okay, I'll go back through the portal, I'll, TP out. Not against a Pudge. Like, in that situation, you're stunning yourself to get hooked in as one of the strongest heroes in the game. I mean, at this point, he's a carry, right?
You know what the Chinese name for Underlord is? It's Big Ass for this particular reason. He gets stuck easily.
That was a washing machine type situation for him there.
Yeah, okay, really
Good job,
just
guys.
stuck in that one. We're going to move forward because I don't know how to from that. It's our scoreboard here for the end of the game. Heroic 2-0. The numbers are just lining up as well for you, Winter, where you're like, Heroic, for a series, that game one is so dependent for their momentum throughout it.
Yeah.
They come in and get another 2-0.
They come in, they have a plan, and if the plan works, it works, and if it doesn't, according to the stats, it doesn't work, They don't really adjust very well. But this game, they didn't really need to adjust, but I would like to really comment on this Brood. I think this Brood is a pick where it really made life very, very difficult for the Invoker. The Invoker couldn't really push the mid tower. They lost control of that section of the map, and a lot of the plays were happening because the mid wave is pushed out, right? Because as Brood, it's very easy to push out the mid wave. And whenever you push out the mid wave, it means that your team has the advantage to execute ganks on the map, and I felt like that actually played a huge role in the game.
Yeah, every core really stepping up to what was needed for them, but the carry Pudge was the biggest one. This team, Heroic, the chef's kiss coming out.
That was amazing, amazing gameplay.
It was really good because yesterday they had that strat come out as well, right? We didn't know where it was going to go, the potential flex, it ended up being off lane, didn't work out. They're still running it back. They're still banking on people thinking that it's a flex, not really knowing where it is, and this time it just finds so much success in the carry role.
Yeah, I like it a lot. I mean, it fits Yuma's playstyle perfectly, like a hero that can run around and get kills and be active. And I do think this is something that I've seen a lot in pro-level pubs that was popular before TI even started, which was people were going for BKB refresher. And legitimately, like, you don't need armor items if you can refresh the flush heap. That's like the idea. And refresh the dismember, refresh your BKB. It's like, it feels like he's immortal for this like 12-second period. And I do think Pudge is a lot better of a core than people are realizing. I mean, Heroic knows it.
Yeah.
Now Tundra does as well.
And when it came to it too, they're putting so much effort on looking at Whisper in this game number 2 because of how well he did in game number 1. And so that's why we're kind of praising a lot of the other cores on the side of Heroic, what they were able to do. But Purge, I know that he has a little bit more praising to do for the side of Tundra.
That's right. They had great heroes for beating the Phoenix, but the rest of the lineup had some issues. They picked Phoenix because he's going to be able to lane well against the carry Underlord, deny or lower his attack speed, deal damage, get last hit as a range hero. But the problem is that they picked it into a counter. The Silencer is very, very good against the hero. So when you hit him with the last word ability, that makes it so when you cast your next spell here, you're going to end up taking damage. So he ends up killing himself in this circumstance, but it gets worse than that. The main problem is that their opponents also have gap close. So when he even wants to egg with those treads on the Sand King that Jenkins mentioned, or the other gap close heroes between the Monkey King, or even the Underlord ulti coming in, it's very easy for them to kill the egg. So Whisper, despite picking himself into a good lane, he had to deal with the global silence and the mobility. Here's an example of the global silence that's very tough. As the fight begins, he just gets global silence, he can't press egg. And interestingly enough, he really delayed buying protection for that. He ended up going the Spirit Vessel into the Shivas before finally solving that problem. But the good thing is that all of this focus that goes on him leaves space for Heroic to win team fights afterwards, because then the global silence is on cooldown. The rest of his teammates can basically take a straightforward fight in a normal way, because they don't have to worry about getting silenced. That kind of undermines what Tundra has going for them. And then if Whisper gets to go first, then he also doesn't have to deal with these problems as much. There was no global silence in this case, but look at the amount of damage he can output with just a Veil and the Spirit Vessel. It's very good stuff. So here's the fight where he finally gets his solution here. He picks up his BKB at this fight. Got kind of close, but presses BKB once coming back from the dive, and this finally allows him to say, no, I'm not going to die at the start of this team fight. And this was basically the turnaround point of the game. It was even up until this point, back and forth, 2k advantage. That BKB was a big game changer, allowed Whisper to basically unlock gigantic damage potential and no longer be a vulnerability for the team. And that's really when they started to get ahead and close out the game.
Thank you so much, Purge. We always see it. We talk about this team fight. What exactly is it that changes? Is it a certain item timing on a hero? In this case, yes, definitely. Sometimes it's levels as well. You just got to play that patient waiting game and live throughout those team fights. That's the biggest issue that teams have faced before in the past, Lucas.
Yeah, for sure. I think Whisper has a great understanding. He had a great series overall, but he has a great understanding which items he needs to buy in certain situation. I think the whole squad also complements each other really well. You did talk about the BKB refresher, not having any BKB piercing abilities, and then Whisper comes in. He's staying on top of the network throughout pretty much the whole game as a Phoenix, which is super impressive, and his damage numbers are also through the roof. Core Phoenix does insane amount of damage and gives you insane amount of heal, plus also they do have Shivas, they do have also Aghanim Scepter and Pudge, which does allow them to counter this Underlord who has Mask of Madness. You're playing against Monkey King, not a core, but still not allowing them to get any kind of heals. You want to get that Satanic eventually on your Underlord. It's just completely negating it, so they are just not playing it for one step of the game, but also taking like 2 steps ahead.
I totally agree. Like, I think a less skilled team would have their Phoenix go Yule Scepter or Lotus Orb. And it looks goofy that he doesn't have the solutions to such an obvious counter. Like, Heralds know that Silencer counters Phoenix. You play against it once, and you know that it counters Phoenix. So you want to buy the counter items, but he realized in the early game, somebody needed to do the damage. So they just need to play the fights differently so that he doesn't just die. Or if he does, his team is getting something for the death, that the death has value. And once again, I'll just go back to, like, this is how South America has traditionally played games and won games, is they're really good at team fighting. So it's really nice to see them win this series by doing exactly that.
Yeah, it was a pleasure to watch, getting to see Heroic continue on their journey in the international. But we're going to change the pace a little bit here, and we're going to take a look at one of our finalists from the short film contest. every year it feels like the people submitting for the short film contest just keep outdoing themselves. That one was so cinematic. I don't even know how creative you have to be able to do that.
That's a good facet, by the way.
No, it's not.
That is an underrated facet.
That. Do not tell people that.
Because then as a support, you can start stealing kills, and you have an excuse for it. Oh, I'm going for the damage amp. I just want to... It's not stealing. It's not KSing.
Can we mute his mic? Nothing important
don't play
to add.
support, please, Andrew.
Yeah, really valuable information. I wish they kind of did, though. That would have been awesome. We do have to look towards, though, our next series because the eliminations do not stop. We've already said goodbye to Tundra today, but we are going to have to say goodbye to another team. We've got Enigma Galaxy up against Tidebound. I'm going to say it, Enigma Galaxy, fan favorites. Yeah, when it comes to this tournament, seeing them make it top 8, everyone loved seeing their elimination series. They've already been there twice before. Yesterday, they could have seen themselves in that upper bracket.
They could have easily. I think they had a very good shot. That first game, GH kind of carried them, especially with that Phoenix performance, keeping its troll alive multiple times. We saw some really, really good Phoenix performances so far throughout the tournament, road to the TI playoffs as well. So probably we're going to be seeing it much more. But that third game, they needed to close it out. They definitely did.
Yeah, they had it. They had it in that game 3. I mean, it was a back and forth game. It felt like there was momentum, but maybe some...
there was also a lot of nerves, right? Judging by how they were like messing up things, and
it seemed like it, like the TP from Sumail into the 5 heroes situation, and then you look at the map and you're like, oh, they were so close. They were actually really close. If he just waited a second, just one more, or press the BKB. But it happens. It happens on the TI main stage.
I mean, good news is they have another shot today.
I was going to say, we can nitpick, but at the end of the day, we are seeing an elimination series. We do have our next matchup, and we do have our teams ready to come on stage.
And we're back.
Team Tidebound.
This roster is a mixed match of so many past successful Chinese players. We've seen them hit TI Grand Finals. We've seen them win before. We've also seen them, though, in this lower bracket. They're going to have to bring everything they possibly can if they want to hit that success again, especially up against fan favorites.
Choose wisely and crush those responsible. Enigma Galaxy. Choose wisely.
Just how exactly are the stars aligned for these 5 players? So far, everything has been an uphill battle time after time. Have they had to prove themselves against tougher opponents? This time around, it's on the main stage. It's elimination, and it is still a best of 3 that could go and turn at any point for themselves.
Yeah, once again, another really brutal series. I mean, that's all we're going to see here in the elimination games. You know, Team Enigma, they have Sumail, North American pride. You know, they have the 2 players, Noob and Omar, who they put the MENA region on the map. You know, it's...
I'll be happy no matter what. There'll be a C player moving forward.
I knew he was going to mention that.
I was seeing how long it would take for Winter to mention it, but he's straight there with it. Yeah, Tidebound, Enigma Galaxy, they've got, you know, a lot of different players for them. We've seen the side of Tidebound, though. This is the one that I want to start with because Enigma Galaxy, their roster, they've had some, you know, changes, role swaps, whatever, but Tidebound, there's a stability when it comes to the offlane duo, right? Y and Bark, or previously known as Faith Beyond, they've been together for years. 2014, I believe, was the very first year that these two were playing together as a duo, and The only time they took a break away from playing with each other was when Faith Beyond retired for the first time.
Yeah, this is an iconic duo. They are truly bubbies of the world. They have the world record for the most wins together as a duo. 1,016 wins as a duo, as bubbies, with a 60% win rate. Just an incredible story. I mean, you can't mention Tidebound without mentioning Wings. You know, they have a bunch of the Wings players, and then they have some standout, Chinese players.
The coach,
the coach, Blink, he's also part of the legendary Wings squad.
They have 3 out of 5 of Wings.
Yeah, very reminiscent of how much success they've been able to do. We're seeing there, as you said, Jenkins best of bubbies. So many games, and that's wins, right? That's how many games they've won, not played. So it's not a 60% win rate of 1,000 games. They won over 1,000 games together.
And it's interesting because usually you see the duos and it's like a side lane duo, whereas with Bach and Y, they're not always playing together in lane, right? This is like a position.
You know how they're connected together? One is the captain and one is the off lane. You always have to keep your off laner happy.
This is true. This is true. And I think for Bach, friendship and trust and respect and all of these things matter a lot for him. Like, I know he's the type of player that if he likes something, he'll play it. He'll ask for it. You just ask him what he wants in the draft, and he'll perform with it. So I think that the trust layer to, playing with him for a long time definitely matters a lot when it comes to drafting him.
I mean, it's the priority as well. I think he's one of the type of offlaners where he needs priority in a draft. Maybe if you talk about someone like Saberlight, he doesn't need as much priority. But I think for Bach or Fate Ban, he's a person that he's going to take a lot of space, a lot of farm. He wants the later picks. He wants to have the matchup advantage. So he needs to be prioritized.
Yeah. No, you're good, Jake.
I think he often has the right idea, too. Like, I think he's an underrated person when it comes to developing the meta. People, there's a lot of new guys on the block, like the 9 classes of the world that are defining new meta stuff, but Bach was the first person that I saw go for Dominator on Centaur. He'll play Queen of Pain offlane before other people. Well, he's still playing it, and honestly, I think this is quite an underrated hero. So he has very unique ideas on the game, and it's good to see a team around him that does trust him on those.
Yeah, they have a lot of unique heroes as well that they do like to play. We're talking about, they love to play Timbersaw, even though this hero didn't still win a game. They're going to be playing Ogre, Juggernaut. Chinese teams, they love to run their Juggernaut as well, but nothing to say. Got to be careful about this guy. He loves his Primal Beast, he loves his Pango, he loves his Tinker. I would say that he has pretty similar hero pool like Malrine does. Like, he has a couple of specialty heroes that he loves to run from the mid lane, and he tends to be very explosive.
I mean, not to mention they have like a position for A, right? Not everyone actually does it. So they have a bunch of unique heroes picked by them, and they have their own way of enabling those heroes.
Yeah, and that was definitely something targeted towards Tidebound, was that ancient apparition that you talked about. But on the side of Enigma Galaxy, right, we talked about just how the longevity of Bach/Faith Beyond and Y has been in their careers together. The inverse is you have Noob and Omar. So they were a similar sort of story. They've been on past teams together, PSG Quest, all the way back at TI. What was that, 12 is where we saw them? But Noob was a mid laner back then, right? He's only been transitioning over to an off laner for about 1 year now, almost on the dot to the day. And now he's partnering with an ex-teammate. They are still in that lane together, still in the same team together.
I would say Omar is like the really stable one. He always kind of delivers, pretty similar to what other position 4s from the top teams are doing. Like, he's definitely up par with them in terms of the lane shenanigans, if they want to play into unfavorable matchups as well. Noob, I would say, needed a little bit more time. It does happen when you're transitioning from the other role to the off lane as well. And I think he's in a really good spot right now. Very interesting player, and definitely expanded his hero pool, playing like 10 different heroes so far. And things are looking good for NGX.
I agree. I think when the roster swap initially happened and Noob was switched to offlane, I don't think anybody with more than 2 brain cells didn't expect him to eventually do very well, because for the quest lineup, that entire roster was incredible. Like, they were explosive onto the scene. So I think it was only a matter of time for Noob. He kind of started where he was transitioning some of his mid heroes to the offlane. We saw a lot of Snapfire offlane, which, by the way, he could still play. He could still pull that out. But then eventually he started learning the more traditional offlaners. But he still does pull out the mid.
Style, I would say, when I first saw him, always felt like he's more towards like a team-based mid laner.
Yes.
But I feel like it might actually be better.
Agreed.
Here, initially I saw he played an off laner. And right now we can see him having success on the off lane. And there you go, the common heroes that they have. And you see some, like the A that I mentioned, is only for Tidebound. I don't remember or recalling anyone else doing like a position 4A in this tournament so far.
Yeah, the interesting ones that are in common though, the Shaker and the Shadow Fiend, they're not surprising in any way of teams wanting to play them, but I'm just surprised how many times they're able to actually play it, right? And it's very even. Tidebound getting it 4 times for the Shaker, Enigma Galaxy 3. Same with SF, 3 for Tidebound, 2 for Enigma Galaxy there. So it's interesting where it's like, are these where their wins are coming from? Is it more actually the heroes on the unique side that they're finding that success with, and you might only need one of those more stable meta heroes?
I think the distinct thing that you're going to see in the game and from the heroes just now that we saw is one team like Enigma Galaxy, they're going to be probably more focused on the mid lane. They're going to be playing around Exumir more, whereas for Tidebound, they're going to be playing more on the side lanes, right? Ensuring Bug gets a good start, then you try to play, get your Helm game going on, or get the auras going on. So it'll be a very difference in style, you know, coming to clash here.
100%, and I really do want to mention the Lone Druid. We have to talk about this.
Oh, absolutely.
Like, this was a big player in the previous series. I don't think either team, I mean, obviously, Enigma's thinking about it, but I don't think Tidebound is going to have watched the series last night and not have this on their mind as a potential...
I mean, do you think he falls in the category of a Helm counter-ish hero? Like he kills the Helm creep or he deals with the creep?
He can. He definitely can. We saw some early Aghanim Scepters coming out from him and Pure, I believe. So you can be anywhere on the map and be able to deal with that Helm of the Dominator, which is super annoying.
Yeah, we could talk some more about this, but all I really want to do is give our audience our game 1.
Team Tidebound versus Enigma Galaxy. Game 1.
Yeah, another elimination. 1 already today. A second is going to happen in this best of 3. We didn't really talk about Tinker that much, right? That is something that P-Vision is a bit more synonymous with because it's going on something unique to carry, but you still have to worry about a nothing to say Tinker. It's going to be so dominant and heinous.
And nobody likes talking about the hero. Nobody likes playing against the hero except for the person playing the hero. And this is a menace right now. I think part of the reason why the hero kind of resurfaced is because of this, like, you need a core that can deal with the split push from the Helm, and Tinker can kind of do that easily.
It's so easy, yeah. And his scaling is so good that Satanic has played it as a carry.
Yeah.
So I agree with this ban. It's honestly, the way that I see it is Tidebound has last pick, and so you may as well just ban it in the first phase. You know you're eventually going to have to use a ban on it.
Lycan coming out from the first phase. This hero gives you the lane push. We talked about some of the teams so far struggling, dealing with the lanes, dealing with the Helms. Now you have pretty much 2 things. You have your own wolves, you have your Helm, and you also have your own shards. You're randomly spawning these wolves into random lanes and being able to always pretty much push out the lanes. You have a bit of a global presence, reducing the armor as well. So that's pretty nice. Plus you also have Roche taking potential. Supports currently don't like I don't think they ever did like the playing into Lycan whenever there's this Zoo meta. Certain supports, like the ones that you did mention, like Ancient Apparition,
Shadow Demon.
Yeah, you can't really play into Lycan. You're just getting dismantled.
Yeah, it's a nightmare. You kind of have to be something that is more unconventional. Like yesterday we saw the Wyvern. I think Wyvern's kind of okay. Other than that, maybe a CM. Like CM, I think sometimes can be good with the barrier, can be good with the Frostbite to set up kills on the creeps.
Okay, so they go for a lane counter to start off with. You can.
I mean, the other thing about this pick is they play Gyro on Planet, I think, if I'm not mistaken. I've seen him play this hero before. So it could also be a flex pick.
Yeah, they're not locking in their draft.
Which I feel like when we were talking about sides, right? I always mention that it's easier to draft when you're on the first pick because not every team has a flex hero or anything that can move around. Because on the second pick side, whenever you're picking the 16 and 17 picks, whenever you don't have a flex pick, then it can maybe be difficult for you because the opponents know exactly where your heroes are going, so they can get a very good 18 pick. So if you can find a way to make sure that the draft is not easily figured out by your opponents, you're always going to be putting yourself in a better position.
Yeah, and you mentioned the flex. Like, if something like a Doom comes out, something that counters Gyrocopter, you can just say, okay, it's a support. We're going to pick some counter to what you've picked.
Yeah, the core to support flex feels way more valuable than when you're doing it between between the cores, which is more just annoying and irritating,
it's
I'd say,
annoying.
when you're drafting.
Honestly, even as a 5, Gyro is good against Lycan in lane because 5s still go flak.
Yeah, that's the thing. If it's a 4, you're not going to be leaning against to do you swap where your supports go if that does eventuate in this draft.
Yeah, but the thing with the flag is like I feel like Lycan's issue is like he doesn't really pressure the carry, right? And as long as he's getting his own farm, I think he's happy, you know. So if the Gyro actually does that on support, Lycan doesn't really care.
Yeah, it's more about targeting the supports. And speaking of supports, I think Tidebound are going to be looking into, I would say, 3 heroes, something that's going to be not dying to Lycan instantly. These like Paganas, Wind Rangers, maybe Muerta, something along those lines that you have a little bit of protection for yourself until he gets that Nullifier for Pagana, which is a bit of a disastrous one. But Planet, he loves to run this position for Muerta as well.
I would like to see that also because then Nigma can't pick it. This is also something that Omar has really been
it's his
enjoying.
best hero, I think.
It is
so far.
probably his best hero.
He played it really well yesterday.
I love this suggestion. There are so few supports that don't die to Lycan. This is one of very few.
I mean, they do go for the Snap, so that's going to give them even more team fight. And I think Snap is a hero that is probably very stable in a way with what he provides for you in the game. He gives you a decent laning phase, you have some catch, and I think the talents are actually pretty overpowered with the double stun and the cooldown reduction.
This hero is busted. So they do take the Muerta. Otherwise, it was going to go back the other way.
Most likely, but I'm now really liking the Mars. This hero is very popular, high pick rate, high win rate, I would say.
It's
One
good
of the
for
better
both
heroes against Lycan. You drop the supports. Bane doesn't like to play into it. You always have the combo with the Snapfire to pretty much be able to kill any hero on the map. But I'm also not the biggest fan of Muerta into Snapfire Gyrocopter. I think there's way too much magic damage that can be.
But you're also good at cancelling.
It's a
hits,
block
right?
pick, yeah.
You can silence and you can get your fear onto the Snapfire. I think it's
Hello
also
guys,
a
welcome
reliable
back
way of
again. We
dealing
may
with the
about
Snap. Sure, you don't like
to
the
take
magic
some
damage,
rest a
but
little
it
bit.
goes both
Yeah,
ways.
I'm sorry.
I would be utterly.
I'm sorry that I have to take a short rest. So it's a little bit tiring because yesterday we watching until 5 a.m. Which is a really long day, bro. Long series of the day. We got many chats here. Thank you guys. Thank you for filling the live chat. Thank you for making the live chat is positive. Welcome. If I'm watching, yes. There's some new names here. Handle about 80. Got Sons here. Hi. Luigi. Yeah, it's not Mario now. It's Luigi. Yeah, I know what you mean, because if it wasn't that way, they would just turn deaf ear to the protests. Oh my god. Yeah, Indonesia has been a source of inspiration for another country. Nepal, many other countries also. Japanese also having a demonstration about Indonesia, right? They reject many foreigners, right? They don't want the Japan to be dominated by more outsiders. So yeah, welcome to 2025, where everything is chaos. Let's get into the game, guys. Hope you guys can enjoy the spectacle today. Marvel at the spectacle. Yes, let's see if we can have a nice thing to watch today. 你可能当人都来了. Let's go back to the live stream, yeah?
He hates the zoo, but you know, there's always the counter strat of if you're just sitting in the fountain and pressing R, the Lycan can't get you there.
It makes me wonder though, if you're kind of having this standoff between the Bane not really wanting to use ult until the silence is down and the Silencer holding it, which support is better at utilizing their other spells, offering more to a fight?
Silencer, but he's also playing into Lycan, which could force him to potentially
down a bit.
use that global silence in a time where he doesn't really want to use it before he dies. So I think that this game is going to be very important that he does hold potentially a buyback, because he can easily die in these type of engagements. And this is going to be Ghost heroes. He loves to play these late game carries. He's known to play, Troll. He's playing Lone Druid, Morphling, something that can really scale in the late game. And this is the elimination series. He wants to be the third carry, pretty much, yeah.
I mean, the ban of the anti-mage, I'm expecting the Mars to also be
I
the
think
one
you have
following.
to. It's you're playing against Medusa. You have to remove this hero.
What are the other good answers to Dusa? I mean, Pango is one that people talk about. Diffusal Blade. Slark.
Does anyone else build Diffusal Blade as naturally as Pain?
I honestly, I don't think Gyro Diffusal is bad against Dusa. I think this is what you go.
But sometimes it can be a bait, so if you go Diffusal and you're not really.
Bang Bob hampir sampai jam berapa tadi malam? Sampai pagi nah udah sampai pagi. Bukan sampai malam ya kan? Sampai pagi. Literally kita nonton sampai jam 5 pagi sampai last series game terakhir. Kayak orang gila nonton TI. Let's see. Make some noise, guys. Wait.
I mean, this would be so much wombo combo if they did Darkseer.
I mean, I think there's too many heroes to ban. They probably are gonna be leaning towards banning the Mars. The anti-mage is a Mars ban, and Mars is probably the second top tier ban. So something is gonna be let through.
Yeah. Yep, still looks like a good Mars game. I mean, I don't think this is by any means a completely free Medusa game.
Yeah, so they actually choose to not let go of the Darkseer, so Mars is still in the table. I mean, could they actually pick the Mars themselves to block it?
Well,
is there any way they can do it?
Run the Lycan mid, I guess.
Or the Mars mid.
Or the Mars mid.
Does that feel good though to have?
Probably
kind
not.
of
It might be
dump that
too
in there?
complicated to make this happen. But now they need a hero for Sumail. Sumail so far has been playing these relatively explosive mid heroes. We saw him play Nature's Prophet yesterday multiple times, which was kind of okay.
He
But
needs to be a moving hero, I think. Okay.
Afik bertanya, siapakah yang akan menang? Yang akan menang menurut aku ya. Kacau nih. Hari ini aku sudah salah satu prediksi di mana Tundra, aku pikir Tundra belum ada yang tidur. Wah, kacau. Dia tidur memakan jatah 5 orang, kacau. Gilanya tuh orang. Tadi aku pilih Tundra untuk menang 2-0 atau 2-1 gitu, ternyata kalah dia. Wah, ada Underlord nih. Aku pegang Tidebound. Sini ya, aku rooting for China team. Ada kemungkinan NGX menang kalau mereka tidak melakukan kebiasaan buruk mereka seperti yang Sumail lakukan gitu ya. Sumail bisa ngekill untuk 19-0 dia bisa, tapi untuk menutup 19-0 itu sampai selesai tidak mampu beliau sepertinya ini ya. Babang jenggot gondrong ini. Ya, tapi saya lebih ke Tidebound. I vote for Tidebound. Let's go. Afik bagaimana? Afik memilih yang mana?
Presence playing into Earthshaker, so I don't think he's going to be having an easy time landing his spells. And if you look at the Tricore of Enigma Galaxy, these are pretty static, no stuns type of heroes that they need a lot of time to get online. Lycan, he can join once he gets to his like 12-13 minutes Dominator / Overlord, but you also have Medusa who doesn't want to join until she gets 2 items, plus also Sumail and where to mid.
It's a bit greedy with supports that feel kind of countered. You have the cookie to get out of the cogs, you have the global silence to cancel.
Yeah, but it depends on how you look at it as well. I think the clock also counters the snap and the silencer. You hope you force the global or you cancel the kiss.
That's
can go either way.
I do want to mention the Underlord a bit, because this is a great Crimson Guard pipe builder, which people
Medusa
consider a counter to Medusa, because no matter what build you go, magic or physical, he counters both.
Until you get a Nullifier. Nullifier is going to be a very key item.
This is true.
Okay. And is it also seeing the Underlord going back to a position 3 compared to last series where we saw it as a carry that you also like a bit more? You can go for those auras, you can be more just for the team fight.
It's very normal. I think against Medusa, you always want a Crimson Guard, even if she goes for magic build. If she goes for magic build, you need a pipe. Name a hero in Dota that wants to build Crimson pipe that's not Darkseer. It's Underlord.
Centaur.
No, you forgot about the Dominator.
All right.
Centaur would have been good as well.
Yeah.
But it was banned first phase.
Yeah, of course. So that's why we were sort of seeing the Underlord there. You guys, it's elimination. We've got to get some final thoughts though for game number 1. A team. Because you can hear a lot of people cheering for both sides of Tidebound on Enigma Galaxy.
Tidebound.
I'm going to go with Tidebound on this one as well.
I think I'm afraid of the audience, so I'm going to go with Tidebound as well.
You're afraid of the audience. I love it. Let's see, though, what exactly our coach and Tsunami have to say about the draft.
Thank you very much. I am joined by Kuroki of Enigma Galaxy, who is deciding to put on a show for us because Sumail Muerta mid. This is not a flex I've seen from you guys before. What's the reason?
Well, it's Sumail. He does whatever he wants, whenever he wants. So,
you leave him unchained and he's gonna do work. But you guys have been running experiments though. Even yesterday we saw the Nature's Prophet experiment. So this theory, Muerta being flexed at the last second, you think it's gonna be able to trip up sidebound?
we're very confident. We've practiced it quite a lot. And I believe in my guys' abilities. But at the end of the day, we're here to enjoy the games and we hope to inspire you guys.
The inspiration is here for sure, my man. But in addition to enjoying the games, we get to enjoy the games. I don't know how much you get to enjoy the games because these have to be incredibly stressful experiences. I was watching yesterday. I was on the edge of my seat the entire time. What's it like as a coach witnessing your boys playing on stage?
I'm chilling, to be honest. But yeah, I'm just having fun and yeah.
Barclays Arena, are you ready to have some fun as well? Then let's get the game started. Good luck, Kuroki.
All right, into game number one between Tidebound and NGX. Kuro very, very chill as always, Cinderin. And we'll see if he's chill after this game number one, because this should be a doozy. Tidebound and NGX find themselves very early in this lower bracket here at TI.
Yeah, if there's one thing you want to have as your coach when you're getting into these like high stakes games, it's definitely someone who can keep a calm
that was quick.
head.
Omar first blooding Y. Good start for NGX. Go ahead, Cinder, and sorry to interrupt.
I think it's a very healthy sign for Enigma Galaxy that Kuro is as relaxed as he is, because we've had many teams throughout TI's history that talk about how you perform your best when the pressure is off.
Yeah.
I think at this point for maybe NGX themselves even, you might have already exceeded expectations a little bit. You had an interview with... Oh, hang on.
He's in quite a bit of trouble. Omar is going to make his way over, but it's too late. Last right click.
Tundra kebangetan bang, draftnya aneh 2 game tadi. Karena Troll Warlord kan masih menang tuh. Jadi 10 games dia menang, 10 win streak. Jadi mereka pikir kalau mereka main troll itu pasti otomatis menang, padahal ya nggak gitu juga. Troll itu bisa menang kalau picknya bagus, pemainnya ngerti harus ngapain gitu. Jadi melihat tadi Kristalis, ya mereka tahu mereka harus mengincar siapa gitu. Mereka habisin Kristalisnya. Kayak kemarin dia main Juggernaut, aku yang pemain Juggernaut kacang-kacang ini Immortal 6000 aja ngerti kalau dia itu mainnya nggak bagus gitu loh kemarin ya waktu dia main Jagger itu. Jadi terus ada pernyataan juga dari Topson itu. Topson benar-benar kesal sama Kristalis itu. Aku berpikir apakah Topson keluar Tundra gara-gara Kristalis gitu ya, nggak tahu juga nih, nggak ngerti juga. Tapi ya sudahlah gitu ya, yang penting yang lain sudah berusaha keras gitu. Memang ya nggak tahu, ada memang orang ketika dapat spotlight itu mainnya jelek gitu, ada orang ketika di balik layar bagus malah gitu ya. Tapi nggak tahu lah siapa lagu ini Mortal Bota ini kan. Ya tapi yang kulihat kayak kemarin itu sebenarnya dia memang pemain Underlord. Dia nggak tahu juga, aku nggak ngerti dia pemain troll atau bukan gitu, atau dia nge-troll aja gitu ya, atau dia diam-diam aja, terima-terima aja, dia dikasih apa, hero-nya apa gitu, nggak tahu, nggak ngerti juga apa yang terjadi di bootnya itu kan. Tapi ya the better team should be winning. Memang heroic lebih bagus daripada Tundra gitu. Harusnya kita sadar itu dari awal, kita sadar. Topson sejak dulu dia udah tahu kalau Kristalis itu jelek banget, nggak pernah mau main sama Kristalis dia satu tim. Kalau jumpa di rank juga dia kesal dia dengan Kristalis itu karena mainnya Topson bilang jelek gitu. Ini Topson sendiri yang bilang ya, bukan saya. Kalau saya bilang Kristalis jelek, mana ada apanya. Tupoksi anjay, Tupoksi. Oke, kita kembali ke live stream teman-teman ya. Wah, aduh panjang nih lagi nih.
The best Lotus hero in the entire game. So even the early ones that aren't as powerful are just extremely powerful. And Medusa, it's way more EHP for her than other heroes. So a nice grab for them and a good start. This Bane Medusa lane
shield and
Definitely
contractor,
one of
a
the
lot
better
people
lane matchups
die
you can
and a
have
lot of
against
people
Underlord. In
became
spite of him being the
doing, like,
last pick,
Typhoon
he's not
recently
picked
because
as
of
a
all
counter to the lane. He's picked more in the
infrastructure
broader
and
sense on a
contractors
macro level.
blocking corners.
But I don't see any reason why Ghost wouldn't just keep farming up the storm
Best
here. And
of
his
luck,
carry
buddy.
matchup against
Best of
Gyro is
luck.
also
Hope things
good
gets better, right?
on the
All
DotA.
around the world, we are having a
The bigger
tough
question I
times
have
right now.
revolves around the
Both
team
contested
fighting
because,
capabilities of
yeah.
the two lineups, because
Some
what we've
people
seen in this
think
tournament
if
a
they're
lot
working
is
in a
that games go
government, they
longer.
think
On the
that
main
they
stage,
are
they've actually
higher
ironically
than
kind of
the
been
other
shorter on
human
average
beings,
than they
so
were in the first stage.
I don't know, man.
But if this game
Karma
goes
works,
down the
I
distance,
believe that
how are
karma
Enigma
works,
Galaxy
I
going
know
to
it,
structure
but-
their team
but
fights?
we
They
have
don't
to
really have
protest.
any key
We
team
have
fight
to
abilities
protest. We
versus a
have to
lineup that has Global Silence,
movement.
Echo
If
Slam,
it's
Flak
possible to be
Cannon,
peaceful, that would be
everything
nice,
Underlord
but
brings to the
it's not
table with
possible.
auras. They're just,
What can I say,
they're
man?
decked
Rest in
out
peace to the
for
soul
that
that left.
playstyle, whereas Enigma Galaxy is a lot more skirmish heavy, but then you still have the Medusa. A little bit of a mixed bag, in my opinion.
Indonesia,
Yeah, that's true.
we have
also,
so many
like you mentioned,
corrupt,
NGX bring a style of play that
government,
feels
right, in
extremely
our
chaotic.
country,
Regardless
in
of
our
them having a
beloved
lead, or
country,
as
the
we're going to
tax
see a
is so
nightmare.
high, right?
Omar coming in as
They
well. TP support is on the way.
are
Dead shot back into the
being
cause.
so
Nothing to say, in a lot of
luxury.
trouble. Playing and Wyatt made the way over, but nothing to say is already dead. It might be a trade for
Bam,
Omar, but this
that's
is
a
a
bam.
level 2 support.
They're showing
Definitely not favorable
show
for
off
Tide.
flags,
Really cool combination
luxury
there, the
items,
cogs and
luxury
Deadshot forcing the enemy
traveling,
hero into
right?
that cog
And the
knockback.
people is suffering. People, sometimes
is,
people
like the
not
panel
eating
talked about,
because
it's a tough matchup
they
for
don't have
Shaker. The
anything to
Clockwork
eat.
is a
They don't
classic
have money.
counter,
They
and
don't
on top
have
of that, you lane him
anything,
against
literally
Muerta, who
anything.
is a
But
very
the,
untraditional mid hero, but when played in
member
melee
of the
matchups,
parliament,
can
their
truly
flags,
bully the
they
opponent. This
are
constant harassment
dancing,
with
they
Gunslinger,
are
with dead shots.
doing like TikTok trends, stuff like
no
that,
surprise here,
and
Sumail going for the quick draw
some
facet,
of them
which is the
come from
classic way of playing
celebrities, right,
for
which is
Muerta.
effed up, right? It should be qualification if you wanted to be a member of parliament. You have to be waduh, body blocknya jahat banget. You have to be eligible by manufacturers. For example, it's like if you are working in government, like you should have the base knowledge of government, stuff like that. So corruption has been deeply rooted in our government since the day one, since 80 years ago. So
I'd say Snapfire one of the weaker ones as well.
yeah,
These are basically
I don't know,
two
man.
solo
I don't know.
teams, top and bottom, with
We got
the
10 people
supports just
confirmed
roaming
dead
constantly,
already
nothing to say.
because of the demonstration. The
GH is in the area.
battery assault.
Do you guys remember how we played in
between
2014?
police
And they
and
all say no, we weren't born then.
people, right?
Gets off a fissure, blocks off GH.
It is actually so sad, man. But police actually, they should cover, they should protect us as a citizen, right? But instead, they defend the corrupt. They're siding with the
He's going to
bad
chase here. There's the 7-minute wisdom that he
so,
was
yeah.
out to try to steal. That was part of why this Bane kill was as good,
Oke,
so good
ya,
when he got
oke,
it.
ya, sorry nih, gelap bener, annoying lu bang, pengen denger gamenya, iya, sorry ya bang ganteng ya, ada yang nanya tadi itu soalnya di atas, komenasai, maafkan aku paduka.
Omar. Now his reign has finally come to an end, already with the 1 kill and 2 assists in this game.
I honestly don't really mind that. He pulled 4 heroes over there. He's just putting pressure and making space for his teammates, knowing that he's so low level. It's not that big of a loss to make the enemy team run for you for that long. Helm of the Dominator now completed for Sumail. Can't say I've seen much mid-Muerta with Helm of the Dom, but...
Yep, sure, it's fine. Just like with every other hero.
They have one on Muerta, they have one on the Lycan. As for the Tidebound side, they're going for none of them, it looks like. So, a little bit uncharacteristic. We've seen Bach play a lot of Helms on his offlane heroes.
Yeah. Have they used it on Underlord, though? I don't think I've...
I don't know how much he's even played this hero this tournament, to be honest.
8-minute power rune is bottom. It's a damage rune as a dead shot does hit, so Planet will be brought down eventually, you would think.
The Troll's gonna get him.
Troll does get the last hit. More supports dying outright, though, so 2 for 1 across the map.
NCS managing to kill off Omar there with the Echo Slam. So first use of that will not be on Ancients or a big camp stack. Speaking of, GH is in the neighborhood trying to get a read on just how much is in that triangle with this Bane. He removes the sentry but doesn't block any camps. Still, the pressure is going to mount now. They're going to try to take advantage of Echo Slam being on cooldown, so now you can go in here and use these rally creeps to really get to work. And Sumail also with the amp damage rune. 9-minute mid tower is a very good look, considering, remember, they have Lycan and they have these 2 helms.
And the GH Nightmare. It's going to force Planet out, though, and they're just going to walk away, it seems.
This is without question a good start for Enigma Galaxy.
You got the dead shot you talked about, along with the Nightmare facet inside those cogs. Pretty crazy combo. And then with the calling from the outside, they have a lot of good fight potential on this NGX side. As why he finds himself, Sumail slows him, but GH is on the other side to finish the job. A 2K early lead for NGX, and in terms of how important it is for these teams to get off to a good start, in terms of like their lineup, how does that shape up this game?
I think it was more important for Enigma Galaxy to get off on the right foot here, because again, when we go down the stretch, I do think Tidebound's lineup just is a little bit more stable in later game team fights and overall more constructed scenarios, but Enigma Galaxy's lineup is really good at playing these 2 versus 1 ganks or 2v2s. You know, you run around the map with Bane, with Clock, with Lycan Wolves.
Shiro found by Omar, level 5 right now. TP support on the way. He's just getting bounced left, right, and center. Completely out of mana now, though. Planet will be the recipient of the help of that homing missile. As Omar, again, looks like he's going to drop, but he is, again, just forcing so many heroes to help aid their cores. That's 3 heroes this time brought.
Yeah, Ghost is having the freest time ever because of this. So you can see on the net worth distribution, the big loser in this game so far is Nothing to Say on the Shaker, which I have to say is starting to become a little bit of a pattern in these games.
It does feel like that, yeah. Shapeshift from Noob. Mortimer Skits is coming out from Planet. He's just going to get chomped down, though, by the Lycan as Shiro slowed to a crawl. Now going to get chased by the Pinecone and the Wolf. Pretty much out of mana right now. Why? Looks like he's going to dissuade Noob from going any further. Still quite worse for wear as Bach left to his own devices, though. Now inside the cogs with the battery assault. But with that TP, going to force the rest of NGX away. Nothing to Say comes in, trying to take out the Pinecone. Looks like they'll be able to get that with the tower. But like you said, Ghost left all alone. He gets the tier 1 tower all by himself.
I mean, this is some stellar play from NGX, to be honest. Whether they find the kills or not, they are dictating absolutely everything that's happening in the game. And of course, we were criticizing this about Tidebound yesterday, their support duos being a little bit more on the passive reactive side. In this case, the Snapfire can be aggressive, but is constantly being pulled around the map. And well, what are you going to do as level 5 Silencer except respond to these moves? So, Angmar really just... I don't feel like Tidebound has made a move yet. It's been 12 minutes. I think all of their kills have been reactive. And if Enigma Galaxy can keep this pace up, they're on the way to a very chunky lead. They've only taken the top and mid tower. Bottom tower is usually the easier one to get, and they still can claim that. Of course, Ghost is just farming up Storm. And my question with this Shaker is, when are we going to see something big here?
Well, he just got his blink, so that might be the timing, but he gets Nightmare before it's delivered. Sumail there, Fiend's Grip applied. The silence is not going to prevent the cookie from coming out, so that was a pretty long Fiend's Grip. As Nothing to Say tries to run away. More reinforcements, though, arriving for Tidebound, and there's the blink reveal with the Echo Slam from Nothing to Say. Sumail is still living, though. Called out, not even going to clip him. He is getting a little bit low, but does find the distance, finds an illusion rune in addition. Some way, somehow, nobody dies other than the Tomato, and tomatoes are real people, of course.
That is a very bad blink reveal for Shaker. That is not what you're hoping for.
It was
considering
close,
he got the full element of surprise there. Not only is it the blink reveal, but it's in the middle of a fight, right?
Yeah.
He got initiated on, got the reset, and then has the blink. It's very unexpected for Enigma Galaxy that play comes out, and they still don't get a singular kill. And it begs the question, did Bach not have his ulti ready at that point? This is obviously a hero that you want to connect to these moves with Fiend's Gate when the team fights are bigger. Still stuck around down bottom, and now he might just get dove, potentially.
Yeah. Rocket Flare reveals his position, puts down the Pit of Malice. Omar, well, he still has the hookshot available. I don't think they're going to need it. He's getting completely surrounded here. But again, TP supports from Tidebound. This time Y shows up. There's the hookshot with the dead shot to follow. Bach still surviving, though. Super tanky, gets off the Firestorm, but now getting bounced left, right, and center. Sumail brings him down.
Tidebound
That took a long time.
It did.
They got him.
And okay, that's a little bit worrisome for Tidebound that Bach can sit there and tank a gank for literally 30 seconds and they still feel like they can't help him. Goes to show that their lineup needs time. When the early game fails and you're lacking key ultimates, you still don't have global yet, minute 14. That's not ready. Shaker doesn't have echo. So obviously Nick McGalaxy will try to take advantage.
This looks like a Wisdom Shrine play from NGX.
Yeah, they're getting both of them.
Well, we'll see. There are TPs coming. Bach going to be in the middle of a 20-second fight again. A beautiful Cogs. That means GH can steal it. Mortimer's Kisses is set up pretty nicely. Stone Gaze, though, comes out from Ghost. And the first to fall is Faith Beyond again. And now look at this, the Nightmare. Onto the Earthshaker. Looks like Shiro shows up, though. And that means NGX will likely want to run away. GH going to be the recipient of the call down. So ends up being a 1-for-1. It's Global Silence finally coming out from Y. He dies shortly after, but this is the bigger kill. Goes super low on HP, on mana in this case. Pops the Lotus Zone, staying alive as a result. Shiro already using the Flak Cannon. Noob in the area as well, but nothing to say. Kind of running out of steam. Sumail coming in from the south, wants to continue the pressure, but doesn't have too many resources at his disposal, so looks like this might break things up.
That's still very much, once again, mission accomplished for Enigma Galaxy. You trade supports, but you get the wisdom. And again, Echo and Global
Omar
get
is
used.
still here. All right, how long you been there, young man? He will eventually be brought down by Bach. Actually, Shiro in this case, but yeah, back-to-back deaths for Faith Beyond. That certainly will set him back. I mean, he's 1-4 already in this game.
In spite of that, he's still almost 1,500 ahead of his mid-shaker.
Ouch.
These mid-shakers have been very polarizing. It's interesting, it was theorized to be one of the biggest picks coming into the tournament, and it has been picked and banned a lot, make no mistake, but a lot of the games we've cast haven't been too impressive with this.
It feels like they just get up to such a poor start and never come back.
Yeah.
But of course, the stacks are supposed to be something that will assist them in that comeback story.
That might have been part of the meta development that has caused Shakers to suffer, is that teams have just become better at contesting that triangle and putting more emphasis on it. Because the Shaker games we've cast, we haven't really seen those like quad stack echoes into getting a fast blink and a full level. GH is in no man's land.
Oh yeah.
-1.
Easy kill for Tidebound. They're going to need a lot more of that. They're at a 6K deficit already at the 16-minute mark. NGX really showing up in this game one so far. Looks like Pipe is going to be the first main item for Bach into the Crimson Guard, as the panel was kind of discussing. No huge surprise. Or a bot.
Yep. That is going to be the key moment in this game for Tidebound, is can you find that stabilizing team fight when you hit a timing? Because in reality, they haven't hit a timing at all. I think the only possible opportunity was the Shaker Blink, but as we've already established, that fell flat.
Yeah.
He's only level 9, and it's 17 on the mid-Shaker. It's the same as Clockwork right now on NCS, so very poor outlook here. Effectively, he's like position 3.5 from mid.
Planet runs into GH, instant nightmare. Nothing to say is in the area, though. And you can see the Fiend's Grip, or the Fiend's Gate, rather, from Bot coming to fruition. But now the TPs from NGX come as well. Echo Slam, this is all for a Bane, by the way. And they're going to clean up the Earthshaker easily. So 1-for-1, mid for support. Of course, the mid is basically a support here.
I was going to say, you could argue a support for support almost at this point, but yeah.
This is the roughest. I mean, we cast what was it, BZM having a really rough game.
Yeah.
This is worse, it feels like, right?
It's not a good recipe to win Pro Dota to play with 3 supports. That's not a common strategy.
4 protect 1, in some ways, is 4 supports and 1 carry, right?
Well.
Shiro's going to have to do some heavy lifting in this game. Going for the Butterfly next on top of his Manta and Dragon Lance.
That's the good news for Tidebound, is that Shiro is having a good start here. He's 4-0-1. He had a very rough series yesterday, so I think there's also something to be said about, you know, getting off to a good start on the day and feeling like everything isn't coming crashing down after a good start to the tournament. Because yesterday he had 2 tough games back-to-back. He kind of just got destroyed.
Yeah.
Both in, I mean, in particular, I would say in his Marcy game, but also the Shadow Fiend game wasn't too hot either.
Now Fiend's Grip, and we can see Snapfire left all alone, so easy kill for Sumail. NGX continuing to increase their lead. Y is spotted. again taken out in turn. So 2 support kills extremely quickly for NGX. The question is, are they actually going to go for Roche? Ghost is extremely close to Butterfly as well. That is a huge power spike for Medusas. Even pierced the veil, pop from Sumail to try to take out the Roche as quick as possible. And they're not too afraid of any response coming out from Tidebound.
No, well, they're going to find GH, which is the smallest consolation prize possible.
They will do so.
All the way at their own base. Yeah, that's going to be a Roche. So Roche #1 for NGX looking really, really good here. You could potentially make a case for sieging high ground minute 20 this game. I know that sounds unbelievable in this patch and what we've seen so far in this
After the Tormentor, I'm sure.
But you have Manta, Butter, and Aegis minute 19, which is an insane timing.
Yeah, this is going to be super hard to contest.
You can at least pick whatever objective you want outside of the enemy base, and it's yours. I just don't see Tidebound standing a chance. So you can take every tower or Tormentor by grouping up. Then the question is, if you're grouping up 5 heroes, can Tidebound beat you on economy by just playing the map more efficiently while you group up? So you got to be careful not to be too slow moving as a unit. And for the time being, Nigma Galaxy don't really seem to be pressing much of the map. They just want to keep farming, which is also okay. They don't have to use the Aegis immediately, but I do think it would be a mistake to just let it expire without forcing anything. And looks like Ghost is already approaching his first target, the top tier 2 tower.
Yep, likely go for the tier 2, and then, I mean, maybe you poke a bit, force a fortification, and then go for the Tormentor.
It's just
plenty of time on this Aegis.
I mean, the more you look at this, the better this Medusa hero is in this game, right? The last pick of Tidebound, the Underlord, does no damage to her because Firestorm's percentage-based damage is irrelevant against Deuce's bad HP pool.
Yeah.
So I'm kind of questioning this choice. I understand you want the auras, but do the pros outweigh the cons of Deucer was the primary problem that Nigma presented in that second phase, and I feel like you did not solve it at all. You have no single target damage, you have no mana burn. Who's going to stop Ghost when he gets his next item?
Yeah, GH will get the Shard. They don't even need to group up to take the Tormentor, so this is also a tier 2 for NGX. Yep. I mean, this is more of a Thompson thing, I guess, from back in the day. Is there any consideration for Diffusal on Gyro?
I think he has to buy it eventually, because otherwise I just don't see them killing Dusa, but
not yet.
I mean, when you say eventually, how much time are they going to give you?
Exactly, yeah.
That's the question here. If Nigma Galaxy go high ground here and take a lane of barracks, I feel like we've gone into a time machine from 2 months ago when people played the game normally.
I know, what happened? What happened in these 3 days off?
There we go. I love this. I really think this is a good siege. I think they can commit harder to it and bring Lycan walls and everything, but...
Yeah, they find a little tasty snack in the form of Planet. Even uses Pierce the Veil to get that kill.
Planet with a rare sight here, 6 items in his stash. I don't think I've ever seen that before.
Huh.
He has a full solar, he just hasn't picked up the power, except the energy booster.
He must have panic buyed right before he died then, huh?
I mean, he did AFK after getting nightmares, so he was just mashing his quick buy button.
It happens to the best of us. As Ghost gonna get some pressure applied to him. A call down his place. He's gonna be A-okay though, obviously still with 2 minutes on that Aegis. Yeah. But it looks like their strat is to go for all the tier 2s.
Yeah. I mean, 2 or 3 tier 2s and Tormentor for the first Aegis is, in the average game, a very good result. Also, a little poke damage on the top tier 3. He got about a quarter of that on his own on Ghost. And yeah, this mid tower, not long for this world. Shiro's trying to be annoying, but that's all he'll do. I really like this first pickup on Clockwork of playing Force Staff, by the way. We've seen different builds. Force Staff is just exceptionally good against Underlord, is good against Snapfire and Shaker. The enemy team is creating debris for you to cross, and Clockwork with this can do it for a teammate. You might even see him buy the Shard, potentially later for himself too, for even more ability to traverse terrain.
Well, this is quite the expedition for Y. He's certainly aware of Noob's general presence, puts down a couple nice wards. The only question is, will he be spotted at some point? No, we'll be able to TP out, so some good vision now. See if they're able to use that in the coming minutes. As, again, the lead just continues to grow. This is not one of those games where you get an Aegis and it kind of plateaus, which has felt like it's happened a couple, like maybe more games than we're used to seeing in the earlier games that we have cast, but this time around NGX continuing to expand.
Yeah, they're going to finish this bot lane as well. I think even if the Aegis expires, they're still going to try to commit for this tower. But of course, the dream would be to not get into that situation. We've got 25 seconds. There is a glyph. Tidebound are thinking about it this time.
They sure are. It's a little bit more of a commitment as Shiro will burn about half the mana from Ghost, even more now. Butterfly online for Shiro.
12 seconds. Keep an eye on the timer here. And yeah, Ghost will respect it. So they do defend. So 2.5 towers, a Tormentor, and a quarter of a tier 3 is what Ghost will get in this 5-minute period. Not too shabby.
Yeah.
Almost has Scotty as well.
That's pretty good. Not too bad farming. You can see Tidebound.
Yep, they're going to try to do something.
Nice dead shot on the smoke target. Smell didn't even see him.
This is one of those moments where you go, I was here, Shannon. They're making a move on Tidebound. We were here to witness Tidebound moving as a unit in smoke.
Their creeps are killing all of the neutrals in the meantime, as finally Tidebound is revealed and they find absolutely nothing.
This is what I bought the postcard for. That was really uninteresting to write home about. All right, nothing to say is back to farming.
Yep, doing his best. He'll have BKB relatively shortly, so just the recipe away at this point. That's still so far behind.
Oh, they're going to try again.
All right, through the gate.
So Bach is queuing up Aghanims now on the Underlord. We both love to see that. Of course, coolest when you've got the Gleipnir.
Oh, this was scanned out. Noob.
Oh, that's a very, very good read.
This might be 2 smokes in a row kind of waste, although Noob, he popped his ult inside the Pit of Malice, though. Reinforcements are going to arrive pretty shortly, but the Global Silence comes out and the Mortimer's Kisses destroy him. But incoming Sumail with the BKB pierce the veil. First to fall is the Snapfire. You can see the Fiend's grip onto the Gyrocopter. Do they have the damage? They have the lockdown. They have everything. This is not even remotely close. And now the Underlord inside of that nightmare, inside his own Pit of Malice, just getting kited to a high degree. They lose the Lycan to start the fight, but they can 4 straight kills right after.
Nothing to say had no play there. He got caught by the Clockwork, and he echoed the clock and tried to cast Fissure 7 times in a row. And then he died.
Look at the battery assault.
Yeah, he kept trying. And, I mean, you've got the Kaya, but you don't have Kayasha, so that's not going to happen.
Man, like, what a last pick Clockwork, huh?
Yeah, it's
crazy.
The Clockwork pick has been really good, but again, I think this is the second game of Nothing to Say Shaker we've seen this tournament, where it just leaves a lot to be desired, right? And Enigma Galaxy, they know exactly how to approach this. Keeping in mind, this could have been even better, right? They scanned them out, Noob knew they were coming, he pops ult. If he's a little bit further right here, he might not even get caught to begin with. And that could have just been a clean sweep. At the very least for Tidebound, they get a little bit of a trade, but keep an eye on the Shaker here in the top left. So Nothing to Say comes through the gate immediately into the calling, gets hookshot up there. Now you're not going to see the rest on camera, but trust me when I say he did nothing, and his health is just falling by the minute.
I trust you, Cinder.
I take it back. He did echo the Clockwork. He did 200 damage.
Okay. Technically incorrect, but effectively correct. A 4-for-1. NGX 16K lead. This is starting to look quite insurmountable. So what can Tidebound do to get back in this game? Is it just a high ground defense type of deal? Do you have to contest second Roche?
There's a couple of things I think they can do still, or that they especially could have done better. But
shot.
Hang on.
They find Planet. Dead shot misses, but they have the damage nonetheless.
Doesn't matter, yeah. Just too much damage.
Nullifier onto Shiro. Good Manta, though.
They have to have better formation. I think the way Nothing to Say arrived into that fight is just a no-go. You cannot have Shaker arrive into the center of the fight. The gate has to be placed more on the left if you want him to come in through the gate. Otherwise, he needs to be there at the beginning of the fight off to the side to avoid the Clockwork. Aside from that, obviously key items coming up. This Shaker BKB will potentially finally allow him to do something. Gyro Satanic will help as well. Shiro can be... As much as we've talked about Enigma Galaxy not having or Medusa being almost unkillable with single target damage, a Gyro Satanic is also tough to bring down for the NGX side. They don't have that overwhelming single target damage just yet. Sumail will get there, but right now the hard hitter on one target is actually Lycan. As I say that, Tusa almost has MKB, so maybe not.
Yeah, we haven't even talked
Ghost is
about
just ahead by a full item.
Yeah, absolutely. This is I mean, Medusa is one of those carries. Feels like you can almost 1v5 in the late stages of the game. With that MKB relatively shortly coming online. Takes Ghost to the next level. Second Roche is available. Does NGX feel confident going for it without a pickoff first is the question. Because fighting against Tidebound in the pit is a bit of a scary proposition. And again, potential pickoff on the planet. Hook shot to start things out, and now slow to a crawl with that Scotty from Ghost. Another easy pickoff for the NGX side.
I think that's enough to go Roche. Like, just having any hero out of play makes this extremely difficult for Tidebound side. And this is actually one of the more important Roshan pit fighting heroes, because Clockwork is going to have his eyes set on Shaker the whole time, so Snapfire is the one who actually gets to cast her ults reliably. With her in the grave, Tidebound just have to concede another objective.
And this one surely means a high ground.
This is a high ground Aegis without question. 20k lead. Dusa almost fully decked out. He's going to swap out his Falcon Blade for this Aegis, so technically for an Aegis push he could replace the treads into another item. He's queuing up BKB here on Ghost. Thought maybe we would see something even more hard-hitting to try to finish the job, like Rapier or Daedalus.
A little surprising going that defensive, but...
If he wants a defensive item, you could make a really good case for Pike here, I think.
GH gonna force out the Fiend's Gate. Nothing to say, blocks off GH, but a nice force step onto the other side. Hook shot from Omar. Looks like they're gonna find the Silencer. Y is dead before he'd be able to get off Global Silence. Attempting to go through his own gate. Block. Not gonna happen. Pops the Crimson. Dies right after. Just feels like there is no opening for Tidebound.
If they want to take fights, they have to bring the gyro. I just think skirmishes like this are not possible. You're maybe a little bit naive to try to think you can kill GH there. He's got Force Staff, Lens, Essence Ring, and you didn't global. So then the full Fiend script comes out onto the Underlord as well. Just very easy and good response, and very quick responses too from the side of Enigma Galaxy.
Oh, they see nothing to say. The Wolves have spotted him. He's gonna pop the BKB and just get crit! My goodness! You talked about the BKB being picked up. That is not what he had in mind.
That's also not what he bought it for.
Ooh.
I don't think he bought BKB to counter the Lycan.
Well, he popped it anyway.
Yeah, that's what...
and now the Roche banner placed, and the high ground attempt is here for NGX. What can Tidebound do? Earthshaker down for 30 seconds. He has buyback and Echo Slam, but you might have to just concede an entire lane here.
This is so difficult for Shiro to contest the Dusa with all the backup sitting behind.
Yep, Crimson is popped, so that's gonna prevent some damage coming out from the Medusa, but eventually it'll wear out. 10 seconds away from nothing to say, getting back in the game. But still, Ghost literally all alone on the high ground, and they can't do anything against him. Shiro already at half HP. They have to force the fortification. Is there going to be a reset from NGX? Or do they just continue? You can see the Alpha Wolf on the back line. Yeah, this is just a full lane. And now the BKB being delivered soon on the Medusa. Still 2.5 minutes on this Aegis. And if you're Tidebound, you just don't want to expend too many resources to take out life number one, because then you'll have nothing for the fight afterwards.
I don't think there's any reason to not squeeze this and try to get a second lane.
Yeah, absolutely.
You still have about half mana on the Medusa. This is the perfect camp that just spawned as well. The 4 creeps of mana for the Mystic Snake. The Ghost is going to be almost back to full when you go and hit mid now.
Oh,
as you said, the BKB
for Omar. My goodness. Overclocking GH. Another target found, potentially.
Yep.
This is going to be a volley into a kill. So Planet just getting picked off repeatedly.
Ghost 11-0 has had a great start, and he's capitalized on it. He's converted everything he needed to from that beginning of the game, and from a draft perspective, this was exactly what Enigma Galaxy dreamt of in this game, was to get off to a hot start and just run the entire map before Tidebound's heavy 5-man slower lineup could really come online. So far in 33 minutes, they've barely got to play their heroes, and that's been a rare sight in this tournament, that a team has been destroyed this hard, this early, and been unable to find at least some sort of rebuttal. It's just been nothing.
And this is going to be a tier 3, still 1.5 minutes on the Aegis, so Ghost and company will certainly push the envelope to try to get this second lane. Will Tidebound try to do something, or will this just be another free set of barracks? That's That's going to be the last fortification for quite a while on Tybound's side is the 27k lead for NGX.
There's still a full minute on this Aegis.
And once this Aegis is out, that BKB just takes its place. And this is a second lane for NGX. Uncontested as Tybound. I mean, is there a power spike incoming? Looks like they're going to smoke up and try to surprise them. Doubt they want to go for the Medusa first. She's going to be spotted. Try to wrap around to their own triangle potentially. Sumail could be a good target. But the smoke on the other side for NGX. Omar's going to pop in. Over Glocker's place. Into the hook shot. The silencer stuck in place. You'll be able to get off the global silence. No! The silencer dead right off the bat. And you can see Nothing to Say does kill off Omar, but now he's going to get chased by Noob as Shiro full grip on the sideline. Lots of right click damage from Noob as the GGs come out. NGX just absolutely stomped Tybound in game 1.
Wow, that was not even remotely close. And we were talking about this at the beginning of the game. Who is going to bounce back best from their loss yesterday? Enigma Galaxy had the closer series, had more signs of life, and probably have lesser of an expectation overall, so probably playing with a bit more freedom and less pressure. And this game, Tybound, falling victim to some of the same problems as yesterday, just inability to make moves, losing a little bit early and never really finding their footing. I think if you want to come back in this series as Tybound, you've got to have more, better laning and some more opportunity to fight early. And the main thing I feel, the pattern that I have found is their support duo. In these 3 games that we've had on the main stage for them, maybe it's just a little bit too little in the damage department early on.
Yeah, I feel like Omar completely carried that early game. But either way, we go to the panel as NGX up 1-0 in this best of 3.
Yeah, an elimination best of 3. 1 game up is definitely where you want to be. All the fans maybe sighing a little bit of relief here, but I like what Sim said. It feels like Enigma Galaxy aren't really feeling the same sort of pressure. They're coming into this, and it definitely resonated when we talked to Coach Kuro just before the game actually started. It's like, we're trying to just enjoy the games, and I'm sure they had a lot of fun and a lot of enjoyment in that game 1.
Yeah, we thought maybe he was hiding strats with the interview. It's like, oh, that's why he's saying
yeah.
it's just
no, that's
Kuro being
actually
Kuro.
the strat.
He was being serious. Like, Sumail just wants what he wants. He's going to trust him and give it to him. He's going to try to play what he wants no matter what. And the mid Muerta looked incredibly good in this game. There was this really cool combo between the Clockwork and Muerta where you knock back into the cogs, just bouncing around. You have the Dominator on Muerta. He was doing the knockback into like Centaur Stomp combo. Like, there was a lot of really cool tech that Enigma was doing in this game, and I think the only reason they can do it is because they're playing loose.
Yeah, and also the fact that I really like Cinderin mentioning the support duo, which I feel like played a huge role here, because in the early game, the Earthshaker kind of got bullied by the Muerta, but then after he got bullied, he didn't really have strong enough supports to kind of help him fight around the mid lane, protect his stacks, get runes. Because if you think about it, Silencer and Snapfire, when they run into Clock and Bane, they are not going to be able to fight them. They're just weaker heroes in general, or lower damage, you know. So they lost a lot of the early control in the first 10 minutes because their support duo is just way weaker than what NGX had. And that's why I kept suggesting that Clockwork could have been good for them during the 16-17 when they had the gyro. I thought it would work for them because it also could do what the Silencer do, which is to counter the Bane in the team fight.
They picked the overall last 23rd pick coming up from NGX, and he did so much. Like, Earthshaker didn't get the chance to play the game. It's so annoying. It's one of the old school classic counters in Dota that Shaker can't really use his abilities, and he had his number throughout the whole game. But I also got to give credit to the GH. His positioning on this Bane has been amazing. He got like 4 or 5 full duration rips in multiple fights, which is pretty insane to think about. You're playing against Silencer,
yeah, that's
playing against Snapfire, you're playing against like multiple tools that can potentially stop your grip from going off, and he's positioning. Like, there's a reason why GH right now is in top 10 on EU leaderboards.
I will be honest and say that, like, I've personally tried Bane, seeing the pros playing it. I just didn't fully understand it until like watching this game and why the win rate is so high. But to me, it seems like these good Banes like GH will walk around and just be positioned somewhere annoying. They're not necessarily looking for a kill, but GH was scouting the stacks. He was walking in and using Nightmare and then walking somebody out of a tower, and there wasn't even heroes there to help him. It was just like, I'm gonna poke you, so you TP react, And if you don't, then potentially you're going to get killed. So there's this like bluff that's happening constantly on the map, this pressure that he's applying constantly on the map by just being in annoying places.
I mean, it's the repositioning, I think, because the old Bane, you couldn't do that. You go up, you sleep someone, people could tell whether they should TP or not.
Yeah, the
But when
threat
you're-
is bigger now.
Yeah, when you're moving them, it's hard to know whether you should TP, and then what if you didn't TP, he dies. It's hard to decide on the moment.
Yeah.
So the support's just doing a lot on the side of Enigma Galaxy, and that was that argument that you guys were having. It's like, yes, we see so much coming out of Tidebound when it comes to the team fights. It feels like their item progression is just very straightforward, but yeah, the clock was just such a big undoing for it, the Bane as well there, and it's very easy then to look at the cores and be like, well, you had a mid laner and a carry that went deathless. So there's also praises to be sung there, but you're not having as good of a game if you're not having that impact on the support.
Yeah, I mean, it's the tri-hero, the trifecta, the mid hero and the two supports. So every time when you talk about just the two supports, you also need to talk about what mid hero you're pairing with the supports, right? So you kind of need to enable each other. If you need more of like a range support, or you need about a more melee support, for example, or even the duo right here, with the snap and silencer, they kind of feel like they don't really complement each other enough. They feel like they are overlapping in roles in some way where they stand behind and they cast their spells, and they don't really contribute other things, in the game.
Yeah. Well, we're looking at the earlier part of this one, Lacoste, because Winter talks about it. How do you pair a mid hero with this? Sumail on the mid. Whilst we'll look at the stats at the end of the game, you're like, yeah, he had a great game. Everything for him was fantastic.
It definitely was, but this is a fight where he comes in with amplified damage, Helm of the Dominator. I think this item makes any mid-hero viable. Like we saw Spectre being viable, we saw Faceless Void becoming more popular, but it does allow him to play his own type of a game. I was a little worried that he's not going to be, if you're pretty much building into the standard stuff coming out from mid-Muerta, if you're going for, Mjolnir, you're pretty much becoming another Medusa, but he found a way to be able to be more active, pick up that Dominator and then go for the Witchblade as well, having a bit of a mixed damage as well, but be very annoying on the map. This is also a fight where NGX, they're 4k gold ahead. They're trying to initiate on an Earthshaker, and his Blink Dagger is being delivered pretty much on the courier, and he's going to get delivered straight away, even though he did have a little bit of a survivability there. He gets the blink. It seems like they're going to be able to grab the kill. Shiro joins, but they don't even pick that one up. Like, when you get that second Echo Slam, if you're not using it on Ancients, you want to be getting that kill. And we saw multiple times around that when they go with the Earthshaker or when he gets initiated on by a Clockwork, you're basically taking the fight 4v5.
Yeah. I think anytime a game like this is snowballing so hard, it's almost always like down to the supports. It's like, how are those first rune rotations going? Like when these heroes are actually connecting together. And I would definitely agree that when I look at the trios for Tidebound, I'm like, who are the three heroes that are supposed to play together? Like Underlord in the supports, Earthshaker in the supports. His game was kind of rough. Like we saw the Blink Dagger play, but the moment that doesn't connect, like this is the moment for you. Sumail just walking out of that is like the most devastating thing possible.
It felt like they were trying to give that kill to their core. It's like, okay, maybe that's a way back into it, but then you're questioning how much does the Earthshaker take? Are we actually gonna, let this Muerta walk away? Yeah, unfortunately you do. Things start to fall apart, but there's still plenty more team fights that you can try and find something for yourself. In the middle part of this game, that cost 28 minutes, that was where we saw another one where it's like, okay, can we see Tidebound really step up?
This is also going to be another fight where GH gets insanely good grip, but first the fight starts, they're going to be killing off Wolf immediately, so Noob is gone, but this is basically 4 versus 5 fight. You have 2 auras on Bach. It feels like they're super strong, but look at that grip, immediately burning his mana, and then Sumail comes in. The rest of the team is also playing on a different side. You can see the Clockwork being super annoying, going onto the Earthshaker, not allowing him to play the game. And then Bach is isolated because he's just a tanky guy and they will have more than enough damage to take it. At the start, it looked like an okay fight for Team Tidebound, but in the end, when you see the big picture, how the fight is going to be played out, it's just not worth taking that risk.
I mean, this fight is like a perfect illustration about they didn't really have a mid hero. They technically have 3 support heroes because Earthshaker was so far behind, so he couldn't really output damage. And once the grip went out on the gyro, they have no damage in the team fight.
The really small thing about that play as well that I think was so great for Enigma Galaxy is you see Noob die immediately, and that's where you're talking about the numbers, but he places his creep, right, his held-on creep, at a point where when the smoke breaks, everyone else around in his team is able to position to take the fight better. I think that's what's so amazing is, yes, he sacrifices his life, yes, he's a core, but the vision he gave and everything else set up for that perfect nightmare, set up for the Muerta to be in a great place.
And the creep still has impact after he's dead. Like, this is why the item is so strong, is it's essentially like another hero. He helps the Clockwork zone the Earthshaker. I think the only way you turn a fight like that is a big Echo Slime. Like, that's the whole point of this hero. This is how you get back in the game. So identifying that and punishing that is another thing where we can say, like, Omar, he played this game extremely well. Not only did he carry the early game, he carried the team fights. Because what we didn't see, because he played well, is that big echo into comeback potential.
Okay, we keep talking about the Shaker, and we've said how rough his game was, but Purge himself is going to break it down a little bit more as to why these things happened.
Thank you, Nat. Yeah, that was the most integral part of the game, in my opinion, for Enigma Galaxy going forward, and it all started with their draft, basically. They picked supports that were going to win the side lanes, and then in the last pick, they shifted the Muerta from an expected +4 into a mid lane against the Earthshaker. And if you've been watching this clip, he has been right-clicking the crap out of Nothing to Say. Nothing to Say's done a great job getting last hits, and frankly, throughout the laning stage, the first like 5 or 6 minutes, he does a great job getting last hits and denies as a whole. But the constant pressure from Sumail that comes is causing him to spend more money on regen and make different decisions that he normally wouldn't want to make. So this pressure from Sumail's not spending money on resources. He does not buy a bottle. Nothing to Say does purchase a bottle for himself because he just needs it. Every time he's going for last hits and Sumail's abilities off cooldown, he's going to hit that to get some nice harass in with right clicks. Even watch this range creep here. This one that he's going to. Nothing to Say he's going to want to go for a deny here if he can manage it. But if he approaches at all, he has to worry about this nuke into multiple right-click every single time that he ends up approaching. So this shifts at the 2-minute mark. That's the first water runes coming. Sumail even gets to get his own water rune. Again, he hasn't bought any resources other than a single set of tangos. And Nothing to Say on the other side doesn't get to refill his bottle a single time. The supports won their lanes, and then the Bane's going to rotate towards the bot rune. Towards the top rune, and the clock can also do the same on the bot rune. So Nothing to Say just doesn't even get access to refilling his bottle, which is getting him farther and farther behind with regen. And this obviously cascades even farther. Here's the 4-minute mark, same thing, Clockwork, Bane moving to the water runes. They end up collapsing and getting a kill on Nothing to Say a little bit later. Kind of interestingly, they actually sent the Wolves all the way across the map to also participate in this. That's after Nothing to Say comes back. And the tough thing is that if you look at the map, this Sentry Ward here blocked the Ancient Camp. That Sentry Ward died of old age, and normally when you're playing in mid Earthshaker, what you're anticipating getting out of the map is a laning stage into an Echo Slam on the Ancient Creeps. That just didn't happen this game. So he had a rough lane, got harassed constantly. Sumail went the greediest possible item, which was going to be Helm of the Dominator. He took the Earthshaker's mid tower at 9 minutes, which basically means that Nothing to Say now has even less space on the map to get things done. He doesn't have an Echo Slam combo to get himself gold. And then to make things worse, his first couple of ganks don't go so well. So that was why he got so far behind. Less levels, less gold, less everything. And Enigma Galaxy got to do exactly what they wanted.
A fantastic breakdown from Purge, really eye-opening about why that Blink Dagger reveal was actually so important, why we should have seen them commit a little bit more on getting that kill.
I'm sorry, I just need to mention, every time we go to Purge, it's like the weatherman that's like, devastating hurricane in Florida. It's always like, here's how the most devastating thing happened.
No.
Like, so I didn't notice the Ancients being blocked. But
not that bad.
They learned a lesson. Yesterday when they were playing against BB Team, that game #1, they tried to invade into Earthshaker's triangle, and they got one hero immediately deleted from the game. So this time around, they were just, well, let's take it slowly. Let's just put a sentry down. It's a much easier approach, and they also did manage to shut him down completely in that mid lane, killing his tower, which resulted in NTS not having a game. I was checking the numbers. He only did 7,000 damage as Earthshaker.
Yeah, devastating news. I don't know if that's the time that we wanted to drop it as our teams are walking back out on stage. Tidebound hopefully going to be able to find some energy, find some new strats for themselves. Enigma Galaxy, well, they're getting a lot of cheers, a lot of waves from the fans as well here. And I have to question mark about this Earthshaker coming into the tournament. Everyone had their eyes on him. It felt like he was doing great in the road to the international playoffs, but now that we're on stage, it's not garnering the same success. More things about blocking Ancients, more things about bullying in mid matchups just aren't going the way of this hero having the good setup it needs.
I think NGX is just smart. They found a counter. Like, I legitimately think if Earthshaker comes out again, they're going to pick Muerta mid. To me, this looked like a counter. Like, all of these little plays.
I thought you were going to say if someone's going to be picking Earthshaker, they're going to be banning out Clockwork.
Yeah, that was also looking like a
He was definitely going to say that, yeah.
They banned Queen of Pain, which has looked good against Earthshaker, and I think heroes fall out of favor whenever they're really overpowered, when there are like 2 to 3 really good solutions to them, because then there's always going to be one where you can't ban it. Like, you can't ban them all, and this is when a hero falls out of meta. So maybe the stock in Earthshaker should just go down, or we should start seeing it be flexed more to the other roles, like we keep talking about, but it seems like it never happens.
I mean, it's the lane, right? I think they expose how vulnerable Earthshaker is in the lane. Maybe teams overrating the hero a little bit. He's still strong, but you don't want to open the draft with Earthshaker quickly because he can run into lanes where he can't really play.
Ranged heroes definitely destroy him in lane.
Yeah,
Like
ranged heroes and probably blocking the camp. Those are the two things.
Those are the two things, yeah.
You have to look out. And obviously also the supports. You need to have the right supports to enable you to be able to do that.
But if you're an offlaner, there's a lot less stock in like committing to shutting the hero down, like in blocking the camp, because then you could stack the other camps on the side of the map, right? Like, there are other options, and there's like less value in like, okay, we need to get this Blink Dagger super early because this is our mid hero. We need to play around it. So maybe a flex should come into play.
Yeah, it's also maybe not relying on just your mid player being the playmaker. That's something that's normally very like cohesive with, okay, a mid laner is going to be our playmaker. They're the one that's going to run around with the support. Maybe you're still fine if your mid laner has a rough game if there is a backup in an off laner.
Yeah, definitely the case. Like, I think Underlord is just a weird hero to play around. Like, a lot of the time that it's not in the meta, this is the thing that we point to for why not, is that you need a lot of levels before you can start really being active. Like, it's more like you're active with other heroes, and then he ults in and gives auras.
These teams aren't wasting any time, by the way. They're back in their booths, and they are back into draft for game number 2.
Team Tidebound versus Nigma Galaxy. Game 2.
Top 8, that would be the placement Tidebound get for themselves if they aren't able to bring something out of the bag for game number 2. Elimination is on the line. Nigma Galaxy, they kind of just want to repeat what's been happening, hoping for themselves that it's going to go the same way, and at least for draft's sake, it's going to start out in a very similar fashion. They're having first pick here.
It leaves Invoker in the pool again. They had to switch things up, removing this Lycan, which did cause a lot of issues for them. But Nigma Galaxy, they don't want to mess around. Muerta, now they've shown that they can play this from 2 different roles, and I'm also pretty sure that Ghost can play it. He has to have that third option if necessary, because Muerta with the other facet does allow you to play from the carry role, and she seems relatively good, I would say. But what Sumail has shown in the previous game is that he can pretty much play anything Kurotoken and Inter. It's Sumail. He's going to be playing whatever he wants, and the King is back. I'm not just talking about the Sand King, but also Sumail. He's having some top-notch performances.
Yeah, this is going to become, I think, a very high value pick here, going maybe deeper in the tournament. This is Muerta hero. If you can actually play her mid with the Helm build, I think this hero just gives you so much value in the draft. You open the draft with the hero, it doesn't reveal too much, and you can swap her to a support.
Yeah. I mean, very recently it was like considered an S tier support, and I remember we always questioned like, why is it falling off? You know, the Ags build.
They nerfed the Ags. I think that's probably the main reason. You don't have the double and the talents, right? You don't have the
level
double.
20 and 25.
Yeah, 20 to 25.
It still felt like something that could come out, especially for like the specialty players. So I'm glad to see that it is coming out. But when you have heroes in the first phase, like, they almost always have to be flexed.
Yeah, I mean, the Sand King is like an appropriate response to that. Kind of like also a mid hero slash offlane hero, flex hero, so you can decide it somewhere down the road. I think this is a pretty nice response, so you don't really, once again, show too much, and you're gonna have to really be thinking about your support role, right? So the Bane is going to be the one that is the first one being snatched up by Team Tidebound.
So Tidebound is not going to have the same issue as last game, where they don't have like a mid or an offlane to be in that trio, because Sand King doesn't need items. He doesn't need a Blink Dagger. You can just run with him, and he has a lot of damage between the Epicenter and even the Sandstorm, like obviously he does want to get a blink at some point. He will love to farm those Ancients, but you can still play around him early. It's not going to be this like Underlord, Earthshaker mid waiting for blink scenario.
And he also is like kind of, I think, stronger in the lane if you play him mid against range heroes, because you kind of just farm, push out the wave, and you don't really get right clicks so much like what we saw with the Earthshaker against the Muerta.
Yeah, your battle is not with the mid laner, it's with the Sentry wards that they're putting down.
Comes again. I mean, Clockwork was a real menace in the previous game. We did mention that he needs to pop off in the previous game because they didn't have that many setups, and now the same thing. Vayne doesn't like to play into Clockwork. You're playing into Muerta as well. Phoenix, there's no real attack speed that is coming out, at least now. I think they could potentially pick up that Snapfire that is still available. You have an Egg Hitter, you have something against the Clockwork. The magical damage against Muerta works really well, pairing up with the Sanking. I think this time around, Tidebound did a very good job trying to address some of the issues, especially against this Muerta. Phoenix as well, you have the burst damage, like you can initiate onto a hero and try to kill it.
I think that's an S tier suggestion, and that would give them a very strong trio at running around and doing stuff in the early game.
Yeah.
So you have Vayne to set up, and then you Snapfire that's doing damage.
I probably want to show like one support plus the mid, plus the carry here, and keep the Sanking flexible if they can. Well, they go for the Grimstroke here.
Cool. They're going for something else.
Double grip.
Yeah, double grip, double burst.
Guys, sepertinya kita harus restream. Aku stream ulang aja ya. Mau refresh connection, dari tadi koneksinya nggak stabil ini. Naik turun terus, grafiknya turun. Saya mau redirect kepada viewer, streamer yang masih online. I will be back in a few minutes, okay? Come back again, guys. Mungkin hanya berapa detik ini? Semenit, 2 menit. So you are to the wild again. Okay, be right back.